Gen G versus TLN. That's who's playing on the Valor. What's Tens doing? Oh, it's his 22nd birthday. Oh, so cute. Yeah.
Get up, Valor.
Right. Fucking boomer. Right. God, what are you even thinking about touching a computer anymore? Or you gotta start to be a caster.
Once you hit 20, you have to retire and either go to casting or just shit talking on YouTube.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, that's why I don't see it. Okay. Oh, here we go. Nope, that's not it. That's 3 minutes ago. Oh, wait, so that would be... Yeah, so the reason why I asked you how to pronounce your name is because I'm dyslexic, so I wanted to say Sova so many times.
You are, look, that is literally, everybody does that in Valor. I will tell you there is no wrong way because I know such a fucking monster. Whatever you call it, I'm going to respond to it, and I know everything.
So is it Soav?
Yeah,
or
Soav. Soav is what I go. I've had people call me Suave. That one's always fun. I would like that.
I mean, out of anything you could be called.
Yeah, like Soav is what is usually what I go with. If you are one of the
No, I don't know you that well.
That's fine. I know. Like I said, some people like to do the cast to make it sound more formal and more relaxed that way. So I get it.
Good morning, gamers, geeks, and nerds. Welcome to the Belong Chicago Windy City 10K Valorant Tournament. My goodness, is that a mouthful? But I'm joined by my co-host, Suave or Soav, and we're gonna have a good time here.
Oh, it's going to be a beautiful set. I mean, it's been a long while since we've seen one of these Valorants, especially here from Will English and Belong. So this is going to be a great setup here. Last time we saw this was a couple of years back. And, I mean, 10K on the line, that's a huge prize pool for all these players. So you expect to see some top talent come out to take a chunk of this cash.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, what would you do if you had 10K as a gamer? Spend it on skins, Valorant skins? I mean, I could probably get like 2 or 3, right?
Oh, you can maybe get the newest arcade pack. That's about it. But like,
exactly.
Yeah. But I mean, hey, any new skin gives you that swag, and it gives you just that better chance to dunk on your enemies in game. So
honestly, it's pay to win. That's how I see it. If you play ag, you look ag, you're gonna be popping off. You're gonna get aces all day.
Absolutely. But we got our first teams ready to go. We've got B-Hop Esports versus Neptune's Money Crew. So 2 smaller local teams, both trying to buy in for a piece of that cash. Let's check out who they are bringing. Let's jump over to Neptune Money Crew first to see who they brought today. Because we're going to spend a lot of time with these players. Let's get to know them. What a logo. My goodness. We got Dazzle, we got Neptune, we got Masha, Shot Up, and Adder. And, you know, like I said, it's not much to know about these guys. They're showing up, and, you know, Money Crew is a popular tag around this area. So not surprised to see this pop up.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how they play, honestly, especially because it's been a while since we've had a tournament like this. So, you know, with all these new maps and everything, see what they end up bringing to the table.
Yeah, let's jump over to B-Hop Esports, though. Everybody loves a good bunny hop. That's a pretty sweet logo.
I like that logo.
Yeah, that's a very clean logo. They got Diamond, Doc, Evanator, Logic, and Takio. And, you know, we were considering B-Hop has 2 teams entered this, and the other team from them is being B-Hop lost. I am kind of expecting a little bit more. Maybe I'm cursing it, but I'm expecting a little bit more out of this particular B-Hop team. This feels like the varsity squad in some ways, so I really do expect to see some good work out of these guys.
Ooh, varsity squad. I like that you put that in there. I'm excited to see how they take this away. And I mean, I feel like this is going to be a good first map to warm up on and be able to see like how both of them play against each other. And I feel like it's going to be a good warm up against some really good competitors here today.
Yeah, there are some quality teams here. We are in a group setup right now. So let's jump over and grab those groups so you can see where we're at. Because this is where we are right now. We're in Group A. So, you know, you'll catch in with these. The other notable team in here is Kaiju Corps. They are here for pretty much every event for these Belong arenas. And shout out to them because they do incredible work helping set us up, help us keep us going, and just make it good. But we've got our first map ready to go.
And I'm hoping that you guys are having a good time because the first map is going to be Haven today. And I'm excited. I like this.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of talking about this, looking at those bands down there. You know, Pearl, fantastic map. You know, we have fun on Fracture. We understand that not everybody likes some of these maps, but I think that Haven has a lot of opportunities for multiple pushes. You know, you can never really expect the same set plays, and I think that's one of the things that makes it not only the most fun to play, but the most fun to watch as like an outside player.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love a good C push. When you get a couple people going in through garage, you got a couple going up long, just to be able to see the different defenses and offensives. Like this map really gives you a lot of opportunities to be able to take a lot of control. So I'm excited to see how these 2 teams end up playing it out, and excited to see what agents they end up selecting to be able to do this.
Yeah, and I mean, also importantly here, it is best of 1. This is your one shot, so it's rounds. Like, you're not too worried about one loss, but going down, and every loss matters once we get that cut to top 8 from these pools and once we go to day 2. So, you know, right now you got to keep your eye on day 2. That is the most important thing, and it starts by winning every single round and making sure everything counts right.
Yeah, absolutely. Every point matters the most. Yeah. I mean, you don't want to lose any of these. And I mean, I feel like the groups is a little bit easier because you're not doing that best of 3, and you get to do that one map against the one player, get your head in the game, and then the next game you're playing against a whole different crew, but you get a whole different headspace. You're not worried about that one loss because you're not playing against the same people.
Yeah, you're not necessarily thinking about those mistakes, or at least you shouldn't be. You know, this is a long series. This is a long 2-day event. and you got to keep that mental strong. So, you know, it's really important to make sure that you are getting yourself. So let's see who they're going to lock in here, because we do have our agents set up to go. They've locked pretty quickly here.
Yeah, that's some good choices. I mean, on B-Hop, we have the Jet, we have the Viper. We got actually the double controller here, which is interesting, but I like this. This is a map where double controller can really have that effect. And when you're going in and you know you're going to play defense first, or you know you're going to play attack first, you can do that double controller or double initiator or double sentinel, which has a different impact on the game completely. Where in comp, you have to kind of go with a more default comp, where in a tournament, you have so many more opportunities to use these different metas that I feel are going to work out a lot in their favor.
Yeah, I agree. On the other side, though, there's quite a bit of sustain. You know, there's 3, you know, 2 healers plus a self healer in the Reyna. So, you know, that comp is going to play for longer games. It's going to sit here and say, look, like, we'll chip damage. We'll just eventually whittle you down. Somebody will have a heal up, or our Reyna is going to enter, pop, and keep themselves alive. So really, it does come down to kind of controlling these sight lines versus making sure you complete those picks is going to be so important on the side of Neptune's Money Crew, because Neptune's Money Crew has a very thick team in a lot of ways there.
I like that. Yeah, absolutely. And we get to go right into it, and we get to see how these teams are going to really stack up here. I mean, we have looks like going to be more of an A push right in the beginning.
Yeah, I see nothing wrong with that. Yeah,
I
feel like everybody defaults to A. I feel like that's the default plan on round 1, is you're just going to grab your pistols, kind of like usually go A, because that's the first thing you see. It looks like they will play a little bit more for information, though, and that is the right play. Couple of utility out immediately, so making a little noise just across the board. I like that. I like that start.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, when you're trying to get the defensive team to like at least move out of the way just slightly, that's going to give you a lot more ground, but they do not have that at all. Nobody moved, nobody flinched. They weren't worried about those flashes, and Takio knows that there's some couple people pushing into garage there. They're going to do that Viper Molly out and slow it down. It does look like it's going to be more of a B push here as they start making their way in. They thought it was going to be coming garage, maybe C long, but everyone's stacking up right here in a B, and that's where everything's going to be happening. And the play is going to be down Harbor sitting there on the back. Doc's going to be the first one to fall. Adder and Neptune both able to get good kills, and Logic able to trade it up. Now we're down to a 2v3. Are they going to be able to hold this, or are they going to be able to push back? Big shots come through. Masha's going to fall there. And a couple more shots as we see they're trying to push in from mid. And big shots end up. Logic gets the 3K and gets the defuse, getting the first point on the board.
Means they'll go into the next round with a slight advantage. You know, if they don't feel they need to buy up, but a strong defense. You know, you talked a little bit about that double controller, just being able to control the sight lines and slow up the pace of the game and make it really difficult to enter. And that's, like you said, this is a strong defensive comp. They did that exactly what they wanted to do, and I gotta kind of put it to that double screens that they have between the Harbor wall and the Viper wall. It makes it so difficult to clear these tight angles and corners to really kind of know and get your information that, you know, there's only the sky to really help find out any information. Means these attacks are going to be so much more difficult to really be assured that you can approach and set your team up.
Yeah, B-Hop did a really good job holding down that defense and being able to come in from the right angles and getting the trades that they really needed to get that first point on the board. But it does look like it's going to be a lot of pushing into garage. Big shots. Takio, Logic good for 1 and 2. As Logic picks up that second kill. They got the buy, so they got the better guns, and it's going to be down to a 4v1. And is Adder going to be able to pick up a little bit of kills, a little bit of damage here? I mean, they did buy up. They did buy the Marshall, and they're starting to push into garage with, you know, just a couple people sitting and waiting for them. And there we go. It's going to finish it off. Adder's going to fall, putting a second point up for B-Hop there. And we're going to see what Neptune Money Crew does here on this third point as they start buying up.
I mean, that you expect that, though, right? Like, that's just the way it goes. You expect to see the team that buys up, has the gunpowder, just wins that. But that was pretty handedly, needless to say. It looks like Neptune's Money Crew, they did they're gonna have to half buy this. They did shovel some money into the previous round, so you know, a bold economic choice that might punish them down the line. They really do have to kind of double back and make sure this works. This should be their round to win, but with that bye, I'm not totally sold on it, Zombs.
No, I agree. I mean, you decide to buy up on the second round because you had confidence that you were going to win that one, and then you kind of just throw it away with the push that you did. And, you know, they might get punished here, but we'll see. Maybe these guns are good enough, and they're going to be able to throw the dazzle heal up on them. Big shots. Marshall almost connects with Logic. Does a little bit of damage, but not enough to be able to get the kill. And there's going to be a full rotate as Omen watches that A all the way back there.
I mean, they pulled out a bit of utility, so I think you're okay with that, but you really do need to get more map presence here on this A push because you don't really have much to go off of.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like it was a really predictable
rotate.
Rotate, yeah, thank you. But now we're rotating again. It's going to be a rotate-a-potato all the way back to B, and we're going to start pushing all the way in. Molly's going out. Flashes, everything starts going. Logic's going to be the first one to die here. Doc able to get a kill as Twitch shot up. Val is going to be able to get that kill as well, making it a 3v4. Still some potential here to be able to get the point as you only have one person fall. B-Hop looking a little bit lesser here with only 3 members remaining on the team. But they're going to stack up into CT and hopefully be able to get the kill. And it's going to be a trade. Doc's going to be good for 1. Evening out the odds, making it 3-3, throwing out that smoke, being able to get in there, and big shots happen. Masha falls. Let's see if we can get some more kills here. Every single person down to the last one, and B-Hop's going to take it away, putting another point on the board, making it 3-0.
It was a long way to get here, but I do respect Neptune's method to getting there. They really did kind of keep everybody guessing. They pulled out a lot of utility, which I do like. You want to try to get a lot of that utility, all those smokes, all those screens out before you really get the spike down. But the problem is they never really had firm control of the space. So, you know, next round, they'll have a full stack of rifles in their hand. You see that mix of Phantoms and Vandals. And like, that's pretty good. The only problem here is that Bunny Hop with Logic does have that lockdown. So, you know, may use it to stall and allow the rotate. They may use it to just kind of for the retake. So I expect it to come out here because it's too strong of a tool to just kind of let sit in your inventory.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we are already big push all the way onto A. It does look like it is stacked up as B-Hop kind of predicted this shot. Big shots come through. Everyone trading out. Going to be a 4v2. And Neptune's got the points on the board. Now down to a 2v2 just like that. Diamond able to get good for 2. Goes for the ult. And just like that, Doc's going to clean it up. Get himself an easy 3K. And the 4th point for B-Hop really made it easy.
Making a dominant statement here with that 4-0, and especially considering they were saving for the most part that round. They were behind in the rifles. That is a great comeuppance for them. And, you know, that team is playing very, very well, keeping a lot of Neptune's money crew in check. But Neptune now has 4 on board in their ultimates, so they should be committing some of that. It's going to be light armor for pretty much everybody because they're going to force this. I really do want to see them use this ultimate utility to give themselves an advantage here because they're playing behind, and you can't afford to sit on it. You need to use some of it.
No, absolutely. You got all 4 ults on the board. You should be able to use it and hopefully at least get the plant down. Then that's exactly what's going to happen. Ultimates start going out every single way. Let's see what B-Hop does to be able to defend this. Big shots comes through, makes the turret less work. Adder's going to be the first one to fall as Shot Up ends up grabbing maybe the flank here. On C, pushes all the way in. Masha going for the plant. Are they going to be able to be good for 1? Oh, it doesn't look like they are going to be able to connect. A little bit of damage there, but nothing enough. Neptune's going to fall as well. Now we're down to a 4v3. We've seen this before, and Logic's going to come out with the lockdown. Big flashes, trying to push them off site, but they're holding steady. And there we go. They're starting to run away, and they might catch them right there in the corner in that cubby. No swarm grenades to be able to stop it. Going to be traded out. Now it's going to be sky to sky. Are they going to be able to half it and stop it? Yeah, they are. They tap it again. Dazzle got a peek. Big shots. Tucks back in there. Bomb's almost down, and they end up getting their first point. Neptune. Woo, got sky diffed right there for sure.
Ooh,
With
yeah,
only a couple HP left on the board.
Hey, every win counts. Everything's valuable. Only one person left with a gun there, so you're pretty happy with that. Yeah, that was a scrappy fight, a good retake from Bunny Hop, but a better plant from Neptune. They managed to get it down and play that time just to kind of get themselves, play that spike, play for time. And, if you don't think you can outgun it, your opponents, that might be the way to do it, is just to try to play on your game sense, try to play on the situations and set yourself up for success that way, because you're 4-1. You got to find your advantage. And if you don't think you can win by your head clicks, you're going to have to win by some way.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the best way is logical, right? And you don't have to have an ego every single time. And it ended up working out. And attacker KJ, we're seeing B-Hop trying to slow him down. And we're able to get at least one. But with that lockdown in hand, are they going to be able to push on site? Oh, my goodness.
They got two.
They ended up getting two detained. Oh, my goodness. And just like that, everyone starts falling. Evanator falls, and there we go. B-Hop, 4 players on the board against Neptune's 3. Big shots coming out everywhere. Adder, good for 1. Dazzle, good for 1. And now it's going to be down to a 1v3. Doc actually gets the kill on Dazzle. Going to throw his orb out and ends up walking into both of them at the exact same time.
Yeah, unfortunately, just didn't quite have the information to clear that, but Doc putting up quite a bit of work. The Harbor is an interesting pick. It's not one you see a lot of, but I do think Doc is getting a lot of value and a lot of utility out of it. 8 and 4, at least they're coming up positive. And let's check that in zone replay here from that last round, because there was a lot committed and there was a lot of trades happening. Again, just wrong, peak the wrong time, peak the wrong angle, and you can see it there, wrong shield, wrong way. So it looks like it'll just kind of be that, those kinds of small decisions are what punish you. It's going to be a C push here.
And it looks like all big fights right down mid. They're going to end up trading each other out. That's actually going to even it up, making a 4v4. With B-Hop stacked on C, it's going to be an interesting push, as every single person, both in CT and in long, they're getting kind of tucked in. B-Hop's got to do something to be able to get a gun on the board and be able to hold them off, and it looks like it's going to slow down just a little bit. Doc's going to fall. Everyone's getting trade out, and now we're down to a 3v1 as Neptune's the last one alive for Neptune.
I mean, and they're over on A with the spike, though, so they will at least get the money for the plant. It's still going to be a tough hold. I kind of wish we had seen the spike go down in a little bit of a more safe spot. It's going to be hard to protect this, considering you still have, 3 up against you, and you only have 1 angle with no information. This Omen has quite a task ahead of them.
I would have loved to see maybe a heaven play here, and like you said, plan out more out in the open, especially when you have the opportunity to be able to do it and you have plenty of time. But we'll see what ends up happening. He does have the smoke here, decides not to use it, and they're going for the defuse. They go to take the shots, but those are just slightly missed. They are going to be able to get 1, 2. Are they going to be able to get the 3rd? It is half, so it's going to come down to the gun. And just like that, Neptune ends up grabbing the 4K, making it 4-3, 1 step closer to tying it up.
Wow. Great play out of the Money Crew Master themselves, Neptune. I mean, you love to see it. That was a clutch moment, and that's that kind of play that you really have to. Check that again, because that was nuts. You don't always get that through the smoke, and you have to shoot the smokes. You just have to. That's your reward for just good play and doing that, is that 4K. So really, that's a great motivator. You have a full stack of guns. Masha has the Odin plus Resurrection. I mean, you have a 6-man plus all the firepower in the world. Neptune's Money Crew's feeling themselves here, and they are right too.
Yeah, it shows you that it doesn't matter how many people you're up or down. It only takes one player to be able to really put in the work and really get those points on the board. So, Neptune did a great job. Let's see if they can do it again and put another point on the board as they start pushing into the B site here. B-Hop's going to have to do something. Big shots coming out. 69 HP left for Doc's. Going to start walking away. Now they're down to 29 and going to get flashed. Most of B-Hop sitting on the A site, but the bomb is going to be planted down. Neptune now just has to defend it and protect it. Let's see what ends up happening. As they flash out, are they going to be able to get at least 1? They know that there are people there trading up flashes and just going back and forth.
1 enemy remaining.
Birds are coming out. Doc good for 1, but it looks like B-Hop's doing a pretty good job. But Our attackers, Neptune, are going to be able to tie it up now. And this is looking like a whole new team. They're warmed up. They're ready to go. They're all fired up. They got some guns and everything.
Yeah.
So, you know, this is where it really comes down to.
Yeah, they are really feeling themselves. Didn't have to commit any ultimates into that. Didn't really lose much of a gun. You know, the Reyna fell, but you can buy right into that. So now you're ahead, and you're ahead. You know you're on a full buy. Bunny Hop is on a half buy, and you still kept all those important ultimates. So you know, they'll continue to keep the pace here, and that's what's been working for Neptune, is keeping the pace of the game. And the Odin Fire, just a signal, say, look, we're here. We don't care if you know it.
Right. And B-Hop took a position over toward A site just to say, hey, we think you're going to come A again. But unfortunately for B-Hop, Neptune's going to get full access, full control, get that ice wall up, and get them on C as the plant starts going. Ooh, that was close. Good timing for them. As Logic ends up falling, Takio, good for 1, and it's going to be down to a 4v3. As B-Hop does have the man advantage, but just like that, trades it out, and now it's going to be a 3v3. Neptune's in good position to be able to hold it out. Here comes the Sky Ultimate, picking out everybody, but it's not going to be good enough to be able to tuck in there. Diamond going to be able to get that one kill down to a 2v2, sprays through, going to be able to get the one. Takio, last one there, big shot, but Neptune again, going to get those final kills, get himself a 3K, and finally taking the lead.
I think the most impressive part about this has been the way Neptune just has this precision memory to where the spike is. Like there's not a doubt. Like I've tried that. I play plenty of controller, but for every time that the spike has gone down, they know exactly where to aim it. They know exactly where somehow the player is defusing from. They know the exact positions. Like that's a pretty blind guess there, but you can see it through the wall. Like that is a player that understands how to play controllers and understands their agent really well, and they'll kick it off by just getting that high ground control. And I like this rush.
And they know exactly where they are. Flash comes out, putting some smokes out, giving themselves plenty of cover there. And we know that their Sky is sitting there, but look at this Harbor ult coming out. They know that Neptune's sitting up top, jumps down.
No way.
Head of Diamond. Diamond gets a kill, but gets traded out immediately. Oh, and just like that, also going to be traded out. Not looking so good for Neptune here, but we've seen him in worse positions and picked up points before. Adder still sitting on the site as Dazzle goes to plant. And we're going to see now Dazzle having the opportunity to be able to clutch it up. And with all 4 of them in CT, are they going to be able to get one? Yeah, they are. Flash is out. And they're going to go for that reposition and hold a different angle here. And it does look like it's going to be a 1v1 position. Throws the cabbages out. And now we're down to a 1v2. Just like that, a 1v4 goes down to a 1v2. Big shots, 56 HP, peeks it again. Has the Riot on. Are they going to be able to get it? Are they going to be able to get it? Dazzle comes in hot with the 4K, clutches it up. Neptune just cannot be stopped.
Oh, that was dirty. That literal frame perfect flick to catch out the 3rd kill was so powerful. Oh, I need that replay. Give me that in zone replay, because that was beautiful. That was spot on, knowing exactly where you need to keep your placement, exactly where they're coming from. You know, Sky, the initiator, does know how to have that information, but man, that was a beautiful shot. Well played from Dazzle, just to kind of kite and use the space they had there. Oh, this flick is nasty. Didn't even need to see much of that. Really played well there, and that's the clutch factor of Neptune that has been shown up so far.
Yeah, and I mean, just like that, again, B-Hop looking in the better position, 5v3, but we've seen them clutch it up every single time. Neptune's been just dominating it when they're in the lower positions, and just like that, they're going to have full C control. And they can rotate all the way around and start making their way into C. Takio there trying to get out of that KJ ult. And it's going to push all the way in. One player detained. They're going to start making their way onto B. They don't know that there's somebody sitting
Jet's
back.
in there.
Yep. Oh! He forgot to plant the bomb on C, and the knives come out. Tries to right click, but Dazzle's gonna be able to get that kill. Here comes the flash. Doc turns away. Here comes the Tasmanian Tiger, but that is going to stun him. And again, A 5v3 makes their way to a 1v2. Dazzle using their abilities, being able to get another point. What is happening to B-Hop here? What is the mental? Are you allowed to call timeouts in this in a best of one? I feel like, do you at this point when you've already lost 7?
That's 7 in a row. That's 7 in a row. Yeah, you could. I believe there are timeouts active if you want it, but like, it's end of half. At this point, you just kind of take the hard knock and just look towards the half. You finish it out with whatever you got. You're already behind. You have a half bye. You're playing now against that, and you're just going to try to lock, you're going to make the decisions you have to. You're going to lock down A and hope for the best as all these ultimates just come out. Everything must go here.
And I mean, B-Hop, again, able to get that first blood, able to get that better position there. But as we've seen every single time, I mean, again, they're down to a 3v5. Let's see what Neptune ends up doing. Are they going to be able to come back and clutch it again? Or is this the point where you have so many abilities and so many ults that you're able to put your final point on the board here? And it does look like it's going to be just that. Evenator there, able to get a kill on Masha.
Looking for the last one. Can't quite find him.
Oh, he's good for one. He dashes up top, dashes away. Some aerobics there. I don't know if my body could move like that, but...
I mean, the problem here is that the Omen did not get Spike out of that, and now they're just going to lose all this time out of it. They will miss the detain, but I mean, look, Neptune has to clutch again here. They did it once. Now is their time to do it again. It's the 1v4. You might as well run it back.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They start pushing in, and the shots come out. Neptune's finally going to fall here in the first half. 5-7. What a great first half. I'm excited to see how these two teams change it up here in the second.
I agree with you completely. This has been a wild first half. We've already had 3 different 4Ks from a couple different players, and just running back and looking at how we got to this first half, there have been some incredible moments of just sheer brilliance and sheer luck in some ways. And you need a little of both here. I mean, 7-4 is still a tough place to be if you are B-Hop Esports, but you have the space, you have the ability to control all this space. You have to utilize your team's desire to play slow and control angles to your advantage here, because that's what is going to give you success on your attack.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when you're in a position, I mean, this is a map for attack, right? Yeah. You're in the position to be able to take so much ground and so much time. Neptune really did a great job utilizing their abilities to be able to put points on the board when they're in a worse position. And it looked really good there. And now we're back on a pistol round, which is actually my favorite round. I love watching agents play on the pistol round. I love to see the big plays with the pistols. I think it's a lot of fun. And it does look like B-Hop's going to take it nice and slow here. Just try to get the pick, try to play the default. They're down, so they really need to try to take as much space and just not give anything away here in the beginning. So we'll see what ends up happening here as we just start slowing it down just a little bit. This is the slowest round that we've seen so far. I think a lot of them have been very fast-paced in the beginning, slow down, and then speed back up. And Dazzle ends up getting the razzle-dazzle shot in the head as B-Hop gets the first kill on the board and starts making their way to A. Nobody else sitting here quite yet. Harbor smoke going out. That's a really good wall to be able to just take as much ground as they can. And then now, again, it's going to be a 5v4. Heaven's not completely smoked off, so Adder's going to be able to get some shots there. And they started Evenator trying to just maybe randomly shoot through there, try to get one. And it's not bad. It's not bad. You're able to get the heals of some people. There's the flash, but again, everyone else has utility as well. Evenator good for 1, and Diamond's good for 3.
Ooh.
And just like that, B-Hop again able to take the first point. But we've seen that before. We've seen it where B-Hop took the first 4 points, and then Neptune took the 7 in a row. So we'll see what ends up happening here. Is it going to be B-Hop with the next 4, or are we going to see a little bit different defensive strategy here?
I feel like it's a little hard to say, but I do think that B-Hop really has they just yanked control of the tempo straight out of Neptune's Money Crew's hands there. That slow play really forced them to get antsy and try to make plays and make decisions that they weren't ready and prepared for. Oh, but Diamond's absolutely just decided that we are going to maintain this. So we're look, they want to play fast, they want to play aggressive for Neptune, so this slower pace does work in their favor. They just need to keep patient and keep this slow play so that Neptune's Money Crew can make mistakes and they can capitalize on it.
Oh, and that's exactly what's happening, and it's working out really well. I mean, we can see Neptune pushing all the way up into a short, taking a couple shots and then trying to get away. Luckily, they do have a flash. They might be able to skate by, but it's going to cost them a lot of HP and down to 45. Luckily, they got their Sky there, be able to help them out. And it does look like it's going to be a quick rotate all the way over, as there was a trade on C all the way on the other side. And here we go. Here's the push on the C site, but everyone's already started making that rotate over. So we'll see if maybe we'll be good for maybe a kill or two here. Big shots come through. Is anybody going to be able to trade it out? Neptune falls. There's the first one. Right click, but just like that, Logic's going to be good for 2. Evanator good for 1. Tying it up 7-7.
I mean, it's again to be expected. You've won the first round. You have your rifles up, but it should double back here. So swings back in the favor of Neptune, as to be expected. But I think the other thing, again, the most important thing to all this has just been the way Bunny Hop has just slowed the game down. It's tied up now, and they are still attacking, so they have the whole round ahead of them. They just need to keep this pace and keep forcing it, because Neptune continues. Like you said, they push up. See how far up that arena was? They continue to push up and try to force these engages and force these gun duels, but they're never prepared for them because they're taking them so aggressively and peeking the angles that Bunny Hop is so just patiently watching.
Yeah, and it is going to be one of those interesting buys where some people are buying up and other people are saving out. So I know Neptune's really trying to put themselves in a position to be able to hold the defense, but also possibly scaring up their economy, you know. But we'll see what ends up happening. I mean, B-Hop has the potential to be able to push here on the site and be able to get some good kills, and that, just like that, Masha's gonna fall. Here comes the flash. It does look like a push gonna happen. Shot up Val, good for 2. Neptune, good for 1. Spike is down. Is not going to be able to get a kill here. Flash comes out. It's not looking good as they get double flashed. Dazzle going to clean it up against Logic. And now we're going to see Neptune taking that extra point and putting themselves in the lead again.
Yeah, this is where everything kind of started to fall off kilter for Bunny Hop, really, is once rifles started to get into the hands of Neptune's Money Crew, they were able to just kind of outshoot them. So, you know, it's still a bit of a toss-up here. You know, there's no one person really out-fragging the other. There's no one really, like, kind of carrying and running away with the game. So every single pick matters, and every moment matters for both of these teams. Bunny Hop just need to, again, just keep setting up those kinds of errors to capitalize on. That's where they found their success, and that's kind of, unfortunately, what punished them this last time, is they just pushed and forced this A push, and they were punished for it.
Yep, and Dazzle is going to push all the way up, use a lot of their abilities, use a lot of their ults to put themselves in a pretty good position, but they are gonna run away. They're gonna run away, but they're gonna get punished for it. Dazzle ends up falling there. Shot up, gonna be trading it up, and Evanator also gonna be good for a kill. Now we're down to a 3v3. We've seen this before. Taking their time. Evanator's gonna back all the way up. Oh, we see Masha sitting there with the short. He goes to take the shot. Oh my goodness. I like the idea. If they would have sat there just a little bit longer, they didn't know that they were there. I think if they would have just sat there a little bit longer, they'd have been good for at least 1. I love those shorty plays. I mean, that's why I hate pushing A. It's so dangerous with those shotguns.
Yeah, it was a tough play, but 3v2 on the retake here. You know, I mean, they have most of these angles covered, and we'll see the duel on long though, as Neptune looking to make the hero play again.
Oh yeah, just like that. Gonna fall down. Oh my goodness! And Adder's gonna clean it up for the 3rd. What an amazing retake. Nothing there. Watching long, they were able to sneak right in, right up behind him, get the 1, flick in for the 1 on site, and be able to finish it up, giving themselves an extra point. 7-9. What a great kill there.
Yeah, that was this timeout.
Here comes the timeout.
Right call. Yeah, that's the right call. That shorty play was looking, like you said, looking strong. Just
right here.
Didn't quite know it. You love it, but yeah, Neptune, you know, really showing why this is their crew. Really taking ownership of that. Just coming out with some incredible plays across this entire match so far. And I mean, it is really neck and neck when you look at it. It kind of struggles. It kind of falls out of Yeah, it kind of falls out of their hands if you're Bunny Hop once you get into these later rounds, because now suddenly all these people who can click the heads are online, and that really is struggling. You know, I was kind of saying, look, maybe if you're Bunny Hop, you just need to win. You're winning by duels right now. And once it's out of their hands, now they're realizing maybe we're not winning by the gunplay in the duel. So let's kind of run it back, and now let's flip it to the other side. You guys need to set up your own success. You have so much utility. You have so many screens and walls and things to manipulate these angles. Take advantage of that. There's nothing wrong with setting yourself up for a good judge play if you can make it work just through using all the smokes you have.
No, absolutely. Neptune's doing a really good time being able to just hold that defensive down, and B-Hop's doing a good job being able to get on site, being able to get that bomb plant down, but it really comes down to those like last minute gunfights. It's not like a full on retake. They're already kind of there stacked up. So as the bomb's being planted, the fights are going on, and it is just a firefight right in the moment all the time. And it's interesting to see how these teams are really adapting to those plays. And it's a really close match now. It was, B-Hop there in the beginning, and then Neptune came back and got a dominant lead. B-Hop's been able to tie it up, and Neptune's just taking it by the teeth, just a little bit extra, putting that extra point on the board. So it's really back and forth right now. And I feel like, and don't quote me on this, I think it might even be an overtime type of game where these teams are really just neck and neck.
I wouldn't write that off, though. I agree with you completely. Just how these teams have been playing. The question mark to me is, will Neptune's Money Crew go on another tear like they had in the first half? 7 rounds in a row is no joke. Once you start getting 2 and 3 in a row, that's when your economy really starts to take off. And even those losses that you might incur, just kind of, you can brush them off and keep going. So I think, once you get past these first rounds, and now that you've called this timeout to kind of reset the tempo and get the pace and kind of give your team the chance to just reset the mental and say, look, like we've had a couple of rough rounds, let's just get our economy back in together, let's get a couple set plays going, and once you kind of get your head back into the game, maybe you can keep this close.
No, and that's what I was thinking. I didn't understand why B-Hop didn't call a timeout in that first round, especially when you get like 4 or 5 points on you. You could slow down that tempo, because Neptune had that momentum and was able to get those 7 points on the board. And that really messes with your mental. You start thinking, what's going wrong with my gameplay? What's the setup? And if you give yourself a timeout like they've done right now, it gives you the opportunity to be able to talk it out and be like, all right, let's change something up because it's not working. Yeah.
At some point, Neptune stopped playing Valorant. And what I mean by that is they stopped playing these slow movements and, calculated decisions of Valorant and just started playing deathmatch. They just started running at you and started controlling the pace and how you made your decisions. And that is their key factor to winning. You need to get that under control. You need to force them to make those errors and slow up your pace. And that starts with you, if you're Bunny Hop, not playing and getting flustered and making those rash decisions quick. You have a couple ultimates on board for both teams, and there's nothing really that incredibly excites me. Takio's Viper's Pit may come in the post plant, but I mean, it really needs to be a secure hold, like you said. We've not really seen these secure site takes, so I really want to see a site fully in their control before they commit these ultimates.
Yeah, we're gonna see B-Hop here start trying to make some space here on A, or at least make some sound and make some noise. They're going to be able to see those two sitting there on A short and might actually back out here as the full rotate comes in. And KJ all the way on the other side in garage. They're having a little KJ versus KJ fight here. And we might see some pressure here as they start pushing in. Takio's going to be gone. Oh, what a shot with the Sheriff. Oh my goodness, they're going to be able to be good for a gun there. Using that nano swarm, going to be able to hold off on the garage. Here comes the Neptune Knights. And Neptune's going to be good for 3. Not 1, not 2, but 3 kills. Doc with the Marshall going to be able to get the kill on garage, but they know exactly where he is. And they're going to be able to clean up that point. And they made that look so easy. That was a really good, clean defensive play right there. Neptune getting those 3 kills, one right after another. You can tell they've been doing the aim labs or something, because their shots are just so crispy.
Yeah, that's like I said, you look at that frame, that pixel moment shot of just peak headshot done from that earlier round, and you could tell Neptune absolutely has been playing 21, 11, and 9. I mean, that's 30 if you include the assists. They are not only shooting a lot, they are winning the majority of their fights, and that is the dangerous thing about Neptune.
Well, Dazzle and Neptune both have 20 bombs right now, with the potential of even dropping a 30 bomb here. Logic's gonna fall as the KJ trades out the KJ. We're gonna see that ability pushing onto A. Big flashes are really what's helping out the most here. Masha going out of their way to step across the smoke to pick up that Vandal. Risky play, takes a little bit of damage there, but able to do something about it, be able to push in. And it's gonna slow down exponentially here. B-Hop with 3 members on their team. And it might be a retake A push again. They might think that, they might be rotating out. But luckily, everybody from Neptune's going to be spread out. They're going to be able to listen for that noise and see where B-Hop's going to be pushing in. Evanator starts making their way up short. Looking up top of the box, trying to see if maybe they see somebody, checking all the angles. They're not sure if somebody's still sitting here or not. Here comes the smoke. Here comes the flash. Big shots. Oh, and just like that. That was like a SEAL Team 6 takedown right there. Everyone watching a corner and being able to execute that perfectly. Absolutely gorgeous right there as B-Hop able to get 2 of the people that were on A site, and that's going to tie it up. Get that Viper ultimate down, and just it's looking really, really good here.
Yeah, that was the precision execution you're looking for, and the rest of this Viper utility going to find that value. The Lone Sky in the 2v1 has so much to do, especially given who still stands.
Oh, no.
Oh, Dazzle.
A little bit of whiffs there. We wouldn't expect that out of Dazzle with how many kills they have on the board, but it ends up happening to the best of us. And just like that, Neptune's going to fall. Get to 8 points for B-Hop, getting a little bit closer to tying it up, and maybe close to that overtime I was talking about earlier.
Yeah,
I mean, that was such a clean.
That was
clean.
so clean. Yeah,
Woo!
for people who love watching that executed Valorant of just knowing when your team goes in, that is a thing of magic. So rifles on both sides. There's 2 ultimates up for the side of Neptune's money crew there, but you know, it's a bit of a toss-up round. Again, it's going to come down to the tempo here, who's really forcing out this utility and who's making the errors first here and who's capitalizing, because we've proven from the side of Neptune that there are plenty of good shooters. They'll give up the space there on A. We'll let the Killjoy just maintain it there and eventually figure out where they're going to go.
Making a lot of noise. They're going to come stomping all the way through onto A, trying to find where that KJ might be. Here comes Diamond using their ultimate lockdown, trying to push them off, but they're going to be able to get that that spike down and get in the corner. Let's hope that they don't have a nano sword. That's a really dangerous place to sit. Because if KJ happens to have one, and we're going to get a lot of ultimates coming out here. Stuns go out. Masha able to get that wall up to be able to kind of put a little bit more. And I don't think I've ever seen so many hits from the Harbor before in my life. Logic, Diamond, Neptune, Evanator, everybody getting a kill. 3v2, 2v2. Bomb is ticking away. They got to get that smoke down. They have to go for the defuse. And just like that, Takio, good for 2. Going to make it another B-Hop victory and getting 1 step closer to tying it up.
I think that's the impact that Harbor has, right? You know, we always kind of like, we're still trying to figure out where do we want to use Harbor, what does he really do? And you said I've never seen that many go off either, but that's the perfect timing for that. I've constantly thought of that as an entry tool to buy your space. As a defensive tool, that's a great use, and that shows someone who really is coming in and playing the Harbor with that background from Bunny Hop. So that kind of knowledge and intelligent, again, game sense, just knowing when they should be doing particular things, and the sweet lineups like that really do make the difference.
No, it absolutely does. And it's going to be a B-Hop default kind of play here, trying to just make as much noise and utility as possible, trying to make their push in. It does look like it might be a B push here. The Harbor wall goes up, and then Evanator is going to take a nice high position here, which is really good for them. Using the Nano Swarm to be able to make it so they can't even push in is going to make it a little bit harder for Neptune to be able to retake this. And there's the shots in. Evanator's good for 1. Are they going to be good for 2? They drop down. Dazzle with the operators. Going to be able to get that body shot on Evan. Masha going to get the res. And we saw that. Attacker KJ ultimate done. And this is where Neptune can start pushing in and go for the defuse.
And it should be pretty clear. They have the bodies to throw it the way.
Oh, my
3
goodness.
picks to clean it up.
Again,
Beautifully done.
Neptune and Adder at the exact same time was able to just get the picks clean again. They must be a duo pair because they are doing this. They're executing these flawlessly.
Look, I don't know about you, but I love a good emotional support killjoy to help me clean up fights. Like that's the thing of Magic, and I mean that was a great execute, like you said. You know, just the timing from Neptune. You know, it's easy to look at a team with a name like that in these early rounds and be like, oh, this is just like a thrown together, you know, pickup squad. This feels like a very practiced team that understands how to play with each other well. It'll be a C push to start it out here, and this, I mean, that's still an op down C to deal with.
Yes, it is, and we'll see if they can get a kill on it. Flash ready and in hand. Neptune's going to throw that flash out, which is going to give Twitch the ability to be able to get that kill. Evanator with knives trying to get out of there, but gets flashed. Knives come flying past him.
No way.
That's not going to stop him. He's still going to be able to get 1 kill as he gets traded out by Evanator with the Stinger. And now it's going to be a 2v1. We've seen it before, but we won't see it this time. And we're going to match point. Neptune might be able to get the first win here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, shout out to Masha there on the Sage, who had a bit of a rough half, but really, you know, you can look at the scoreboard all you want, but there are so many things that happen in the background that really do affect the thing. And Masha coming up and being just that Sage with the extra heals, the res, and so much of that just ability to stall those rotations has come up huge. This double Sentinel comp from Neptune was a great read by them. You know, look, that 4-18 might look shameful, but there's a lot of work behind that Sage that's come through and gotten them to match point here. So really it's going to come down to Bunny Hop to just find something. It has to be Magic time now, and it has to be from slowing up the game.
Ooh. I thought he maybe clipped him in the toenail, but it doesn't look like he did get any damage there. Dazzle with that operator could be very deadly here. Logic looks down at the floor and ends up getting their head taken off. Adder gonna be good for 2, gets traded out by Evanator, but luckily shot up Val ends up grabbing the 3K. 9-13. Neptune takes the win.
Ooh, that was a very, very solid showing from both teams. And if that's what we're looking at from both of these squads in just the first round of round robin here, this is going to be a tough bracket. Bunny Hop, no slouch. They're coming in with 9. But, I mean, Neptune's Money Crew just clearly had that clutch factor. They were able to play the Valorant style they wanted to do. And when all of those members, because everybody turned up there at moments. Everybody showed those moments. Everybody was there. The teamwork is there. And I think if you're in this bracket, you now have to kind of look at this Neptune's Money Crew team and think, okay, we really can't let them get rolling, because once they get rolling and once they get put under pressure, they will cook and they will surprise you.
Their clutch opportunities were just so good. Every single time they were down, they seemed to just come out on top every single time. And when they got that momentum rolling, it was all just downhill. And not for them, for the opposite team. I mean, it was just rolling all the way down, and it was amazing to watch.
Well, let's say we do have a couple of replays to look at here, because there was just so many different moments, you know, between several 4Ks and just several great executions. Just the smart play, just hitting through the smoke and just making sure to rotate. Oh, beautiful.
The crosshair placement for these players. Dazzle coming around, able to peek, just get those headshots. The crosshair placement on these players are just so good. I mean, and it was just, it was so much fun to watch. I mean, this was a really good first match. And if you missed it, I mean, you missed out on something just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. And I want to talk it back there, because like you said, the placement and these quick flicks all are just so powerful. They're so good. But that's what you expect. There's big money on the line here. That's 5 digits of fun bucks on the line here. And you want a bit of that. You want to come for that. You have to bring your A team for this. So, you know, this talent level is going to be off the charts for this kind of a prize pool. And you have to expect nothing better than nothing less. Yeah,
you wouldn't see my gold butt being in this tournament. I wouldn't be able to last a second, but watching these players play, and they definitely, whoever wins this definitely is going to really earn that 10K, and it's exciting to watch, and I'm really happy that DeLong put this together to be able to see just some high quality, top tier gameplay today.
Yeah, I mean, there is plenty of great stuff coming ahead, but that has been game 1 for now, so we're going to take a quick break, get our second lobby together, and we'll be back with 2 new teams in just a moment.
Welcome back, Valorant fans. We're happy to have you here at the Belong at Chicago Windy City 10K Valorant Tournament. Again, I'm joined by my co-host, Suave. I'm happy to be here.
It's good to be here, Zombie, as always. That first round was quite a game. I think that really does set the pace for this Belong Arenas event. And I mean, I'm just happy. Look, I'm just happy we get to see all these great replays. Thanks to the Sony End Zone there helping us out with those replays, because we've caught all these great moments. We've seen several 4Ks, no aces yet, but we've seen some incredible retakes. We've seen some incredible clutches so far.
Yes.
And I think this next upcoming match probably should have more of the same, if I had to guess.
Oh, I absolutely hope so. I mean, if they're as top quality as that first two teams, then we're going to see nothing but big plays all day today.
Agree with you. So game 2, we're going to jump to a different pool. We've got the other Bunny Hop team. Bunny Hop lost, taking on YFP. What YFP stands for, we have no idea. No one ever gave that to us. So we'll figure that out. So let's see who these teams are bringing. Let's jump over to Bunny Hop lost. They've got Icy KL. They've got Shonk, Fraggleton, Demon, and Casual. And, you know, again, I was kind of looking at that initial Bunny Hop team as maybe the varsity roster. Maybe I got it mixed up. Maybe this is the varsity squad. Maybe this is that team. We'll see them in this game, but I mean, it's a good set of people, and you'll find there's ices on both sides for these teams.
I mean, they do have a demon on this team,
That's
so
true.
They probably are going to be the best.
They have to. I mean, if you sell your soul, like that, how do you have to be? Let's jump over and check in with YFL there. We've got Rebo, Alexander, Temperature, Shonk, Icy, and you know, no fun facts for anybody, but I did notice that I think it was Temperature's name, login name was Temperature CSGO. So looks like we've got some transplants coming over, and I don't blame them. Right. You know, hey, if you can copy over that CSGO knowledge to Valorant, that's a lot of skills you already have in the box, already set to go, and that gives you a little bit of an edge in some ways.
Yeah, I wish I played CSGO more when I was younger, but I was more of like the Halo, Call of Duty type of person, so I really missed out on that opportunity to be good at Valorant.
Hey, I mean, look, there's still the chance, as we all know, CSGO 2 was announced, so like, there's a chance to jump on that train and catch that. But for right now, we'll talk Valorant. So, we've got everybody set up to go. Lobby is getting built now, and we've got, I think, arguably to me, the most predictable map we're going to by the time we get these teams in there. Where are we going?
What could that possibly be?
Where could it possibly go?
I don't know.
You tell me, Zombie. Where are we going?
I believe if it's the most predictable map, we are going to my favorite map, Ascent.
Yeah, you know what? At least it's one of our favorite maps, because you are correct in that. We all go into Ascent, and it's interesting because the Ascent was like Solvent. That's last round. That's the last one. Ignore that.
That's Haven.
We just came from there.
We did have a good time though.
Yeah, we did have a good time. You are correct in that. Yeah, like Ascent was figured out for the longest time.
Yeah.
And it was, it was pretty solved. You kind of knew what you were thinking. But the evolution of Haven really is coming in a different way. Like, it's really interesting to see the adaptions that will come through, and hey, maybe we'll even get some weird heroes. We already saw our first harbor of the day, so maybe we'll get some other interesting picks too for this map.
I mean, I don't think we're gonna end up seeing it on this map per se, but I would love to see a Gecko come out at least once in this tournament, because that's actually my favorite agent right now. He's been so much fun to play, and watching his little Pokemon run around and be able to get the bomb planted and be able to do some really cool flashes and stuff like that. I would love to see it. I don't think we're going to see it, especially on Ascent. It's not very valuable.
No.
But if we see something like we did last game where we saw the two controllers be able to be put up, I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Gecko has been an incredible addition. I think there's so much cool utility, and if there's time, maybe in one of the breaks, I'll ask you a nice fun question. But I agree with you too. Like, there's nothing really needs to change. Oh, good, we have plenty of time. So who let me ask you this, Zombie, as a known.
Oh, I lost headphones. I apologize. Technical difficulties even on my side.
Sorry, I should be back now. I just had to blink in and
There
I
we
had to
go.
blink in and out of the void. Don't mind me. Yeah, I had to blink in and out of the void. Don't mind me.
My,
Zombie.
mine's back.
Okay, perfect. Zombie. Whose job is it to plant the spike? What class of agent is it their job to plant the spike?
Whoever has it in their hand.
That's a bold. That's a bold take. That's a bold take. I respect it. So if I give it to,
If you give it to Raze, they better double satchel in and get that bomb planted as everyone else sits there and and plays. But
and then recovers the frag that they didn't get.
Right, exactly.
Got it. Okay.
I mean, so the duelist, and people try to play on Valorant as the duelist is supposed to be the first person in and get the kills. But that's not actually their job. It's not to get the most kills. That's not what a duelist role originally was supposed to be. It was supposed to be to make the most space, to be able to push the enemy team back so that the other rest of your team can actually get those kills and be able to work around you. If anything, they should probably have like a 1 KD or like just right around a 1 KD, not supposed to be the top frag. I don't know where this mindset came from the duelist. But for the bomb plant, I would say probably the controller, because Sentinel should be watching flank and the controller should be putting themselves onto site, and their smoke should already be up so that they should be able to, they don't need anything else. Get the bomb planted and then be able to do it.
No, okay, that's a reasonable take. I respect it. I'm a big fan of the initiator planter, but that's on me. I think that once the initiator has spent a lot of, partially because a lot of teams will run double initiator. You have one who's already committing their utility to help make the space for the duelist, like you said. But I also think that adding Gecko in and giving your initiator a free plant in that way really kind of sways it. So, but it is, as always, it comes down to the team, right? It comes down to whoever your team's comfortable with and whoever gets there first. So,
I think it's a map preference too, because it really comes down to like, is the initiator going to be in the best position to be able to plant the bomb, or is your controller, or is your sentinel? Because if you're playing on something like Pearl, where your sentinel could be sitting up back, but they could also be playing a lot more forward or on site, you could technically have them be the one to plant the bomb and stuff like that. So it really comes down to the map, your team, and who's really, and maybe it's me planting the bomb every time because I'm the bottom frag, right? So I'm not going to be the one that's going to be able to trade out the kills anyways. True. Let me distract them. Let them take the shots at me, and then you get the kill,
Yeah, I
think
that's
the bottom frag planted.
I think that's an answer we can all agree. A bottom flag is on bomb duty, and I agree with you on that. But jumping back to these teams coming up ahead, it's interesting because we got to look at the previous Bunny Hop team, and they are a growing org in this area. They have 2 teams up there. We're expecting to see them probably in future, Overwatch and things like that. But as we're getting the results in, what do you think is it? Because we saw a couple looks from these teams. We saw the double controller and we saw the double sentinel. Where do you think these kinds of comps are going to settle as the days goes on? Because once you kind of get to further in and you kind of understand how these teams are playing, do you think there's really going to be a solved kind of a team composition for these guys, or do you think it's always just going to be so flexible, kind of like it has been?
I honestly think it's going to come down to the map. It really is. Like Haven, where you have that double controller, you're a lot more powerful, and you can miss out on one of those roles, maybe like less duelist and stuff like that, and you can have that type of ability. But I think it's really going to come down to map control. Like something like Ascent, having a double controller is okay, but it's not really necessary. There's not as many places that you really need to be able to smoke off. But having a double initiator would be more beneficial there. Having the Sky KO on Ascent is going to be crucial, or at least, you don't really need those double duelist on these maps. You don't need the double controller. So having the extra sentinel, having a Cypher on one side and a KJ at the other, especially if you're playing defense first and you're trying to just get as many points, that could be more beneficial, especially if you can hold mid control with KJ and A, and then Cypher hold tree and on site. I feel like you're going to see more of that where it comes along. What side are you playing and what map are you on?
No, I agree with you completely. I think the double sentinel looks, especially like you said, on Ascent, like Killjoy has been a staple on Ascent for the longest time. One of the places you really just, you know, you could, like, a lot of people favor Chamber just because of his strength and how long it is, but and how strong he was. But like KJ has constantly been a staple on Ascent. Just the map control and the ability to kind of hold and lock down those sites, the spots you can get that lockdown into, really do make it a must pick agent. And I think the other one that I always love to see when, a couple for the previous year, but has kind of fallen off in positivity, was Astra. Astra used to get so much use from the flexibility here. And I do think that, there's a case still to be made for her in the rosters of these teams.
No, absolutely. I think that Astra is still very powerful, but I feel like she's one of those agents that it takes a special person to be able to play him. It's a really high tier agent to be able to master. She's easy to use, but hard to master. But you're right, having this, especially on an A push on attack, being able to smoke out up top on Heaven and then Door, and then be able to still have those stars to be able to hold point after the initial plant has been made. She's extremely powerful, but it comes down to, are you going to be able to use her right?
Yeah, and that's a lot of it. That's a lot of this game, right? Is are you using and getting the max potential of it? So, Ascent, we were kind of talking about too. This is like obviously one of the more scrimmed maps, I think, for most of these teams. This is one of those maps that, like, has to be one of those maps that everybody is good to go. But the teams are good to go, so let's see, after we've done our postulating and our thinking, let's see what they're looking in. And hey, we got a couple right. I'm proud of us.
Yep, I agree. I mean, we see in the KOs, of course. I mean, very powerful on this map. We're seeing the Sova play, which I actually really like that Sova pick, especially on this map. There's a lot of lineups that I feel like a lot of people can do. And then if you're using that Odin, there's a lot of sprayable walls, right? Oh, yeah. So very, very, very powerful for both YFP and B-Hop Lost here. I think it's going to be a really good pick. And I'm excited to see that Astra. You called her out, and I think it's going to be a good choice.
I have to agree with you. I really do think that the flexibility Astra gives, especially versus an Omen. Omen is such a good duelist kind of a hybrid, but Astra just offers so much flexibility. Did you lose someone on the pick? Like, do you lose your initiator? Cool, Astra still got you. You lose a sentinel, let me buy you a little bit more space. There's still so much flexibility to be had. But the other part to all this, like you said, we never really got to call it out, is the Jets as kind of the mandatory duelist still. Jet has been so dominant in this game, since the days where everybody kind of laughed her out of the room back when, in beta, when everybody's like, Jet's going to be garbage, no player. She still continues to be the dominant duelist of choice. And I'm really watching them. Like you said, they are the entry points, and I'm watching for them to do that for these teams.
No, absolutely. You're 100% right. And it's going to be a big push as B-Hop Lost on defense, YFP on attack. Big shots. Oh, the right click misses. Alex going to be good for the very first frag of the game. Shock Dart comes out, and here comes the KO Molly, being able to slow things down a little bit, but that knife makes it so hard to be able to use any utility there, as they're going to get absolutely blasted away. Alex good for 2. Temperature gets 1. Icy trades it out. It's going to be able to get 1, but Alex getting that 3K, finishing it off by Shonks. First point's going to go to B-Hop.
They bought in on the guns there, and it was the right call considering Alexander just comes out strong on 3. And, that's, look, I mentioned the Jets a second ago. That's exactly what you want out of your Jet, right? You want him to go in, make the space, hit those frags.
Yep.
And they are doing that, exactly that. Every time you don't have to trade out your duelist is a good day. It'll be a buy up for Bunny Hop. They should be pretty handedly just in a position to carry this out. Temperature in the correct position with the initiator holding the spike, as we all know, and have settled the debate here. It should be an easy round for Bunny Hop. They have the gun advantage, should go their way.
Yep, and it's going to be more of a default kind of sit back, try to see if maybe YFP, can just get one of those frags, and maybe B-Hop gets a little bit aggro here and decides to push in. But it's going to be a nice slow push. They're going to just try to see if they can get the pick, get the little bit of damage, because that's what you need to do. When you lose that first round, you're going to save up, and you're just going to be able to see if you can get as much damage and as much utility play as you can here.
Yeah. It just needs to be, and they see only one. There's the Astra Star to block A, so I think this is going to be, I think they are going to call for the A side here.
Oh, he's got his shoulders sticking out. Alex is going to be good for that kill. Walking right through the Molly, has no fear absolutely at all, as this is their teammate's Molly. And here comes the knife. That's going to at least show them where some people are. Are they gonna? Is the door shut yet? Have they shut that door? I don't believe they have.
They did not shut that door yet, so it's still that angle is there. No one's really watching it. So this retake from YFP still has a lot going. They're not really watching their flanks. They're just kind of, you know, you can see the focus on this heaven.
Yep. And they're waiting for that dart to hit up top there, the default dart to clear out sight. And with one enemy remaining for YFP, it's gonna see what they decide to do here. And it looks like they're just gonna sit into tree and maybe try to get a ending frag here. They're actually good in a good place to hide, but we'll see what ends up happening.
I believe that's a dart just to clear it. Yeah, you can see BHL is gonna go ahead and okay. Yeah, they're just gonna get out. Okay. I mean, he dies for it. Yeah, it's the right call. Yep. You're gonna take you're gonna take the money for that all day and twice on Sunday. So like a normal, as to be expected from Bunny Hop Lost, and they don't look very lost going up 2-0, but guns on the other side now. Should be a full rifle. You see the Odin in the hands of Icy to help balance that out. So, you know, should swing back typical Valorant play here in the favor of YFP.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're going to bonus up on B-Hop, and then you're going to be able to buy up for YFP as we move into this timeout real quick. We're going to see what these teams decide to do as they move into the third round.
Yeah, it's been quite a showing. You know, a very first aggressive quick pistol round, and then followed by a very slower methodical round. You know, really a bit of unpredictability from both of these teams. Though the comps may look what you'd expect, the styles of play have been quite varied for both of these teams.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, it's too soon to really speak. I mean, in the very first game, we saw B-Hop win the first 4 rounds, and then the next team come in and put 7 up on the board. And this very well could be back and forth on this one, too. It's a map that has a lot of different potential, and with the agent selected today, it's going to open a lot of opportunities and a lot of doors. And I can't wait to see full shield, full guns up and see what these teams do. Yeah,
I agree with you. I'm ready for round 4 where we play real Valorant, where we get to actually see everybody kind of balance it out and be in their peaks. Because Ascent, you know, kind of like we discussed, you have some kind of set plays and you have some set expectations. You know, we expect to see the Sova with the Odin firing down, you know, in that short and try to making sure they can chip damage, maybe get a pick for free. You expect your Killjoy setups on, you know, on site, controlling mid. So really it's going to come down to who can outplay those expectations and who can set up the other 4 moments to capitalize on. Because, you know, like you said, now that once we get into real Valorant, it becomes not just shooting, but also the game sense and who's really done their studying on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and we see that it's the Jet duelist picked. I would have loved to see Raze instead, just because I feel like on attack and defense, she holds a lot of potential to be able to like slow the momentum or speed it up exponentially better than Jet. Maybe that's just a hot take, and you know, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I think.
Hey, fight him. Oh, that's a okay.
That's
didn't quite clear. Didn't quite
KJ.
Clear. Yeah.
KJ Molly right there.
It takes out the Sova dart up there, you know.
Yeah. And it does look like YFP is going to be starting making their way onto the B site there. And as the Astra utility comes out, you saw that Jet start making their way in, but the Sova dart ends up showing exactly where they are. And Fromage gets spotted out and shot from every which direction. ICK Demon and ICKL ends up grabbing the kills, but Repo all the way from the back line is going to be good for 2. But ICKL is going to be able to finish that out, pick up that Odin, and go try to get the bomb, but they're not going to go for the play. There's not enough time.
Nah, no point for it.
Great play there.
Yeah. Great read. Great defensive read. You know, that's the stopping power of the Odin, as we all know and hate it and get annoyed by it. And Temperature will pick up one of their own, it looks like, for just the counter play, try to catch out, you know, what you expect. And that was what I was looking for, right? You know the Sova's going to be there with that Odin. So, like, firing back and just kind of playing into those expectations and really trying to catch someone out when they may not be looking for it can go their way. Now we are into real Valorant here. Fromage holding onto the Judge is the only oddball here. Maybe going to play a little bit closer to the cuff. As you can see, they are kind of hard stacking this A point.
And it does look like on the defense's perspective, they are going to try to more hold that mid because they don't want them to be able to take any more of that extra play. You know, you have KO standing on the back line, and it does look like it's trying to be more of an A push here. as they start backing off from B and making their way all the way, stacking up on A. And they thought that maybe it was going to be a B push there, but luckily KJ's utility is going to be able to slow that down and make it a little bit harder to get on site. They are going to be able to do that as Rebo starts to make the plant. Astra wall up, being able to block it out, and they're going to get underneath Heaven right there to be able to really try to posture themselves in the best position possible, as it's going to be a 3v4 defensive position. YFP wants another point, but B-Hop is hungry for another one. Icy, good for 2. Casual going to be able to trade it up. Temperature and Fragerson down to a 1v1, but with 22 HP and an Odin in hand by Temperature, they're going to be able to clear it up, putting their 3rd point out of this 4-point position. YFP's got the lead.
Only one to come out there was Temperature holding on to that a little bit more pricey Odin, so they'll maintain and be able to buy out, keep their team strong here. Bunny Hop, well, it'll force a half buy, maybe a full save out of this. You can kind of see there, the Killjoy is eyeing that Bucky, just trying to see if it's, just trying to decide if it's worth. Can we get a cheesy pick, as it were, on this push? But I don't think you do. I think you just take the full save, get the reset. This is kind of still those early rounds, and things can be made. That early knife might find one, but this default push is looking strong. I do like this pressure onto mid. I want to call that out because it's so important not to give up that space for free. That's so much unpredictability that you can cut out.
Yeah, and they are going to peek all the way out into Cat there, and it does look like it's going to be more of like a mid push toward A, as KJ is alone on B by themselves with that Bucky. So like you said, it's a little bit dangerous to have that Bucky and not be in a position where you can actually get the kill. Alexandra's starting to make their way up onto the B site. Let's see if this Bucky ends up paying out for him, or is the Vandal going to be able to get the kill? Oh, they are able to be good for 1. Alex is going to trade that up as they start making. I thought it was going to be an A push. I thought it was going to be an A plant, but they decided to take mid control and get onto the B site. Plant is down, and now the retake is commencing. And Casual with the Sheriff. That gun is so deadly, but Alex shows him what's what. Shoots through the wall. Good for 3. Are they going to get the 4K here? Well, only time will tell, as Frag starts making their way onto site. And just like that, 4K does end up happening as they peek around the corner. It's going to be 1-4. YFP's looking good.
Yeah, very strong showing. We were looking and hoping for this. We were talking about the duelists earlier. Alexander at 8-3, really putting in a lot of work, has knives up if they need it. Hunter's Fury as well for this YFP team, looking very, very strong. They're a little behind in the ultimates, but there's still quite a bit of half armor, half buy. That previous round wasn't as comfortable as you might like it. You're still kind of sitting on some back ends. With Bunny Hop having this lockdown, they have the lockdown Hunter's Fury. A retake, playing for retake feels like the right call here if you're Bunny Hop. Just let them have the site, let them get in, let them get the spike down, take a couple picks, and then use your ultimates to retake it. Feels like the safest play here.
No, absolutely, you are right there. It's in a position where it's going to be really hard to be able to stop that initial entry, especially with the KJ and the Astra and all those utilities. So if you get KJ, or not KJ, if you get KO knife, you're not going to be able to use your abilities to be able to stop them anyway. So you might as well back up, use it. And just like that, Fromage, good for 1 with the Nano Swarm. Temperature's going to trade it out. It's going to be a 4v4, and Icy is going to sit all the way back in a tree, trading it up with Rebo. Let's see what ends up happening as they come around the corner, and no one's going to die but Fromage. Shanks going to get 1. Icy, KL, Demon, both able to get 1, but Icy Rebo trades it up, making it another point for YFP. And it's looking really, really good right now.
They are sitting very strong. I do feel that Bunny Hop should have committed at least one of those ultimates. Like, you kind of know you gave up the pre-plant. At least set up some chaos in that lockdown, force them out of those positions, because that 2v1 where they got, where you saw that peak just get immediately punished, really could have been avoided had you said that. Yeah, that 2v1 right there, where Icy just found their counterpart. Like, that could have been avoided if you at least thrown down the lockdown and forced them into unadvantageous angles. You'd have been a better spot. And I mean, YFP is running away with it. They have guns in hand. They now have the economy on their side. Bunny Hop needs to commit some ultimates. That's the only tool they have towards their advantage. So really using those and finding some value has to be something they do on this defense.
Yeah, YFP played that really smart, knowing that if they would have shut that door, then KJ would have been able to use their ultimate there and be able to retake a little bit easier. So they decided to sit into tree and be able to not let that KJ even get that ultimate down without getting pressured by 2 people. So definitely really smart play by YFP, and they're looking really good.
Looks like it's still going to be a split here, though. The rotation is coming through to A, and that they get the sense that where it is, but they don't really have sights on mid, and that is the concerning thing to me. There's no visibility to know what's coming their way. They're just kind of stacking. It's 4 strong, and they'll only get the KJ turret over on B.
And there's the knife, and just like that, big shot with the Sheriff is going to get stunned. Oh, Alex almost missed that. They end up getting the body shot. Thought it was going to be a headshot. Going to be traded out. Casual and Fraggleton, both good for a kill. Sitting on the ground is Shanks, just asking to be picked up. Please, somebody come help me. But Icy is going to get that final kill off of them with that Sheriff. Was so good. And it's looking a lot better for B-Hop here. This was the best defensive play that we've seen so far, and it was a thrifty round. Yeah,
you'll take that. That's what you want those ultimates for, is to save for when you are behind. You only committed the knives, and that's a very, very thrifty round for you. You'll take it. The rest of your 4+ guns are in your hands, so you know, it is a tough break. This is your chance, though. You have the ultimates in your favor. They committed wall. They still have lockdown and Hunter's Fury for post plant, but you have your own. So you know, you have to just respond. Those ultimates need to come out and respond to whatever is put in tow, because your defense has to be strong right away.
I mean, it worked out really well in B-Hop's defense, because they stacked A, and that's exactly where YFP went. I think if it would have been a mid push, it'd have been a whole different story, but that just shows you what timing and just, you know, those abilities really just teach out for you. Okay. They are going to put Icy's KJ ult over on the A site, but unfortunately they already pushed up really quickly and got spotted out by the turret for B-Hop, so they already know that the A push is coming. So kind of a waste of an ult there, and Famaj is going to be good for a kill. And here comes the drone from Icy, going to spot out the 2 on site, know exactly where they are, knows where the planner is, looking for maybe where that 3rd person could be from YFP, but they're going to smoke out main, as mid control and every other control is already taken. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do here. They're going to force out the Sova ultimate to kill that KJ ult. That's the lockdown's going to be destroyed, and it's going to come down to all gunfights here. There's the they didn't even get the plant down. I thought they already planted it. Didn't. Oh my goodness.
Oh wow,
that's shot through the wall, and it's going to be a 2v1 again. Rebo in a really, really, really good position here. They think they know where they are, but where they're hitting it, and they're going to use that Hunter's Fury, and they know the last one's on site, trying to just maybe get a little bit of money from that plant down. But B-Hop with a perfect retake ends up playing out really well, getting that 3-5 and starting to put some points on the board here as we go to a timeout.
That was a great read. That was beautifully executed by Bunny Hop, just to acknowledge that, you know, they didn't have spike down. You and I both thought they had it down, because it makes sense to. There was no reason not to have done that. That's actually a bit of a miscalculation. Like, you should have had spike down immediately. If you don't get spike down, suddenly the defense has so much exponential time to just plan, think, figure out where you are, and retake. And that's exactly what happened. They didn't get spiked down. They were punished when trying to get spiked down, and that worked in Bunny Hop's favor. They used those ultimates aggressively and proactively to figure out what they needed to do to succeed, and that's what we wanted from them. We wanted them to use those utility in a manner that was going to give the, you know, we wanted that advantage to come through, and it did for them. So now they've got 2 in a row. The economy's starting to fit in the favor, and they're starting to burn out the economy of they're starting to burn out the counter economy. So this is looking good for them.
No, they played it really well. Both teams actually played really well there, especially because they were forcing out ultimates left and right.
Yeah.
Now, neither Sova has ult, neither KJ has ult. You know, they're really hurting for these abilities, but B-Hop still sitting with that KO ult and being able to sit with that Omen ult. They could do a cheeky play here and, you know, be able to really come back. They've already got 2 on the board. They've got the momentum there. Timeout comes out. Does that slow them down, or does this B-Hop really start pushing in and get more aggressive?
I mean, YFP really wants to aggressively push through and take mid. So that was, I mean, that was a great game plan from them. They're realizing, look, we're giving this up for free, and this is where this is really hurting us. They'll take the B push, and I think this was the right call and a good timeout.
Yep, and YFP is going to be spotting out Flamage, but Flamage going to be able to get 2 good kills, and then EMP Casual TP's all the way to site, which is able to help out his KJ, and now we're down to a 3v1. They know exactly where Rebo is, but with Bomb sitting there on site, they don't have to push. They can hold down the site. They can wait.
Yeah,
they don't have to push.
All the time in the world here. You have nothing to work. It's Rebo's job with half health to try to make anything work. Like this kind of just reads as a save to me. You don't have a lot going your way, and I don't hate a save. Both of these teams coming in to this game from a win. So, you know, every frame matters. Every single round matters. If you can give yourself an advantage going forward, you might take it.
Yeah, I mean, so this was a save already for YFP. So they're still going to be able to buy next round. Fraggleton going to be able to get that final kill there. And it's looking really good for B-Hop here. The defense that they've switched it up a little bit, and they've put people in different positions, which has worked out really well in their favor. They are giving up a lot of mid control, but as you saw the KJ putting their alarm bot on mid now. So whatever they said to each other in the timeouts really worked out, and now they're in a lot better position than they were just a couple rounds ago.
Yeah, it was a good push. Let me say that also. Like, it was a good aggressive B push.
Absolutely.
They got exactly what they wanted out of it. It just, unfortunately, they never won the gun duels. And now that we're back into guns only kind of land, I have a little bit of a question mark, because they have struggled when it's come down to just raw gunplay. They need to find their advantage here going into this, because they didn't rush mid down, and they don't quite have an angle here.
Absolutely, and you do see that kind of more mid push here, starting to make some 1v1s happen, and it's going to really come down to who gets the first kill and where are they going to end up. I don't know where that shock dart was going.
Yeah, a little bit of a miss.
Yeah, we've all been there. But just like that, we were just talking about it. Alex able to get on site, is going to be able to get that door shut, which is going to be able to help them out and really have the advantage there. Throwing the smoke up, trying to create a one-way. Op almost takes them out, but they sidestep to the right just slightly, giving themselves a good position. Sees another one up top. Alex is good for 3. Are we going to see the first ace of the game?
Not sure. Bunny Hop's still kind of looking. You can see they're hesitant to approach here, and it's both initiators on. Do they know where they are?
Oh, there they go.
They're going to chase it. Alex is going to chase it.
Oh, they almost get right-clicked. Shanks ends up getting the 1. Could have a 4K here. Throws out the right-click. Double right-click. Alex is absolutely trolling.
Oh, beautiful. You love to see it. The aggressive play. Look, if you're feeling yourself like Alex is at 13-7, you chase that down. You're happy to. You're more than fine with that. Kind of a little shocked they didn't pick up the op. You might have wanted that. But I think you're happy with. I think you're still fine with that. You're happy with Alex coming to life and continuing to lead the team here. So yeah, just keep the strong guns. Just keep Alex enabled to go forward and hit those shots, and you're in a good position here. Guns across both sides should be in full. A little bit short on the side of YFP. So have to play a little more careful here. Maybe check your angles a little more and try to just get control of the spaces you can see quick.
Fading out that KO utility and starting to push all the way in is Alex, trying to find where that alarm bot could be, but it's actually not even on mid this time. They're set up on the A push, and they're just going to sit here. Alex trying to get 1. Oh, Demon missing that op shot. I'm surprised by that one. It's going to back up. Icy is going to take a little bit of that Odin fire and start getting more confident, starts pushing back up. They need to be able to get themselves in this mid control here, and they think that it's going to be a another A push, and it almost was, and they're going to be good for not one but two more kills. 18 HP. Nobody able to heal them here on this map. And they're just going to sit right in a CT in a good position here. They might be able to catch two. Let's see what ends up happening. Oh, takes a couple shots, but ends up whiffing those ones. Casual, Famage, both going to be able to get a kill each. And now with the bomb ticking, it's going to be a 2v2. Here comes the flash to try to bait out close, but we see one of the best positions here ever, as Temperature and Rebo both at the exact same time. We've been seeing this from a lot of different teams today. Just the execution at the exact same time. Honestly, you'd think they were Navy SEALs.
Absolutely. You're right on that. And a lot of that backing comes to not just the communication, but the space that they're taking. When you look at the positions they were playing, they were expecting them to come and try to take these wider angles. When they had the information that, you know, mid-market was free and there was no one coming, they rotated in, continued to play safe, and just not give them any real sights to where they were. And that kind of information saving really allows you those executions. Knives will come out here, and you know, it's about time. Alex probably has been holding onto those for a while, and considering they have been hot, these knives are probably going to be deadly.
Oh man, we've been seeing them just absolutely crack the skulls of his enemies, so I'm excited to see what he ends up doing with the knives. He does have a gun in hand just in case, if he needs it or not. Knows the turret's there, still has knives out. Here comes a flash. Nothing followed up on that though, just to try to create a little bit of space, trying to push back YFP from getting in there. No kills yet on the board, just trying to get as much information as they can and take as much space as they possibly can. It does look like they're going to fall back and start making their way to B. But what they don't know, and what we do know, is that B-Hop is sitting closer to the B site, so this could be bad for YFP. We'll see as we start getting into the final seconds here. 40 seconds left on the clock as Rebo starts making their way all the way back and looks like it's going to be another rotate.
Rebo is going to set up that wall.
Maybe not.
No, Rebo's setting up the wall. Was my guess. They got the orb to try to do it. Temperature found one. There is that wall, which means that they are finally going to feel confident enough to take that space and get the spike down on A.
Oh, we're going to see a big gun battle here as that bomb starts getting planted. I could see one of them peeking through, but it doesn't look like that's exactly what's going to happen. No, it's not. Temperature, Alex, and Icy all able to get a kill at once. Casual left alone on site, shivering in his boots. He's good for one, good for two, goes for the third, good for the third, tries to get away, can't get away, knows that he's right in front of him. Here comes the shot, defuse. Are they going to be able to get this kill here? Jump peek comes out from Icy. Casual trying to get the shot, shoots through the wall, pulls out the right click, able to get the kill on Shanks. No one able to get him alive, but Icy is going to be able to get the kill. And that was looking really bad there for YFP there for just a second as they were on the other side of that door. Woo, that was looking good for Casual. Look at the 1, 2, and 3 as they were getting shot by the Sova ultimate. Luckily, Icy was able to get that final kill there and stop it and be able to get that that bomb to go off.
You could see the just from having that reload and just realizing they were they were really feeling the adrenaline there, because they realized it until it was too late that they didn't have the shots after to kind of clean up the killjoy. So it is a high pressure moment, but you got to keep your cool now as we go into the second half. 8-4. I mean, this is gonna be a tough play. Just how YFP has looked, they've looked strong on those attacks, and this quick rotation and quick information, they're gonna drop it, get a little utility out, and still try to figure it out. Yeah, just a little bit of a bait there, just try to get some utility out. I think they
looked like they were gonna get like really aggressive and push in, but they just sat inside the smoke, and then as soon as they went, you know what, probably not.
Yeah, all right, I'm gonna head out. They'll get the mid control. I think that might have been like they've got mid for free though, and that's kind of what you're looking for if you're fine with that. If you're bunny hop.
Again, baiting out a lot more utility. Smoke goes out, trying to see if maybe they can probably push some people off of A. And with a free gun, Icy KL going to be able to get the headshot on Shanks. Not a good day for Shanks when you're getting absolutely obliterated by pistols. Get back and forth. Look at all these free gun kills, honestly. You know, no one's buying it like up on the ghost, and they're all just taking their time and trying to just get on site and be able to get that be able to stop it. And the door goes down, but they're still gonna clear it.
No.
Luckily, Rebo's head actually took, or the shoulder took the shot, which stopped the KJ from dying there. Still end up getting killed, but now it's looking better, especially when you have a turret on a pistol round, you know?
Yeah, so much advantage. Jet takes another shot there. There's the team ace to close it out. Yes. And that's the team play you'll love to see from Bunny Hop.
Yep. And from us actually has full shield and full health here, so all he's got to do is buy a gun and a little bit of utility, and he's gonna be good to go. Look at this ghost shot right there through it. And again, the Astra took a little bit of damage on that first shot, which made it harder for them to be able to get the kill, but it worked out well as we get the first point on the board for the second half.
YFP looks like they are going to invest up on that. A bold choice, but they are feeling themselves. They have the lead. They feel confident they can play a little bit, and that seems fine. I mean, I think if you're with Alex being as hot as they are, you're okay with that. Bunny Hop, you know, playing it slow. I love the utility pull. I love that they are just getting the space, but I really do want to see them capitalize and take it a little bit more, because right now they are getting corralled into this B site.
Yeah, and I mean, if we have Sova with a little bit of utility here, could be deadly for him. Big through. Temperature actually already down to half health. Ghost in hand for Fromage starts making their way onto site. Might be going for the plant here. Omen gonna get that bomb planted.
Spike planted.
And now we're in a different position here, a whole different era of retake. And let's see what ends up happening. A flash at the perfect time as Demon peeks around the corner, gets the first kill with the Spectre, switches to his free gun, the classic, to be able to get the kill. And they know exactly where Rebo is. And let's see what ends up happening. Demo gets a little bit aggressive there to try to get the kill. Does do a little bit of damage and almost free gun. Shorty, Icy ends up getting over there and gives them a little bit of BM to let them know who's boss.
It's true though. If you get beaten up by a Shorty, you are legally allowed to BM your opponent. It's what they deserve for dying to the Shorty. I don't make the rules of Valorant. That's just the way it is. But you know, the buyback is here, so guns out for YFP. Again, like you're a little behind because you spent, but I don't think you're too mad about it. You still are able to buy mostly up. And you know, I think the interesting thing that stands out to me, Bunny Hop, look at the spread of the players. Not a single player is carrying. There is 10 across the board, or about 10 across the board for that entire team. This truly is a team effort from Bunny Hop.
And we're just gonna see that quick B put, or that A push by B Hop. Big shots. Rebo clearing it out with the Vandal. Good for each. Big shots. Rebo able to get that 3K and making it look so easy.
Yeah. That was going to speak to something I wanted to jump onto Bunny Hop a little sooner for, was that they are getting you the utility out, but they're not necessarily getting any sort of advantage for themselves on these pushes. They're taking it slow and getting utility, but just on that push, you know, they didn't really commit anybody, and it just enabled everybody to walk in, unfortunately, into the crosshairs of Rebo to make them look just like a genius there. You know, you have these Soba darts, you have some KJ utility on the attack. Commit it to get yourself the space for those entries. That's going to be something that's really punishing you, is just the lack of strength on these entries.
Yeah, no, and it's definitely interesting to see and interesting to watch, and we're starting to get back in here. And again, another aggressive push up into A main, but the only person really sitting watching the site right now is the KO, waiting for that push. But again, we've seen this multiple times where they go to get aggressive and then they back off really quick. So we'll see what ends up happening here as B-Hop starts making their decisions on what they want to do. But as we see, YFP holding mid control so well here with 3 on A. Is it going to be the play where you start making your way onto A site? They're going to throw out as much utility as they possibly can. Knife is going to probably come out again soon, and it's going to be a big dash in. Demon able to create a lot of space, clear it out, looking for the first kill for him. Temperature ends up grabbing the kill. Icy good for another one. Icy another one. Icy from the other side. Remaining. All the Icies are getting kills here as we start seeing all of them fall. 2v1. Astro, last one alive. Rebo falls, and another point gets put up.
It's still pretty back and forth between these two teams. You know, even at the gun, when guns are even, when it's just gunplay, it's still a bit of a toss-up. And you know, Alexander has been hot, a little bit cooler now, maybe with all the ices around them, 17 and 13. I mean, just not necessarily initiating the way you want. You know, they're trying to try to fight these takes, and they're just kind of getting punished for it. So, you know, we kind of give Bunny Hop a little bit of a hush, you know, a problem for these kinds of big stacks and giving up space and, you know, kind of disengaging. But to their credit, they are taking these wins as these Odins are just going to fire in on each other.
I love it. I love seeing that so much. Odin versus Odin through the B wall. It's so much fun to watch, and it's going to be a big push up into mid. Alexander, Shonks, Temperature all able to grab a kill. Now it's going to be a 4v2. Whole different game than last time, where we saw, you know, the team with the less amount of people really being able to come back and clutch it. And you know what, Famaj does have a Odin. I trust. I think they clutch it up here with a minute left. I think they're able to do it. They have plenty of utility, right? Or did they save it? I think they probably save it.
I think this is a save. It is one of the more expensive guns you kind of would like for the second round. You do have enough economy to hold it. And I mean, if anybody's going to challenge you, what are they going to do? Eat a bunch of bullets? Like, I don't think they're running at you with this.
Oh, that's a good position for them. They're able to still hold that angle if anybody decides to get a little bit aggressive there. That dart did not clear them out properly, and they think that he is mid. He's going to put a turret down from Maz, trying to just hold them off. But with 25 seconds left on the clock, do you see YFP getting aggressive here and trying to get the kill? It doesn't look like they are. They don't want to give him any more damage. They don't want to take any more loss of shield, and they're going to let Famaj get off scot-free and be able to hold on to that prime Odin as we start moving into the final couple points here.
I say no reason. You're going to take this free point. It puts you closer to match point, and you still have four members up. You're basically in a full team at this point. You have to buy one member, and it's your Killjoy who's somebody's going to be able to cover that. They'll spend on utility. They don't need the Odin even. It's not like it's your most expensive gun. And if you're feeling spicy, you could even just take the save and be like, hey, buy a Spectre. We'll get you a gun off of somebody else in the future. So it's a possibility. Bunny Hop, again, I really do want to see them just create the space. That's been my thing, is they haven't been playing aggressively. They've been playing this a little bit more passively than an attacking team needs to be, without having the space to really capitalize on those moments. They're giving up mid. They're giving up these angles that you really want to be able to capitalize on if you're playing slow and waiting for YFP to get antsy. So now they'll finally take a little mid control, but they are still stacked here over on A.
Yep, and it does look like Rebo's going to ping that out and kind of, you know, let them know, hey, I know that these people are here. They're going to put all types of Astra Stars down, hoping that this push isn't going to be as bad as they hope for. And here we go. Every utility is going to go out. Smoke's going to go up. Rebo good for one and start shooting through that smoke. Are they going to be able to do a little bit more damage? With that molly underneath their feet, they're going to take a ton of damage from Maj. Going to be good for that kill. Alarm bot goes out, and it actually went down as soon as it went up because of that shock dart in the perfect spot. Temperature going to throw that owl out and try to just see maybe where they are, and they do know that they're somewhere close by. TP's away, big shots. Alexander good for two, and now it's down to a 2v2 as that KJ alt does finish up. The lockdown does detain one, as you said, and they got to start pushing in. Where could they be? Casual sitting underneath, and now we're down to the final seconds of that bomb ticking away. Alexander gets on site, big shots through on underneath heaven, and they're going to pick up that gun and then TP out so they can actually keep that gun.
Okay.
All right.
That's plenty of good use for that ultimate. There's especially sometimes when you just don't know what to do with it. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable take.
Very interesting take.
I kind of feel like YFP missed their window. I feel like once that lockdown hit, that was your moment. You caught one. That's 50% of your players still alive that are in there, so one of them is at least going to be able to fire on. You had a clue where they were, and I feel like that was just kind of we played it a little too safe in some regards, and that seems to be what is causing YFP their losses. They're playing a little too safe. Yeah. Alexander at 20 and 3, the first 20 of the lobby, you know, has done well when they've played aggressively. So I want to see that aggression come out. That has worked so well for them, and it continues to do so.
No, absolutely. You're right. And it's going to be interesting to see these final kind of points go down. I see B-Hop possibly even being able to come back here as they're getting a little bit more set up. They're getting used to how everything is. Oh, Temperature's taking a little bit of damage, and they're going to follow those tracer rounds, trying to shoot back and forth. I love this. They are having a lot of fun with those Odins, and I'm the same way. I love the Odin. I think it's a lot of fun, and again, we're going to see that attacker push, B-Hop trying to make their way onto A site this time again. And it's worked out well for them in the past, so we'll see if they end up doing it again. And they're going to have that Rebo smoke trying to make it, and then we'll probably see a flash come out or a knife come out here shortly. There it is. There's the pull. Try to slow him down just a little bit, and here comes the KO ultimate. Trying to detain them. They're going to fall first. Rebo, good for one. Everyone starts trading it up. Alexander with the op all the way up into heaven. 27 seconds left on the clock. Would love to be able to pick up his buddy, but knives come out instead. Casual sitting there on site. And here we go. Here's the lockdown up from heaven, and the plant is commencing. 10 seconds left on the clock. Let's see what ends up happening here. Goes to TP away. Big shots with the Omen. Could be bad for him. Does take a little bit of damage. Casual ends up grabbing a lot of damage from there. Spraying in. Going to be good for one. Lamage needs to get that Molly down soon if they want to be able to hold it off. 2v2. Gonna walk all the way around. Here comes the knives out. They're looking for him. There's the half. The Molly comes out, which is going to put him in a good position to make their way all the way up cap. But are they going to have enough time? Big sprays through the wall, but it's not enough. And our defenders end up grabbing the defuse, but through the wall, the Odin full strong, getting the final kills, but it wasn't enough to save the point.
Ooh,
if that door was open.
Yeah, that would have been a different story, but this is the world we live in, the world where Odin reigns supreme through doors, and that's just the way it is. But a great, smart play. Just very, very smart play from Bunny Hop. You know, Fromage really putting and showing the utility of that Killjoy, putting it to good use, and just, you know, cleaning up the kills too. Those kills, late they are, do matter. It takes guns out of YFP's hands, and considering it's 11-8, you still need every round here. You still have to get this. Just going to keep firing, make a little noise on B as they are stacked up here. Again, I want them to take a little more presence, and they are taking it in mid here. With the only concern is Spike is there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, if you get caught with your Spike in hand dying mid, it's not a good look for your team. But it does look like it's going to be more of a B push, which we haven't seen too many B pushes on this map so far. It's been more of an A dominant map. So we'll see what ends up happening as they start getting crouched into those corners, trying to make as much space as possible, trying to get a pick. YFP really wants to just hold back, sit back, and let B-Hop make the first initial push, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Dives in, little bit of damage out as Alexander does finish it off, throws that smoke up, be able to reposition here. Here's another shot. Good for 2, good for 3. Are we going to see good for 4? No, we don't, as Shanks gets that final kill, and we're going to match point for YFP.
Yeah. Every time Alex comes online, you can feel you can know YFP is just going to win that round. That's their multiple third of the game. They've hit 2 4s already, but just great use of that jet utility and playing those angles again, not really clearing for Bunny Hop. They are just not really clearing those angles effectively enough. So match point, and you're behind. You don't quite have the guns. You have most of your buy. You have to commit it. The only thing you have is that Hunter's Fury. It has to be used here, and it might just be saving it, try to force Spike down, and then clearing it for post plant, because you don't necessarily have the gunplay to win this. You don't necessarily have the guns on your board to win this. It has to come through game sense, I think, if you're going to keep yourself alive.
Oh, absolutely. Huge push all the way up mid, but B is stacked. Let's see if any of these trades end up coming out. Temperature not good for 1, but 2, but 3. Shanks again able to get the kill, and it's not looking good for B-Hop as we get the flawless victory for the 13th point. YFP takes it home and gets the win.
That was a good statement to close it out on. So they'll go up 2-0 in rounds, pushing Bunny Hop lost down to 1-1. And, you know, these teams still just, you see these variety of plays. You saw Alexander come out on the duelist, really show a dominant force and a great leadership from that to lead that team to success. And we're seeing all these different team styles because Bunny Hop Lost really came together and played as a full team. No standout player. Every single player across that board pretty much shared the same level of completed kills. So both viable strategies, but the carry player came out on top this time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, both teams played great, but YFP just was able to lock it down on defense and be able to come home with the W. I mean, it was so interesting to watch, and it was such a good map, and I'm excited to see what they end up doing here in this third game and see who we're facing off against and see what map we end up getting picked. So far, 2 really good games, so hopefully we'll get a third one coming soon.
We are, but let's close it out though, because we've got plenty more to look at, and because there were some incredible moments here. Alexander is probably going to show up quite frequently in that, but across all these players, those moments, that Bucky shot was that was a cute little snipe.
We were talking
there.
about that.
Yeah, that was a great little snipe there. And that's, again, some players just benefit differently from different play styles. Those kinds of, closer pistol rounds, those Buckies, the Odin users, there's a little bit of everything in this round. We had quite a lot of Odin play, and a lot of success too. So, but the teamwork from both of these teams was there. And, Alexander is definitely a player to keep an eye out on going into these future rounds. If you're going to get this team in check, that has to be the player you rein in first.
Oh, absolutely. And again, we saw a lot of even classic plays too, which was just so fun to watch. I mean, against actual guns, using the classic, right clicking and just getting those shots. And these teams are both amazing. It's so fun to watch.
It has been an incredible day so far. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back with a different pool and some different teams in a few minutes, so hang tight. There's plenty more incredible Valorant action here at the Windy City 10K coming soon.
Lots of love. Lots of love. Got lots of love.
Welcome back to the Belong Chicago Windy City 10K Valorant Tournament. We're happy to have you guys here. First two matches were absolutely amazing. As we go into our third match, I'm joined by my co-host, of course, the one, the only, Soev.
Hello, friends. Yeah, if you're just joining us, it's Game 3 and round robins. We've got Kaiju Core coming back against Bunny Hop Esports, who we caught Bunny Hop in Game 1, had a tough loss there against the currently undefeated Neptune's Money Crew. So two mid-table teams coming in, fighting for their life here. You know, this is rounds, so first place is going to go on. First two, I believe it is, as yeah, first two will go on between these. So really important. Now we're at the point where, like, you have to start sweating. Neptune's Money Crew probably not going to be dethroned. These two teams, the most important, and every single round matters here.
I love that name, Boomer Bandits. That is so much fun. I feel like that's the team that I would be on, because I'm a boomer myself.
Yeah. The thing, yeah, I'd say good names, but the Kaiju Core is a known entity. They are always here every single time for Overwatch for Valorant. And they are such an incredibly fun squad. They are so fun. They've got Bake Spuds, Ghosty, Rapdial, Yumsta, and Abe. And, you know, if you've been around the Will English events, you know some of these guys before. It's been a little while since we've seen them. But this squad has improved, you know, from the last time we saw them in the Valorant section. So really excited to see them come to life here.
Yeah, I mean, I love the names. Honestly, Bake Spuds is such a cool name. I hope they get an ace this game, because that would be fun to say Bake Spuds gets an ace. So we've already seen B-Hop Esports on our first game. Diamond, Doc, Evanator, Logic, and Takio.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it's so hard not to talk about Diamond coming up huge. Doc put in some great plays before, and you know, there are some, we saw this talent before, and I'm really wondering now that they're warmed up, what are players like Doc and Diamond really going to show us, because there's so much that we saw from them in Game 1, and they can't afford to have burned out so early.
No, I mean, absolutely, and I feel like it is going to be, now that they're warmed up, you played your first two games. You're really in it, and we're going to a map that is going to be really interesting to watch, with so many different opportunities, kind of like that Haven game that we saw before. There's a lot of different ways to be able to get onto these sites, to be able to take a lot of ground, and it's really going to come down to agent select to see which team that we feel is going to be a little bit more superior. So how do you feel about the agents on this map?
Gosh, it's still Pearl is such a question mark, because there are still so many things that you have to consider. There's a lot of tight hallways, like you said, so much space that needs to be combined. I personally, all the time on site, I will play Cypher here. I feel like tripwires and camera just gives you so much views, but I could see a lot of cases being made for some of these things. And interesting, this is just a flashback to Ascent here. So interesting changes of pace. The double controller out of Bunny Hop worked well for them in the prior. And I do like it. The Killjoy is a little bit like odd to me. You don't have a ton of free space to get a lot of value, but she is great for watching those angles. The KO is a great pick with knife to get, you know, clear a corner without having to poke your head around it. And I will always tout the positives of Astra. I think Astra is a great flexible unit for Bunny Hop to come through.
I agree that Astra is a good one, but I am going to go more toward Kaiju Core here with that Harbor pick. I feel like Harbor on this map is just far superior. Even a Viper would be a little bit better.
That was Bunny Hop with the Harbor, because that was Doc.
Oh,
so
was it?
Yeah, those were reversed. So apologies on that, but that was Doc. Yeah, that was Doc on their trademark Harbor.
Good,
I agree with you.
Yes,
but I agree with you though. Like, it's still, the double controller just brings so much space clearance in such a tiny map, and being able to just clear and just create angles that are so difficult to run through. You can cover all of a site with both of those controllers alone.
Yes, no, absolutely. And it's going to be fun to watch how they do this. And I mean, personally on this map, I like to take mid control more than anything. And I feel like you said earlier, there's just a lot of opportunities to be able to do so much in this map. It's going to really just come down to what these teams' plays actually are. What did they practice going into this game?
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what the set plays look like. There's a lot of execution. People favor that B site just because it feels the easiest to execute once you kind of clear the gap. But it's going to be quite a stack over on A, you know, a 2-1-2 push here. And like you said, this mid control so important, just getting control of it, and that will be the Seeker and the Dog, followed by the Jet. So yeah, I've been taking incredible amounts of space. It means that this map is wide open for them now.
Right, B-Hop already taking complete mid control, going all the way into almost CT there, but they're playing in that second mid area, and they're starting to make their way to that A site with the Viper lurk all the way back. And again, you're going to see that Harbor use the wall and be able to take so much area on just a pistol round alone. This is incredible to watch them utilize so much utility and be able to hold so much space. And it does look like they're going to possibly even back out here as they send up, and by them, I mean Kaiju Corps is going to send one all the way up B long. Know that nobody's there. And here we go, the execution on A. And we'll see if any of these abilities come into play here as we start trying to go for the retake. And we're going to see if B-Hop has the ability to be able to hold this bomb plant down. A lot of Sova darts going out. Here comes more Harbor wall. You gave them plenty of time to be able to do that again. Casey Abe is going to be able to get the first kill, and the walls go out. There's the molly, and it does look like they're probably going to get the half on that one. Big shots end up coming through, down to a 2v2, and it's getting really close. Ooh. But with only 2 HP and a dream, Big Spuds grabs the first point.
It's no Big Spuds ace, but it is a big clutch from them. So, you know, great play. It was like you said, it was kind of fascinating because they got the spike down. There was not a single pick. There was not a shot fire. They were able to just kind of sneak it down through the midst of all the smoke and really kind of force the issue for Bunny Hop. So I like that aggressive mid take leading to use all that utility well. They just need to really capitalize it, take the space that they make, and then follow through on it because you had mid clear. That now you've forced the issue of you have to address mid. You had all those smokes to give you in and get the spike down, but you didn't hold the space, and that is going to be a difference maker, is keeping it versus taking it versus holding it.
Yeah, it does look like it's going to be another big mid play here as they start, again, just taking so much space and so much abilities, and they're going to catch them off guard here in the middle. Evanator, good for one. Going to back around, turn around, 180. Abe, good for one. Takio, able to grab a 2 easy kills, and it's going to be down to the final 4 here as they get the bomb planted. And let's see if Kaiju Corps can do something cheeky here and be able to, you know, maybe get a kill or two, do a little bit of damage, because that's exactly what you need. You need to do as much damage as you can. That way their bonus round isn't nearly as profitable.
Yeah, I'm not sold on everybody kind of giving up the site for free. Like, we're playing to the spike. I'm not sold on it, though. Looks like they will get the shots in on Spuds, though, so maybe I have the wrong take here.
A little bit of shock dart damage, but not enough to do anything really high pick. And oh my goodness, the molly just kind of like seeped in. They're saying good job, good job. But it seeped in through the little market box there, and big shots. Takao able to grab 4K, and it's gonna tie it up. We're gonna have a tied up game, 1-1. Here comes the bomb.
I mean, that should have been, that's interesting. They flipped that back on the loss, so kudos to Bunny Hop. Again, they just are able to get in, kind of take this space, section it off, and get the spike down, really forcing the issue of that. And, you know, I gave them a question mark as to can they hold the space, but look at how efficiently they took that space and collapsed on just the one. It was 4v1 there, and after that, they knew they had the advantage, but great shooting.
Not their toesies.
Ooh.
Not the toesies.
Not the toesies. Great shooting, but yeah. So it will be Bunny Hop's now up. They should just have it on gun advantage, and they are going to push aggressively here. I love this aggression from them. I want to see more of it.
Yeah, it does look like they're going to push into A, and they're going to send the Tasmanian Tiger in. They know there's at least 2 there. They could flash peek this. It does look like a knife's going to come out, and then the flash to try to help them get out of this little pocket, the little cubby here. They are going to be good for getting at least out a little bit. Doc and Evanator both able to grab a kill, and the Viper Sting is going to finish off Big Spuds down to the final 2. It's going to give the B site completely clear as a full flank comes in from KC here. We'll see if they can maybe do a little bit of damage.
It's going to be tough, though. They're both pushing from that. And you can see how much space Bunny Hop already has taken, and now there's the duel in that A short. I mean, Abe finds one, but it will eventually get traded out. Yeah. I mean, to be expected, but it looked pretty clinical from the side of Bunny Hop.
Yeah, I mean, the Sheriff is a good gun. You one tap him in the head, it's fantastic, and it's highly recommended to at least have if you are going to be down. But able to get him one, not able to get him more than that. So They are going to be playing down here. It's going to be 1-2 going into B-Hop's favor.
I mean, B-Hop also has 2 ultimates up. They have the Viper's Pit because Takio has just been absolutely on fire. 8-1 by round 3 is huge. And they have knives for Evan, who I assume they might pop him based on that Marshall. Yeah, there it is. They are feeling aggressive. They are feeling ready to go, and they have no reason not to.
What a great harbor wall there, too. Just get them a little bit of defense there and really just bait out some of this utility as they start making their way over to the A site now. Hoping that maybe they can take some mid control here, it looks like.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're going to look for. They're going to just dive in with that Tasmanian Tiger and get right on the site. I don't know if they spotted anybody out, but they know for a fact that this area is clear for them as everyone starts kind of getting close together. They still want that one pick. I mean, you're not in the pistol round anymore. You got people with actual guns, so they want to be able to get the pick, to be able to put themselves on the point, and it looks like they are going to slow down here and try to make our defensive team, Kaiju Corps, just kind of question everything.
Wall's out now. No, still not a single pick, but a lot of utility spent. Viper's Pit 2 means that they are basically committed to this attack.
Yep, and the bomb is going to be planted down. And there we go. We can see how much of that Viper's pit is actually covered. You got the molly in. Big shots go through. Logic good for 1, but Yumsta and A both able to get a kill each. Shot through the smoke. Baked Potatoes and Rapidile both able to grab 1. Doc tries to get the kill. Does a little bit of damage, but nothing ends up connecting. Rapidile is going to be able to get that final kill and the defuse. Kaiju Corps ends up taking that point, tying it up. We're got another close game here today.
Yeah, I mean, this is 2 teams at the mid-table. They're fighting for their lives. I would expect nothing less. And to the credit of Kaiju Corps, I don't know that you wanted to commit that lockdown, but I don't think it went to a bad use there. You'll have Rapidile's wall going into this in addition to a full rack of guns. So, I mean, that's the difference maker here, is you're going to have to save it for the retake to really try to section off Bunny Hop. And with how they've been playing, it probably should be able to pretty easy to get yourself in a position where you are cutting off the majority of the team based on how they kind of group up and play these post plants.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's interesting to see just what they decide to do and what the save round, what the buy rounds are going to be. And does look like it's going to be just a fast B push, flash going out. No one really actually sitting on site. We got 1 up in heaven. Knife's going to come out, try to pull out some information there, but ends up getting shot out. So they're not going to be able to get anything there. Takio tries to get the spike planted down, ends up grabbing the kill instead.
Okay.
Maybe this is what you were talking about. You know, the initiator needs to get that bomb planted instead of the controller.
That's okay. They have 2 controllers, so it's fine. One of them, they have a 50% chance of being right at least.
Right. You got the Viper trying to plant the bomb, and the initiator's yelling at him. Big shots coming through, trying to get him. Gets sucked in, almost gets stunned. Pops back out. Are they going to be able to get that kill? Rapidile is going to be able to get that one. Bake Spuds able to grab that one with that Astra out. Defuse comes in, and Logic sitting there by themselves. Here comes the smoke, and they're going to be able to get the defuse. Logic walks right through that wall, and it's not going to look good for B-Hop there this time, as KC ends up picking up another point.
Fantastically executed retake there from Kaiju Corps. They'll go up. Now they'll have 2 ults. The great trade. Trade that wall for 2 more aggressive ultimates, and you're happy with that. Bunny Hop, it's going to be a mid-force. I kind of almost prefer the save. I kind of wish we would just take the save, and, you know, like Seekers aren't going to get you a lot of value, not on a save round. So I think you just take the full save and try to, instead of trying to force here. You don't even have armor. You don't even have you don't have armor for Evanator though. You don't have the sustain.
Yeah, but there are only 2 orbs away from getting 2 huge ults here. So this will push them back. They'll pick up the orb. They'll have another ult on the board to be able to hold for retake, maybe? I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it and they're not really thinking all the way through. Oh! Who needs shields when Evanator's got headshots? That's going to be easy kill for him. Drops down into the molly, but still 82 HP left. That's plenty to get himself another kill if he wants it. We'll see if he does. And here comes another harbor wall. And they're going to come around the corner. They're going to be good for one. They're going to do a lot of damage, 20 HP in a dream. But Yumster is going to jump around that corner, get that kill. And now every single person on long there, Logic, KC, Abe, both able to grab a kill. Abe good for 2. Yumster able good for 1. And here we go. There's the smoke going down, trying to get the kill.
There it
Big
is.
shots come through.
Oh, there's no
Yumster
time.
Ends up grabbing the 3K, but not enough time on the board. Gives B-Hop another point, and we're going to another tie match.
Another time match, and I criticized Bunny Hop for that buy, and you were right. You called it there. All it took was that opening pick from Ebenator with that Guardian to really make the difference. The eventual swing back wasn't timely enough. So really, again, playing, they recognize they're playing from behind. Let's just play the spike. Let's just play to our strengths we've got. Now they've got a full rack of guns. It's a force from both teams, though, and Yumsta does have an op, means that this is, it's a bit of a toss-up here because there's still too many factors, but this round is going to be important going into the future rounds. Oh, wow.
Quick.
Oh, we're just going to
Evan
straight free
Doc
fire.
both
Wow.
Able to get the kill.
Oh, okay, never mind. Everything I just said is out the window. Bunny Hop's just in a great position now. Never mind.
Yes. Evenator able to grab another kill.
Jeez.
Everyone's just getting into fights, and it's interesting. We'll see another one right over here. Let's see if Abe can actually come up and maybe get a point, but there's 2 people staring at him if he ends up peeking this. Clearing it out. They're going to go all the way back into spawn, looking for him, trying to find maybe a kill there. Sees a gun on the ground. They're going to drop that, pick it up. And here we go. Let's see what happens. Bomb is planted. Peeks around the corner. Good for 1. And now we're down to a 1v4. Abe gets the shot through the smoke. Repositions themselves.
Just Killjoy. No.
Oh, but saw the gun. That's a difficult place to sit. I mean, you have your gun sticking all the way out. I would have loved to see them go backside. I think they would have been good for 1 more. But again, when you're in that position, you don't know where people are. You don't know where people are sitting.
Yeah.
And you're just doing your best to try to stay alive. So still a great play. Still good picks there at the end. Able to do a lot of damage. And we're going to go to a save round for Kaiju Corp here.
I mean, it was a bit of aggressive play from Yunsa just to think I can just op out of mid. So punish rightfully so for that, unfortunately. Yeah. You want that op on B long. You want that op on B long, so you'll have the suppression going into the save. I don't think you're going to get value out of it. You'll probably just hold this over. It's probably just a full save. You take the loss and let B-Hop come up on this. They're just outgunning you right now.
You know what? It's interesting way to think about it, and we're going to see if it pays off. But, we saw B-Hop do kind of something similar, and they were able to get a point. So, see if Abe, there we go.
Okay.
Gets the kill and peeks back in.
Okay, never mind.
They are going to be good for 1. Logic holding this mid angle, making sure none of them decide to flank through, and it does look like we are going to see that walk up B from Takio. And they're just going to stomp away. Logic's going to pick up this orb here. Stomp on in. But they are predicting this too, so we'll see what ends up happening if they're able to stop this from being planted. Here comes the knife out. That's going to be not as effective as I thought it was going to be. Here comes the flash. Pushing them back, and here comes the Harbor ult, which is going to be good. Big shots. Let's see if Takio can get 2. Ghosty and Logic able to grab 1. Big Spuds on the save is also going to be able to get 1. The bomb's still not planted yet. Here comes the shock dart. That's going to do a little bit of damage, but is it going to be enough? No, it's not. Logic's going to give it the head of Baked Potatoes, doing a crap ton of damage, but yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think this timeout's the right call. You that was a pretty rough round. You got, I think, a couple picks that you're happy about out of that, but you are getting kind of beat up in the gunplay, so really just need to kind of get your mental together. And I mean, let's jump back and look from that powered by InZone replay engine we've got going in the background there, because quite a wild set of moments. And like you said, those pistol rounds were just aggressive. A lot of shots across the board. Takio coming up huge on a couple play themselves, and really the Viper play. Aw. Ooh, just on the other side. Yeah, the Viper play from Takio has been quite a difference maker here. The double controller has stood out, you know, as a different take, but like the Viper play in particular has been very, very difference making, I think, for the side of Bunny Hop.
No, you're right, and it's really been such a close game every single time. It doesn't matter if they're saving or if they're buying. It really comes down to just the positioning and timing at that point, right? Mm-hmm. It's been so interesting to watch them on these save rounds still be able to do so much chaos and so much damage going into these rounds.
But those rounds are in the past. 5-3 in the favor of Bunny Hop here as we go into this. So it'll be rifles and armor around here. Op for Yumsta on the jet.
Yep.
And
Evanate are going to use knives here.
Knives
too.
here. Yeah, knives coming out too. Yep. I mean, this is an all systems in moment. We are sending everything in because this is a pretty influential round given the state of their economies.
Oh, there's the operator, but they are going to be stunned. Luckily, they have a teammate there. Tries to go for the no scope. Not going to be able to hit that one. Backs all the way up. And this is where they're sitting now. They're sitting all the way back. That op shot was absolutely clean up that middle spot. Ghosty sitting there, throws the knife out, trying to get some type of utility. Knows that one is suppressed there, so somebody is still sitting pretty on mid. And everyone's starting to make their moves back toward more the mid site. Hold that mid control, because you know that every single time they've been pushing it and they've been able to take a lot of space. So they're sitting back and they're going to make them push in and really try to get that dominated play in. There goes a flash. That's not even going to be able to pick anything up. And Abe's going to get aggressive here. They're going to start pushing in. Knows that the alarm bot is going out. That's going to give them a little bit of utility there. Harbor wall goes in on A site, and this is where the plant is going to happen. Knife goes out. Ghosty could pop his ult here, but decides not to do that yet. There it goes. Diamond, everybody there. Here comes the flash. Are they going to be able to peek away in time? No, they're not. Ghosty's going to be able to get that kill as Abe was able to get the one in mid, and we're going to get a full-on push in here. Takio, good for 2 before they fall. Logic able to trade it up, and with op in hand, it's going to be down to a 1v1. That turret is just going to clip them away little by little. Logic able to get that kill through the wall, and absolutely BM getting themselves another point on the board. It is looking good for B-Hop right now.
I mean, that's the difference of these teams right now in a lot of ways, is just the mental. They've been keeping up pretty neck and neck across economies, across shots, you know, but those small mental moments are really the difference makers here. So 6-3, 2 ultimates up for Bunny Hop, including Viper's Pit, and that's what I'm keeping an eye out for, because the last time we saw that and Takio got it out and lived in it, it got him a win. It should do the same. There is both lockdowns up though, so retakes and holds are going to be very, very difficult given the displacement that's available for both these teams.
Yeah, Kaiju Core on a save this time, but again, we've seen a lot of damage come through with these save rounds and be able to do a lot here. And like I was just talking about, look at them. They're pushed all the way up. They know that somebody's there, and we've seen Yumsta with the Guardian before being able to do a buttload of damage and be able to get the first pick. There's the flash, turns away from his own teammate's flash, takes the shots, and we just have 2 people absolutely just buying as much time as possible. There's already down to the final minute of the round. They've been able to hold them back from pushing onto site this whole time up into B long. And now we're going to see that rotate, because look at this, all the way back into A spawn, all the way into CT. We're seeing them push all the way in, and we're going to watch them Logic get this kill here.
I mean, that's so much free space. Yeah, that kill will come through. Killjoy will get picked. Logic got diffed, though.
Yeah, Abe's sitting all the way back there, too, was waiting for it, able to grab the kill, and they were able to pick up that gun.
That's so important, though, because lockdown is now gone for Bunny Hop, and Kaiju Core has theirs up, so this might actually force the Viper out of pit and kind of put some negate on this.
Yeah, no, and there we go. Just as you predicted, they know that maybe somebody's going to be pushing mid here. Defenders, Spud again with the kill, able to get one. Takio not going to fall that easy, not to the stinger. Is going to be able to get out scot-free, and here comes the defuse. They're able to get it to half. Pulls out. Yumster with that Guardian again, so deadly. Shots through the smoke. That doesn't stop bullets. Big Spuds just like that. We're going to see a thrifty round, making it look easy. It doesn't matter what gun they have. They're going to be able to pull anything out and make things work.
I think that's been the impressive thing for Kaiju Corps, is they're not winning just on raw gunplay. They're winning from using their tools, from using their utility. Like that great counterplay from the Killjoy and the Lockdown from Abe was just phenomenally executed from everybody and the team across the whole. So yeah, that is definitely their strengths of one of this, you know, kind of group. They are a strong mental player, and I don't expect them to get boomed. Down 4-6, they still have a lot on their backs. But they are down in ultimates, and the Seekers will be one of the 3 available for Bunny Hop.
Yeah, automatically right as the wall falls, they're going to spot out a good amount of people. They're going to flash in and try to take some utility there. But the KJ Swarm Grenade is going to do a lot of damage to Diamond, flashing in, trying to get the shot, just making a lot of noise here as they start making their way onto the A site, pushing all the way in. Diamond's going to back all the way up, come main, as the rest of the team is on site. They can throw their orb down, be able to slow it down. There's the Molly trying to make it for retake to be a little bit harder. Evanator is going to play all the way up, get shot through that wall. 75 HP left. If they got shot just a couple more times there, big shot. They're not going to die without taking a couple people down. Attacker KJ ultimate going in. That's the lockdown. Diamond's going to be good for 2. So that was a good thing they backed up, and they were able to grab 2 easy kills on the flank.
Okay.
And now we're down to Yumsta. The swarm grenades are out. Logic,
A little early.
pop those out, and the timer is counting down. Bomb is ready to go. Takio with a lineup, being a nerd, taking the shots, turret out, and they're going to have to back up. They're going to have to fall away. There's no way they're going to be able to get that. That's going to be a save round.
Yeah.
B-Hop, 7 points.
I mean, yeah, you were just kind of out ultimated there. The lineup was there, so it was the right call. You want to go into this last round to kind of balance it out in your favor the best you can, and that is the best way to do it. I mean, this has been, you know, the scoreline says 7-4, but I think this half was way closer than what those numbers say. It was back and forth for both of these teams. The last ultimate on board is going to be the Harbor ultimate and the Sova Hunter's Fury. So, I mean,
Yeah.
we saw Doc get incredible value out of that ultimate in the past. This seems like just the map to do it again, especially with how they play these retakes. I expect that to be so crucial to them getting this point and possibly going up to 8.
Yeah, if Yumster's able to get a kill here, he'll have knives in hand, which could be devastating for the defense. Being able to hold them off with those knives is really just so strong. But it does look like they're going to slow it down a lot here as they start making their way more toward a default position. Everyone's just kind of waiting to see who makes the first mistake.
I mean, it's so crucial right now. It's tensed up because we know that mid has become so important. Nobody's been able to give away free space like this, and there's the first initiate. A couple shots go through, but I think that'll call the rotate now.
Yep. It actually does look like they're still going to initiate on this A site.
Yeah,
There's a knife. They're going to shot out. Maybe they'll second thought it. Does look it's going to be a mid push again. Again, this is the type of map where there's so many ways to come in that you have to defend from everything. And it's typically a 1v3, a 1v4 every single time. And they're trying their hardest to be able to stop that push from coming in. But there we go. A lot of abilities coming out. Yumsta, Rapidile, able to grab a kill, traded off by Takio. And we're going to be down to a 3v3 just like that. Everything pops off all at the same time. Knives come out as he was able to get one easy kill. Evanator with the Phantom. Big shots with the Bulldog, but Doc's going to finish it off, and we're going to end this half 4-8.
It has been quite a wild half here. Both of these teams still 1-1 playing again for the rest of their life. There's still a little bit more time in these rounds, but every single round matters. So Kaiju Corps now flipping to the attack, pistols in hand. It's quite a bit of an ask. If nothing else, you need to make sure you get every single round you can. You can't afford to, just give them free kills. You can't afford to pad those stats out for them. There's just too much on the line right now, especially when the team of Bunny Hop is playing as well. This and Takio is having an incredible game. That Viper player has been playing well as the top fragger right now. Numbers not in front of me, but thanks to these replays, we've been able to see just how impressive their run on this Viper has looked.
No, they've been doing a fantastic job, and I'm excited to see how the second half plays out, because this could be anybody's game at this point, where, you know, you're switching up sides and you just don't know how the attack or the defense is going to really differ. And looks like they are going to stack up on the B site because they were expecting this push, and it does work out so far. And we'll see if we see a rotate come in. Shots trying to go through that wall there to see if maybe they can connect with something, but it does look like it's just going to be them sitting up B long and one sitting in mid, and just, again, waiting for somebody to make the first mistake.
Yeah, it's hard to, right? Because Bunny Hop has been paying so much attention to this mid that you can't run that back. You can't just kind of push through there because they're so clearly paying attention to it. So trying to see if you can just play for a pick has been a play. It looks like the call will come through. They kind of get the sensation that A might be clearer, and I think that that is the right call. They just need to move pretty quickly before Bunny Hop realizes what is happening.
Yeah, no, if Bunny Hop, and I'm sure, like, they already know that this rotate's coming in. Yumsta trying to grab at least one kill there, trying to get the shots in. Here comes the knife, trying to slow it down, dashes in. Diamond sitting in the back with the frenzy, gonna be good for one. Let's see if they'll get another one. Doc ends up grabbing a kill. Diamond grabbing their second, and just like that, our new defenders, B-Hop, gets their 9th point on the board, clearing it up, making that round look easy.
And it's such a hard comp to push into when there's so many different smokes and walls that can just divide up everything. Even if you think you know where Bunny Hop is sitting, you really can't tell exactly what it is. Like, look at all just the various things just blocking the way. You can't see every single angle. And that's what this comp thrives on for the defense. They thrive on just denying you the ability to see where they're coming from and then punishing you for stepping out kind of blind.
And they're in such a good position there where Diamond was able to get so much damage. Even though they weren't able to get the other kill, they were still able to get a lot of damage. Dash comes in. Takio's got to get out of here if they want. Oh, they got some backup. Big shots through the wall. Takio good for 2, but their friends are there. Diamond and Doc able to grab a kill each, and it's just cleaning it up. They know exactly where they are. Diamond saw the toe of KJ and just waiting for those kills, and knows exactly where they are, but they're going to back up a little bit. They're not going to just give this away, as Evanator was sitting all the way back, pushed up. There's the flash, and in the back of the head, absolutely execution style. Evanator grabbing the final kill, and this is not looking good for Kaiju Core right now, as the points are 4-10.
Nah, exactly as I said, Bunny Hop is paying attention to this mid. They recognize that it's so valuable a space to give up that you can't just run it down like that. The Viper didn't even finish setting up the one way and get it going before it already had just the ability to run in, especially when you're down. You can't rush into that. They are just going to, if nothing else, fire more bullets at you faster than you can. So now they'll have their own rifles. It could go their way. They just need to, again, just not let themselves get caught in any traps. They just need to not play themselves and get caught in any bad positions for Kaiju Core. They should be able to take it back.
Right, look at Evanator pushing all the way up, clearing that KJ turret, and then backing all the way up, putting themselves in such a good position for this A push. If that's where they decide to go, Kaiju Core decides to go, and flashes are going out, and Kaiju Core just does not know what they want to do here. They keep backing up, they keep pushing forward, they keep rotating. Kaiju Core's KJ pushing all the way up into B, getting themselves in a good position. And if they're able to get this pick over on B site, then that's exactly where they're going to end up going.
Yeah.
And here comes the flash. That's going to be deep. I don't know if that actually will pick them out or not. They're just going to keep jump peeking this. Diamond's trying to see if maybe they're possibly coming here. They do have the Tasmanian Tiger to be able to slow it down. They were not expecting Abe to be that close. Does take a little bit of damage, but able to get the kill, so that's going to be a good position for them. Jet dashes in, and here comes Rapidile trying to get the plant down. They are going to be able to do that. 4v5, looking good for B-Hop so far, but we've seen these situations before. 2 players playing backside, and we're gonna slow, and here comes the initiate. Everyone starts pushing in. Doc good for 1. Are they gonna be able to clear the other one? No. Yumsta gonna be able to get the kill. Ghosty and Rapidile. Frenzy comes out. They got to pick up this gun. 12 bullets left in the 11 bullets, 10 bullets. No, it's not gonna be good enough. Rapidile gets the headshot. 5-10, and now it's changing a little bit of momentum.
Now we're back into real Valorant here because we are round 4 of this half, so guns on both sides. Abe will have to kind of just suffer through, probably with the armor in a classic until they can find something. Evenator picking up the op. This is where I expected the Jets to be sitting when you have the op. You just have that full long range to really take the use of the sightlines on B and then that little cove to hide out of. So, you know, I think if nobody really peeks it very quickly, they'll quickly see that B is off limits. They'll have to try to force their way through mid for Kaiju Core because they don't have a ton of abilities and really much to give them the information otherwise.
Yeah, it does look like it's going to be another default play here. Everyone's just going to take it nice and slow, and I feel like at the last couple seconds is where people are going to pop off unless they're able to get a pick here. And unfortunately for Kaiju Core, B-Hop is playing so far back that it may not be as easy as getting a pick. It might just be one of those times where they're just going to sit there and just play as they can. And luckily they have the Viper one way here, going to be able to block that off. And you're going to Tasmanian Tiger out, but that's going to get shot out pretty quickly. And we'll see if they start making this beat or this mid push here, or are they going to fall back? And it might just be they're sitting all the way back in their spawn right now. So it's probably one of the slowest rounds that we've seen so far as they start making their way up and starting to drone in, and everyone is going to be kind of pushing different positions here. And caught off guard. No, they're not. Evenator was able to be good for one, but Big Spuds with that Guardian is going to be able to get that kill. Are they going to pop back out with this operator? They are. Tries to take the shot, not able to connect with anything there, and they're going to get nice and close. There's the flash. Oh, but they body blocked each other. That was actually lucky that he was standing there, because otherwise he would have been able to pop back in. And they're going to take long, but what they don't know is somebody's on the other side of there. They know now. Diamond's going to be good for one. That's going to help them out with the operator in hand. Is Evenator going to be good for another one? Tries to snap fire that. That doesn't work out the way they wanted. It does get a little bit of damage. So Baked Potatoes, or Baked Spuds, my apologies, is going to take a lot of damage. But unfortunately for B-Hop, we're going to see KC take it home and get another point on the board. And now we got the momentum shift.
Yeah, they are really swinging this back. They have the economy in hand. Abe managed to pick up a gun there, actually, so they'll be able to support their allies as needed with any extra money. And Bunny Hop will fall behind in the economy. They'll have to be a save. They do have 3 ultimates on their side, though. They'll have knives, they'll have the Harbor ultimate, and they'll have Seekers as well. So, I mean, a lot of space control ultimates in addition to some damage. I mean, they can get this, but the problem is they really have to kind of rein in this Kaiju Corp comp. They're playing so wide, and they're unable to really get anybody in control here. So one of those ultimates might be able to do it. I think you send at least one to try to win this round.
Look at Evenator here, just pushing in. Oh, does a little bit of damage, but he's going to fall back. Oh, his partner says, hey, I got a flash for you. But unfortunately, it flashes him, and he's going to fall all the way back here. And it does look like Kaiju Core is going to be like, nah, I don't want to play into the knives. We've seen what Evenator can do here. We don't want to play into that. We don't want to take the risk. So we're just going to fall back and see what we can do elsewhere. And again, they're sitting right in their spawn. They're not pushed up. They're not pushed up long. They're not in mid. You know, they're just taking their time, sitting in spawn, because they don't know where anyone for B-Hop is sitting. Yeah. And go ahead.
I say they really don't, and honestly, it's the safest bet because you're not giving any information back. They'll find that there's 3 there, and that may be their call to counter rotate back. They didn't commit a lot of utility, and they have a member up, so they should see somebody and make a counter rotate here.
Yeah, and they did put those Astra Stars all the way on the A site to make it look like they're going there, but with everybody at B besides like 1 or 2 people, it's going to be interesting to see what ends up happening. Ghosty and Rapidile, both good for a kill each. Flash comes in, a flash comes out. Rapidile sitting there back at spawn, trying to get away with that gun. Make sure that they don't give it away to their enemy there. Evenator pops around the corner again with knives, does a little bit of damage. There's the flash. Doesn't really connect with anybody but the TP, and they're going to smoke that off and go for the fake plant. There's the knives. That's going to stop everything as Ghosty ends up getting the kill. Diamond again with the stinger, getting 2 with the frenzy. Gets 3. Are they going to be able to get the 4th though? Shot through the wall with that dart out in play. What a great play from both sides, man. It was looking
That
good
was close. That was
for
very
both
close.
of them.
Yeah, Kaiju Corps on quite a run back here. That's the last 3 going their way, and they'll have the ultimate. And it's a timeout coming in from the side of Bunny Hop. And yeah, that's the correct call. You really do need to kind of reset the mental here. You've just lost 3 in a row. You don't have the economy. That was your save round, and every round matters here. Like, you can't afford to give up any sort of extra kills, any sort of rounds. Even if you feel confident you're going to come out on top, you can't afford to be giving away those rounds. And it's just been from Kaiju Corp on the back of some of these different agents that's really come out on top. Diamond having a phenomenal game again. We saw them pop off in game 1, but putting in so much work over on that Sky. And I think that last clip there really just kind of shows how this game has went. It's been trades back and forth, just punches, haymakers thrown by both of these teams. And for it to still be so close really does show you the quality of players on these local teams.
Yeah, it's been absolutely amazing to watch because it doesn't matter what gun they have in their hand. They've been able to absolutely slap faces and just get those kills down. It seems like it's been a lot of almost thrifty rounds, if not, actually getting the points on the board. But it's just like they're coming in with frenzies and stingers and able to just kill so many people that it's working out really well. And there's a big flash. They start pushing, and they're not even afraid of this flash. They're just going to go all the way in. They have the ability to be able to alt up, and there's the KJ. There's the dash in, and big shots. Diamond's able to grab 2, but traded out. Rapidile and Yumsta able to grab it. Ghosty comes back up the live. It seems like every time a KO pops his ult, he dies immediately or gets dropped immediately. But this time, Ghosty's up and ends up grabbing a kill. 4v2. Harbor and Viper left alive for B-Hop. And this could be a potential to still be able to retake this. I mean, they have a lot of utility here to be able to slow it down and be able to get it, but they have to clear out that KJ utility first if they want to be able to get those kills. And here we go. KJ ult comes through. Takio able to grab 1, but unfortunately for him, Doc's going to get fallen down, and we're going to get it a little bit closer to those points. 8-10.
Yeah, by the time it was 4-2, you kind of knew it was just, let's just save it, maybe get some exit picks on the way out. The economy is still so good for Kaiju Corps right now, and they're able to buy up +3 ultimates, knives, wall, plus Hunter's Fury. Like, that's so much control utility just to buy that space for Kaiju Corps in this next attack run. You're on a half save. It's just kind of a full save again. Like, you have Viper's Pit, you're never going to commit that. You still hold your Harbor ult. Like, those kinds of space controls and that kind of denial of sight, you're never going to commit on this buy. So it's probably just like, take as many guns as you can, save what you can if you're Bunny Hop, and just use the lead of rounds you have to your advantage here.
Yeah, and it does look like it's going to be another A push. They know exactly where they are. They might actually fall back here. Once they throw that knife out, they're going to say, hey, we got 4 people here. Let's rotate out. And then their KJ is actually pushing up mid here. Could actually get a trade pick if they start trying to rotate back. And it is looking like that's what it's going to be. But unfortunately for them, the defensive side is really easy to get from site to site. So they're already back into a default position, and they're going to have to try to find something to be able to push onto this site here. And they're in a position where it's going to be kind of hard to do that.
It is really hard. They didn't get an opening pick, and Doc finds the opening pick for them. So that means that they need to figure out something. They need to pick a spot and go, and that will be the Astro Wall to kind of pick that up. It means they at least have a place to get the spike down. They just need to move and take that space quick.
Yeah, check out Abe here too, pushing all the way up into mid. And they are going to actually, if Abe would have kept going the way that he was going, I think he would have been fine. He would have been able to get the flank that he was looking for, but Ghosty's able to grab that first kill. Are they going to peek this? Doesn't look like they are. 20 seconds left until they get the knives. Flash comes through. Rapidile good for 2. Diamond's going to be able to trade that out. Takio also able to grab 1. With all those walls and all those smokes up, it's going to be hard to be able to get those kills. But Hunter's Fury comes out. Big Spuds. Good for 1. Takio does not have very much health left. And he peeks around the corner. Going to be down to a 1v1. Is Takio going to be able to get it? They're going to peek out. Their bolt is done. The flash or
Ooh!
Shock Dart comes out, but that's not going to be what finishes it off. Baked Spuds ends up grabbing the kill, and we're getting closer to a tie game.
Look, it's mid-table. You're playing for your lives, like I've said before. This has to be it, and these two teams know that this is a match that matters. You can't let this go. It was a costly round for Kaiju Core, but it was worth it. You spent basically all 3 of your ultimates for it, and it was you had to. You need to keep yourself close in this game. Look at all the walls. Just great awareness from Baked Spuds to kind of catch that. So. It's just great awareness to know we can play our game. We can use our ultimates to contain the spike as opposed to trying to win on gunplay. Bunny Hop should have the slight advantage here. They'll pop knives. Kaiju Core will pop knives, but Bunny Hop just has a few more ultimate tools in their bag to control the spaces, and you can see the utility popping up immediately.
Oh, Logic could not escape that one. That means the KJ utility on site is going to be completely useless as they start making their way in. They're going to be completely stunned. Youngster gets stunned not once but twice there. Diamond's going to be able to get that kill. Doc's going to be able to trade it out. Takio's going to be able to get a kill. And just like that, we're looking at a whole different game. They're going to throw that Viper Pit out just to try to take some utility. Probably didn't need it, but they want that point more than anything. Evanator's going to push in, and just like that, Ghosty's going to fall, giving B-Hop this point if they want to defuse it. I don't know if they do or not. I'm not
they'll get there. They'll get there. I mean, look, it's they know the value of a close game and a fun, entertaining match, but they're not going to give them that. Yeah, I agree with you though. The Viper's Pit was a bit of an overcommittal. Now you're back at square zero. You're back to mechanics, which if you're Bunny Hop, you have been winning on it. I mean, Takio is having an incredible game at 23 and 14, and I think that's something you need to recognize and continue to enable. But Viper's Pit is such a strong tool when it comes to post plants or even pre plants that that could be something you'll look back as you get into these last few rounds and regret spending as you're looking at this A push. You might want that back.
Yeah, I mean, if Logic ends up pushing in here, it might be able to actually pick up an orb to be able to grab the KJ ult.
There it is. No, it'll go to Ghosty. Okay.
Yeah, go to Ghosty. Ghosty's going to be able to get it. And they're going to actually just back all the way up. Actually, if they go... Trying to think of what they got going on in their head. This is such an interesting play. I understand the KO push here. I understand that they want to push into mid, but where are they going to take it from here at this point? Does look like they're going to push into that mid and try to get the couple kills. Doc's going to fall. Ghosty's going to be good. Still hasn't popped ult here, though.
Yeah.
Oh, Takio was pushed up. Almost got one on the way out. Going to throw that one way up and back all the way out. And it does look like they're going to rotate all the way back. But again, they're still pushing A site. So they decided not to take the A mid side. They're going to go back through A main. Luckily for B-Hop here, they do have the KJ utility. They're going to pop all of that and then push up. Here comes the dart. That's going to spot them out. They're going to try to get at least one. They're going to get sucked in, shot through the wall, and they're going to get mollied in shock dart. But they are going to get... Diamond is going to be able to get Ghosty down. But Yumsta, I don't know why he doesn't just use the Guardian all the time.
Yeah,
He's been getting so many more kills with the Guardian than he has been any other gun. He's so deadly with that gun. I'm surprised he's just not using that.
No, I agree. I mean, the Guardian is such a great point-click gun. Like it's 100% first accuracy as long as you're not moving. So as long as you feel comfortable in that. And I agree with you. Yumsta at 1-1. Like again, this is a team that hasn't had a standout player, but Yumsta has looked incredible holding that Guardian. You can see it pretty evenly spread across that team, and now they'll have full guns. It's still most of a buy for Bunny Hop, but it's 10-11 here. And that slow play was rewarded for Kaiju Core. I want to see that happen again, because even without the ultimate, you still were able to capitalize on those errors by taking the game at your pace.
No, absolutely. That's exactly what's happening here. And this is like one of the closest games that we've seen so far. It's been kind of one way, and then the other team switches it up and it's able to work. And they have to really like work on, what's working for us, what's not working for us, and what can we change up. And both teams have been doing that fantastically. They're going to throw that flash all the way up B and know that no one got flashed there, so they can start making their push all the way up Might end up getting a KJ jet fight here, maybe? No, it's going to be a shot through the wall. Ghosty's going to be able to get that kill there. And watch this KJ start making their way up B long for some reason. Evanator's going to be able to punish them for that. And here comes the Molly, pushes all the way up, not noting that somebody's actually sitting in that smoke. Logic is going to be able to get that kill. And here comes the lockdown. The bomb is going to be planted, though.
I don't think anybody really. I think that Attain's hit here. I don't think anybody gets out. It looks like they will clear it, but that's plenty of time to get Spike. That's plenty of time to at least toggle the Spike.
Ooh, interesting. Different position there on the flank. Their teammate knows where they are, and now they have a position where if they want to, they can actually get that kill. Here comes the shock dart onto the bomb. Goes to peek it again. Oh, gets caught with his shoulder. And he's going to get rushed with the right click here. Oh, no, he's not. Big Spuds is going to be able to get a kill. And Kaiju Core is going to tie it up 11-11.
Whew. Neck and neck for the moment there. And Big Spuds will not be dethroned from the top of the box. Yeah, the box is still shootable, Doc, unfortunately. You know, this round was just kind of a bit of things where, you know, we're not firing at things. Some of us are firing at things we should be shooting through, and some of us aren't. But a little bit of a little bit of greedy play logic in a tough spot there on that 1-to-1 though. So it's hard. These are the micro moments that really make the difference, and both teams looking to close this out need this to keep themselves in that top 2 position. As it's coming closer, no ultimates on board, but I mean, I'm sorry, there is a lockdown for Bunny Hop, and they have to use it. It's the only piece of utility. It's going to have to hold out for that longer post plant.
No, absolutely. And it did look like they were going to push into that A site, but very quickly backs up. It does look like they're going to just chill here, and every single person from B Hop sitting on the A site. It's going to be a mild rotate. I wouldn't say a quick rotate. I wouldn't say a slow rotate, but a mild rotate all the way back to B. And I'm getting confused by the slowness of this, because like at this point you're letting your enemy team kind of default again, and by the time you make noise, they're gonna start rotating fast. So definitely interesting play here. Evanator sitting and waiting. And here comes the push. Starts making their way on a site. Luckily, that Astra ultimate helping out. And Yumsta sitting up top here. That's actually a good position if they start trying to peek through. Oh, they took a peek in. They know exactly where they are.
It's a good trade.
Yep,
you're happy with that.
Absolutely. And with a Sheriff against an actual rifle, it does work out really well. So we'll see if they bait out this utility or not. Evanator with the knives. 26 HP, though, is going to get sprayed in through by a Phantom. And with only one enemy remaining, it's going to be a team ace. Everybody gets a kill. It's like Oprah Winfrey out here. Everyone gets one. And it's going to make it match point for Kaiju Core coming back and putting a bunch of points on the board, and now has the ability to win this.
Quite a long road to get this. You know, if you had checked in the first half, you would have been probably thinking this is going to go a different way, but that 5 streak followed by this 3 streak tells me that once this Kaiju Core team gets hot, they go. They'll have knives out for Yumsta if they need it. Doesn't necessarily come into a lot of play here, but you never know when you're just going to need to pop the knives and have an extra reload available, a little bit of extra damage. This A push has been very strong. We question the slowness of their pushes. It's worked out for them in the past, though, so I have to say I do like these kind of approaches, draw that utility, and really play the game at their pace. It's worked out for them so far, so good.
Yeah, I have nothing to say about it. They've been able to execute these pushes the way that they want to every single time. It looks like they're going to go A, it looks like they're going to go mid, and then they end up rotating out. Now this time B-Hop is getting a little bit more aggressive. They're hoping that they go for the they don't try to take it in and end up pushing back. And Yumsta's going to avoid every single piece of utility there. Come around the corner, but misses knives. Haven't seen that really too much with them. Logic able to get that kill. The bomb is going to be planted. And we do see one on the flank here. If they slow down, big shots come through. Evanator's going to fall. Flank's not going to work. Attacker KJ is going to go down, which is going to push our defensive out because they're not able to push in. Ghosty does have 30 HP, so could fall here pretty quickly. But with everybody kind of in the right position, it's going to really come down to these last couple gunfights. Big shots are coming in. They know that Rapidile is sitting there. That's going to be good for one. Is Logic
Logic
going to
at
be able
4.
to help get that final kill here?
Ace Shorty! Ace Shorty!
Just like that, an ace comes out. Logic is going to be able to get the kill. But is he going to be able to get the defuse? The final
There's no
seconds
time.
left on the clock. There's not enough time. And Kaijukor is still going to be able to finish it out and get the final point on the board.
Oh,
Kaijukor taking it home.
The consolation ace is all you have, unfortunately. It was a beautiful moment, but it's just the way it is. Kaijukor, credit to them, really turned that around. I mean, realistically, the first half they looked like they were struggling. They looked like you would you would have written them out based on this bunny hop team. But you know, as that game went on, as they got warmed up, as they were able to hit those shots, players like Yumsta showed up, really hit a lot of shots on guns that you might not have expected for. You know, the Guardian plays were insanity from that, and plenty of 4Ks around. The swings from both teams looking very good, and you know, both these teams playing very, very well. Fortunately, one of them had to fall, so Kaijukor will go up to 2-1, meaning that they are in contention to stay and get out of these group rounds.
Yeah, I mean, both teams played really well. I thought that game was going to go to overtime, just the way everybody was playing it. It was so well played on both sides, holding down the sites, utilizing the utility at the proper time, and these teams are definitely warmed up. And I can only see these games getting closer and better every game we get.
Yeah, every single round of these teams you can see them getting really, really there. So, you know, again, now we're at the point where games matter. So both of these teams still fighting for their lives. Bunny Hop is not out yet, but they still have a lot to play for. So there's now quite a weight on their shoulder.
As we take a look at these teams coming in, Neptune's Money Crew, we saw them earlier. Now they're up 3-0. Kaijukor, with this win, puts them at a 2-1. And following behind is going to be B-Hop Esports 1-2. And Boomer Bandits, which is going to be down to 0-3. So this Group A games so far have been absolutely phenomenal to watch. And hopefully we keep that momentum going and see some really good plays and good maps coming ahead.
Yeah, we've got plenty more games to come, but we're going to take a quick break to get everybody into lobby. Hang tight. We'll be right back after a short break.
Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours. Got lots of love. Love. 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 Got lots of love. Love.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Grounded. Night night. 3.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
Oh, lock in sight. One dead.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh. Yikes.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Aw, thought you'd try harder.
One enemy remaining.
Got
Spike.
Nowhere to run!
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
That's 3.
Hang it up, buddy.
Spike planted.
Night.
Last player. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike.
Nowhere to run!
One enemy remaining. One enemy.
If you've ever experienced Wild Bills or had the opportunity to taste our old-fashioned soda pop, you've likely been served by someone who served far more than soda. Veteran-owned and operated, we are more than just a company that sells soda pop. Wild Bills is an experience that commemorates the memories created with friends and family. Once you've tried one of our 9 refreshing flavors, you'll understand why people keep coming back year after year. You need just purchase a mug, pick any flavor, and pour all day long. Our exclusive mugs are unique for each function, with different styles, each having the event logo to celebrate that special day. And if you run into us again, just bring your mug and pay only $5 to fill up all day.
Cups are awesome.
They have sarsaparilla!
What's your favorite thing here? Nice. Good answer.
People love the experience, and kids love pouring from the tap for themselves. Made with pure cane sugar, there's no high fructose corn syrup, which makes for a delicious soda that's nostalgic of a simpler time.
I'm probably going to be refilling this all day.
Wild Bills services nearly 400 events a year. It's truly about the experience that we deliver and the value we provide, not only to events, but the customers we serve. We truly feel that we add a unique element and something that you can taste, feel, and touch. So try Wild Bills and taste the wild side.
Do you want to go for a coffee?
Yeah, sure.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're happy to have you here at the 10K Valorant tournament in the Windy City, Chicago. Belong. We're here. We've got some amazing teams. We had a little bit of a break, but we're ready to get back into it. I'm joined by my co-host, the one, the only, Soav.
What's up? What's up? Hello, hello. Yeah, if you are just joining us, we are finishing up with groups A and B, and that means we've got some people going on and some people going home. Over from the group A brackets, we've got Neptune's Money Crew and Kaiju Court going into that day 2. And we've got from Pool 2, YPF and SAD coming in and carrying themselves through to those day 2. So unfortunately for Bunny Hop, both of their teams will see themselves home. And shout out to College of DuPage, who we never got to see. But some must fall, some must go. As we pick up into Group C and D, though, there's quite a few names here keeping an eye. There's at least 1 or 2 names I'm keeping an eye out. And one of those we'll be seeing first, which is Maryville University versus Nightwatch. And I mean, Maryville has quite a dominant esports team, so I'm really, really keeping an eye on them. The rest of these guys, you know, more local names. I assume they are hard grinders, so this is going to be a challenging pool for everybody here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see these teams play. I've never watched any of these teams get down and dirty, so it'll be nice to see how they stack up against each other. And we know for a fact going into this first matchup against Maryville University and Nightwatch that we are going to be seeing another Ascent map. Now, I know you're tired of seeing Ascent, but I'm excited to see how Maryville University, ZK, Sway, Crunchy, JC, Stani, and Jerk, hopefully, you know, this team can... some of these names, man, that people come up with, it's so entertaining. Sometimes just the names compared to the gameplay, but
you got to be memorable, you know it as well as I do,
Zombs.
Like, you got to be memorable here, and that's what Maryville's trying to do. On the other side of the coin, though, is Nightwatch. So
I love that logo. That's cute.
That's an adorable logo. Holy crap, I'd buy a shirt with that in a heartbeat. We got Azuri, Chromext, Godrek, TYO, TO, and Fowicha.
Well, we were just talking about interesting names, and these ones are going to be very hard for me to pronounce. So
Yeah.
thank you for making it easy on me, Night Watch. But at least you have a really cool logo, so I think that's adorable.
Yeah, I'd buy that owl plushie. But yeah, again, it feels very local teams versus college level, and like you said, we're going to Ascent. We got rid of Bind, Fracture, Pearl, Haven. Lots of stuff we had seen before, but everybody loves it. I mean, do you think that Ascent is as solved? We're going to see similar comps to what we saw in the first two times we've played, the first time we played Ascent here, because I don't know that we're going to need to change it. Like, have we figured it out?
You know what? I think we're going to see the KO. I feel like that is the number one pick for this map. And I think we're going to see the Jet, of course, because that's like the number one duelist pick for all ranks right now. So I think we're going to see those two 100%. And then I'd put $20 on KJ.
Yeah,
I could see a KJ pick. But other than that, the opportunities are endless. You love the Astra. I love the Omen. Both of those controllers are great, so I could see either one of them coming out, or it's so hard to really pick. I mean, and then you have the Viper lineups and stuff like that, and those could be somebody that we see getting picked up here too. I don't know. It's so hard to even choose. This is a map that's very versatile, and anybody could be effective.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Like you said, I think there's a couple things that are non-negotiable. Jet will be in a game of Valorant is pretty much a grass is green, sun is blue, sky is blue, and Jet will play in Valorant. So checking this out, you know what? We were mostly right, and I think you were right to call it.
KJ, KO, and Jet definitely for both sides.
Yeah, I think the question mark is going to be kind of what is that fifth slot? Because that fifth slot is really the flexible spot. And opting, looking at this, do you want a second initiator like the Sova? And I think that's a good shout. I still think you'd rather have like a fade, but I do think the second initiator is a great pickup spot.
We haven't seen a lot of fades on this map, and this is a map where I've seen fade be utilized very well and very useful. But maybe having that extra recon bolt is just more effective, and having the shock darts and stuff like that makes it a little bit easier. And it does look like we're going to get the exact same team comp from both sides. We're going to have a mirror comp, so it's going to really come down to who uses those abilities better, who can hold the defensive side down harder and get those plants down. So
Yeah, no, but at this level, when you're looking at the money, amount we're playing, our first place $5,000, like you're not gonna choose and gamble here. You're not just gonna fall into comfort picks. You're gonna play what you know is good, and then also what you're good at. So we'll have that. Yeah, we'll see that mirror. And like I said, I think this is the best it's going to be. This makes the most sense, and both of these teams, coming to the realization that this is the best lineup tells me that this is going to be probably, again, another close game. These pools have been insanely close, all things considered.
They really have. Even when we think it's about to be a blowout, you get somebody that's going to put 7-8 points on the board and get the lead. It always seems to be a comeback every single time. So it's interesting to watch these teams, and even though they're down a couple points, they're really not giving up. They're willing to take that time out, really stop the momentum, and be able to come back and get a couple points themselves. Even if they don't win it, they're still able to fight, and they're not willing to give up, especially in a tournament like this where you said there's a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, I'm very interested on the double stacking B though with Killjoy and Sova. That feels like it feels like we're so used to seeing the Sova solo hold B that you would really prefer KJ to set up more towards mid. We'll see if the rotation comes through, because that mid is going to be so important on this initial A look. But I like this default. This is very, very slow playing here for Night Watch. They're just going to try and figure out, what can we get for information and what do we pull? Is mid open and free? They'll pick up Spike and start to move that way. And I think this is exactly what I would have expected.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing this team push all the way up catwalk already, giving away that initial ability and how they're going to do it. You have Omen sitting in main. That's going to flash out. Sway's going to jump right in there, walking right past the Jet. And Sway's going to be able to get the first kill there, diving in on the backside, catches Stanny off guard, and big shots come through. Fowicha is going to be able to get the kill, but that's not going to stop it. The Spike is down. They haven't been able to get the plant, and just like that, we're down to a 1v3. They know where they are. A couple shots coming out. Oh, and they end up getting traded out. Marlboro Man ends up grabbing that final kill. MU is going to take the first point on the board. Maryville University looking good.
Yeah, you did. I mean, you're happy with that trade. You didn't spend up, and that's, you can kind of see it there. Even though you lost many, the discipline of, you know, just buying. Look, we know exactly what we need to do. It's stingers out. If you held something, if you held a gun, great. We're gonna keep that ghost for Marble Man, and that's the right call. The discipline on the other side, equally smart. We don't know who the DCPL team that makes up the majority of this is in particular, but like, this is the discipline I would have expected and want to see out of these teams. You know, just straight classics, no armor. We know we're probably losing this. Let's not throw money at the wall.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you get a save round going in. It's looking good. You're gonna bait out those orbs, get those orbs, and then, you know, go GG, go next, right?
Yeah.
Still possibly looks like they might be able to get a Marshall kill here. It peeked around the corner, and like, it's just timing. It comes down to timing.
Yep.
Because they were like, they looked at each other like 3 or 4 times. Marble Man's gonna be absolutely suppressed here. Ghost in hand, and they're gonna walk right into each other again. This time a little bit different. Here comes the flash peek, but he ends up getting the headshot. Oh,
No
my
way.
goodness. How Call of Duty was that? Just walking headshot while full flash, able to get the kill. Arisu is able to grab a kill as well. Now we're into a different position. Big shot. Stanny able to get one. Ends up getting marshaled in the face, but Stanny sitting there ready and going. Even though they bought up, it ends up losing 2 of their players. And they're going to go into this bonus round a little bit cheaper, or a little bit poorer than they wanted to be.
Yeah, it's not where you'd like it to be, but you're still going to make it sense. And it looks like we'll see a couple of the guys from Maryville buy full up a little early, gives them the advantage, and they, you know, they're feeling pretty confident. You're 2-0. I don't disagree with that, but considering what we've seen of both of these teams so far, it's, you know, a little risky. I kind of wish we could stay just comfort, know what's up. It makes sense for Night Watch to buy up, not so much for Maryville. So we'll see if this comes back to punish them in the long run.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. I mean, it looks like it's going to be a very default push, but as we see for Maryville, they're pushed all the way up into A main, into that one-way smoke. Peeks around the corner, but they left their teammate there to fight it off. But luckily for them, Sways was able to get the first kill there. Tries to throw another smoke up into main, trying to get that one-way pushed up again. Maryville in a better position here as they got 5 players back on the board. Down to Night Watch's 4 there, and it does look like it's going to be more of like a mid kind of lurk here push, and they might decide that's probably a bad idea, and they were going to switch off over for Maryville and rotate into mid. Maybe thought it was going to be an A push, but they fall back into their normal default positions because they have plenty of people to be able to do this. They can sit wherever they want and be able to see where these people are going to go. And so we see that middle push. There's the flash, could shoot through this wall here. Sees him, takes a couple shots. Even though they're full blinded, Chrome's gonna be good for 1. Here comes a flash molly out, 72 HP. Chrome makes their way on a site. They know exactly where they are. Let's see how much space they end up making. Gets shot into the back of the head. JC Stanny gonna be good for 2. And now we see it down to a 2v2 with 10 seconds left on the clock. They're going to shut the door behind them. 7, 6, 5, just able enough to get it on there. They're going to molly in, and it looks like Tayo's going to sit off site, play the off angle, and then Fowicha is going to be able to sit on that CT side with the dart in hand too. So this could be really good for him if he just, you know, puts himself in a good position. He's going to be in a trade position here, which is even better. So he's going to dart in. That's going to give him a little bit of space. That's going to go 1. And now that both of them can peek this at the exact same time. I think that was supposed to be a fake flash.
Yeah, maybe.
With that molly that was going out. And unfortunately, they decided to take this fight one-on-one. Let's see if Witcher can get the kill. The bomb's ticking down, and doesn't look like he's going to be able to get the kill. But the bomb is going to go off, and that's going to be the first point for Night Watch.
That's a consolation kill anyways, so I mean, Marble Man has been quite the storm figure here, coming out and leading the pack. 6-1 for Maryville, and already almost to that suppression. So one single pick, they'll have that for the retake. Meanwhile, Tio did build up that that lockdown. So I mean, tools for everybody here. Sway does have an op in hand, and it looks like Maryville will spend down. They'll commit everything on both sides to keep this going. So this utility, this kind of suppression and the lockdown, really going to come into play here. Really going to matter who uses it for, you know, take and retake.
Yeah, I think Marlboro Man's going to be able to grab that kill, and then he'll be able to have ult here, which will be good for him. But he's going to be able to get that kill, and now he has a retake opportunity. So Jerk sitting here with the Odin in the back line, but unfortunately it's just got a slow rate of fire, so he wasn't able to get enough kills out there. Bomb is going to be planted. Attacker KJ ultimate going in. That's going to stop the rotate from being able to push in too fast. 3 seconds left on the clock as they sit there waiting. And now we're going to see the retake commence. Going to be down to a 3v3. Marble Man pops that all just like we expected. Starts making their way in. They have tons and tons of utility. Big shot comes in. Sees one. Grabs that one. Sees the one back sight. Pulls that Araxis Vandal out, but doesn't need it. His two teammates help him out and get the kill. He's going to be able to get the defuse, putting an extra point on the board for Maryville University.
I mean, just a great play. Maryville coming in here looking very, very dominant. They'll have any extra guns they want going into this, and now their economy in a good spot. It's going to have to be a save from Nightwatch. They'll have 2 ultimates on board, Knives plus Hunter's Fury, and I mean, neither are incredibly exciting. You might commit Knives just to give yourselves an advantage, but I don't think it's worth it. I think you'd rather just take the loss, save it, and come around to the next. Maryville, I mean, you have also Knives and a teleport from the Odin, but neither one of those incredibly exciting either. Might be able to reposition off of it, but it looks like it's just going to be a pretty much standard save here.
Yeah, it does look like it's going to be a pretty big A control, trying to get maybe that orb or something, get them a little bit better position, but it's going to be more default here, and pick up the bomb, throw it back down. They don't want that. They forgot they're a duelist. They don't need that. So they're just gonna put it into the hut. Hey, you guys forgot this. Make sure you pick it up before you head into A. And Chrome is going to be pushing up into that cat position. Now we know that KO is there. So if they get that knife back, which is in about 5 seconds here, they'll be able to stop that knife from being useful at all. And they have the enemy team pushing all the way in. They're just kind of giving away space. They have plenty of utility and plenty of guns to be able to hold this. And ZK knows that there's somebody mid, and they're going to start maybe swinging that. And honestly, this that turret almost killed him. So yeah. I don't even think he really needed a peek, but he ended up getting the kill. Looking up there, Fawitcha pushing all the way up into heaven, ends up getting the good kill. Sways with the op, then JC gets it, but traded out. Here comes the updraft, trying to find somebody there with those knives. Here comes Plant. Let's see if they can get the kill. No, they weren't expecting that angle. Fawitcha is able to get the kill on Sways, and now we're down to a 2v2. Bomb planted, ticking away, and this is where they really need to do something big if they want to be able to retake this and be able to get that defuse. There's not much time left on the board. Big shot comes in. Jerk able to use that Odin and get the kill. Here comes the recon bolt, and the big shot comes around the corner. 13 HP in a dream, but they're just trying to buy time, trying to get them away from that bomb. There's the big spray around the corner, and there's going to be plenty of time on the board for them to be able to get that defuse.
My ult is ready.
Giving ourselves a 4-1 lead over Nightwatch.
That sad face is not only a little bit of BM, but also the correct emotion in that moment, considering you got the spike down and you're feeling pretty good until that Maryville retake. So, man, Maryville just looks ready to play. You can tell they've warmed up. Their shots are coming through very well. Stanny holding on to that teleport. Now Jerk built up their Sova ult, so they are sitting good. Economy still in their bag. And, I mean, Nightwatch, they're just going to have to keep pulling out whatever they've got. They have their Hunter's Fury. They have matching ultimates to match it. So now it's just going to come down to raw gunplay here. Somebody from Nightwatch needs to step up and find some picks to create a little more opening and hold the space that they are initially getting.
Yeah, it does look like they are trying to get Tayo killed here with the operator, and they're going to take a little bit of a step back because nobody wants to go face-to-face with an Odin, but no one wants to go face-to-face with an operator either.
No, not at all.
So everything's slowed down. Where was that at?
Shadows
traveling.
That was pushed all the way up into mid.
Yeah.
Big shots, and now we might get a KO versus KO fight there in mid. It doesn't look like it is going to be that exactly.
Cover going out.
Everyone starts to slow down. Left bomb all the way back, and like you say, the initiator should be the one planning. So he's going to go back, and he's going to go pick up that bomb.
Yeah. KO.
And, start making a way over to A main, and it does look like it's going to be an A push. They did get the early pick, so they are up by one player here. So they're in the better position, but they're going to the wrong site when it comes down to utility-wise. Dives in, big shots. Let's see if ZK can get one, maybe two here. Does get the two, go for the third, but ends up having the teammate take that kill. They end up getting spotted out by the dart there and pushes all the way back into hell. Marble Man ends up grabbing the kill, and Fowitcha trades it up. 14 seconds left on the clock. Very low HP. Big shot. ZK grabs himself a 3K and an extra point on the board for MU.
Maryville just turning that lemon into lemonade there. I mean, they were playing down from the majority of that. Nightwatch just unable to capitalize on the advantage they put. They started that fight with man up, and they should have been able to really capitalize on that, but just not able to kind of catch out where anybody really was. That Sobadart never really got the value of information you're looking for. And ZK putting up 3 there. You love to see it when your Sentinel comes through. It'll be sheriffs across the board for Nightwatch, and yeah, it's just gonna be another save, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, they do have some really good ults here if they want to try to really, trust themselves to be able to do it. Big shots through the wall. And, I've actually seen a lot of sheriff damage go through the wall and actually do a lot of damage. So
yeah,
it's possible that they're in a good position here where they can take some space and be able to at least get on point. But I feel like Jerk here is in a little bit better position. Try to shoot the toes. 50 bullets left in that Odin. I don't know if that's going to be enough or not.
Never enough Odin bullets.
It's never enough Odin bullets. And there's the shock dart going to take down that alarm bot. And it does look like they're going to just kind of back up there. Another shock dart comes in return. Just trying to get as much damage as they possibly can. They're not worried about it. They're going to go for the reload. They'll have full 100 bullets left up there and try to just dart out, see if they can get some type of information as everyone starts making the rotate into the mid position here. And they were going to back up, but the side Jerk says, you know what, I'm going to go back on the side. I have a gut feeling, and he is hit for half health. So, he's got to play a little bit more passive because if the, if the other team gets on site and they're able to get that, it's not going to be good. The door ends up getting closed. The CT shot. ZK does take a little bit of damage there, and he ends up getting a shot from behind. ZK good for 2, and Stanny with 3 with the Phantom, and that's the reason why you use the Phantom. Easy execution. 6-1. Looking absolutely amazing for Maryville right now.
Call him Stanny Phantom. He just turned them all into ghosts right there with those shots. Man, this Maryville team is just so disciplined. You can really see the patient play and kind of the gears turning as they, they're making these decisions. They're realizing, what calls need to be made in the moment, and they are putting on a dominant performance here to lead this round robin group. 6-1 here. I mean, Nightwatch just kind of, unfortunately, not able to catch any breaks. Those executes are looking good, but they just aren't ever really able to complete any kills on the entrance. They're just on the receiving end. So I want to see them try to force a few more arrows, maybe get a little bit more poke and pick-based play as opposed to worrying about your execution and setting that up. Ooh.
Oh, big shots. Jerk takes a lot of damage. Marbleman and Sway both able to get kills, though, so that was looking pretty good. But ZK ends up grabbing a headshot of his own, and now we're into a 5v2. But now a lot of damage being done to Maryville as well. So this could still be anybody's game. We've seen it before where it's 2v5 or 1v3, and they're still able to capitalize. So we'll see them slow down just a little bit, make their way all the way back to their spawn, and this is where they're going to start making their rotate over to the B side. And because they took the long way around, I feel like they're in a better position. And actually, it looks like they're just going to go for a save. For the next 30 seconds. We're going to see them set up a tent and a little campfire, and we'll sing their campfire songs and, wait it out for this next round.
Yeah, I don't hate this pick. This is a 2v5. You have an Odin and you have your Omen who's probably has a rifle on them, and there's just not a world you're taking the Maryville 5. Maryville, at this point, we saw them come back from 4v5s and win it. Do you really feel that confident to take a 2v5? Because I sure wouldn't. They will press out, though, to see if they can maybe get a couple clears, see if they can find an angle for it. But, yeah, I think it's the right call from Nightwatch. That's just, don't give them any free information. No free lunches.
Yeah, no, and that is what happened. And sometimes you got to do it. You have to save, and you have to hold on to those guns, especially when you have an Odin in hand, and that thing is not cheap at all. And we're going to go to the timeout here, and they're going to regroup and see if they can come up with a game plan to be able to stop Maryville from holding this defense, and Nightwatch be able to get a couple points on the board, because Nightwatch is doing good with their executions, especially on their save rounds. They're doing an amazing job to be able to get on site, but it's just holding it off.
Yeah, I think you've nailed it there, is that their executions look great. There's nothing wrong with how they're approaching these sites. It's just the way they approach and how Maryville responds to it has just been phenomenal. It looks so practiced and figured out, and there becomes a point kind of in that last round, like we kind of talked about. There's a point where it's like, are you really gonna, give yourself every advantage here? Are you really gonna sit here and take the, just throw away two perfectly good guns when you're down 7-1 and it's a losing fight? It's the right calls. It's just Maryville has been so dominant, and you could see it throughout all of those in-zone replays.
Yeah, no, Maryville's, their headshot game is just so far superior. They're in the better positions, and they're really holding these really good angles, and they're just landing their headshots, and that's all it is. They're just winning their gunfights, and it's hard to see like a team like Nightwatch, who is a really good team, and you can see how well they're disciplined, but it just it comes down to it, and we'll see if that timeout was good enough to slow down Maryville's lead and maybe put a couple plays on the board for Nightwatch to be able to get a kill or two here. So
it's the hope. They do have 3 ultimates for Nightwatch, so a lot of space control between the KO ult, the KJ ult, and the Sova ult. So the problem is just going to be getting in and making those be effective, and that starts with this mid push here, just clearing it out and getting yourself in a position to take any angle you choose.
Yep, and we're gonna see a couple shots go through the wall, and hopefully, they can get a couple kills, but it does look like it's going to be another mid push here to A. Yeah, that's what this look like. It's going to be a mid push to A. That's not a bad play here. Now, KJ is set up defensively here on A as well. They know that somebody's sitting behind that box, going to TP away. Smart play, different position, but end up going to get blinded here, and they're going to come around the corner with big shots. Tayo and Arisu is able to get a kill each, so that's good for them. And now we're seeing that execution that we talked about before. They got on the site. They were able to get the bomb planted. Now, are they going to be able to stop the retake from happening? That's the big thing. Every single time, they've had a hard time with the retake. So we're going to see what they do as we start seeing the 3v4 push in. And are they just going to save?
This is an
no way they save here, right?
I guess they. I mean, I wouldn't have expected this from Maryville. I was looking at this and going, "Oh, Maryville's they're down 1. That's no problem." This is a very different look from the Maryville squad. So, maybe just try to play for the exit picks. It is smart to take the save. There's no reason to take any dumb risks and give up your economy.
They've won the last 5 rounds in a row. They should have plenty of money on the board. If we hit tab here, we'll be able to see. Yeah, they got buku bucks right now.
Yeah, but
maybe there's Sova, but
why give that away? Why give your opponent an advantage? That's such a disciplined maneuver to say, look, we are well equipped here. We've won the last 5. Yeah, we have money. Let's not give them any space to breathe, though. That's the real play of Maryville here, is just say, look, we are going to choke this out. We want to make this look dominant. We want to make a statement, and they're trying to do that. I respect it.
I mean, in my opinion, it's the wrong play, because you're allowing the enemy team to get away scot-free with all of that you want to keep hurting their economy. And the more kills you get and the more money they're spending, when you're up that much, all you're doing is hurting their economy. And if you're getting those kills and stuff like that, and you're losing nothing out of it by being aggressive and at least going for a couple kills like that. But we'll see if it pays off. We'll see if it was the right choice or not. We already got Molly. Chrome good for one. Big shot through the smoke. That was going to be an excellent shot there. Knew exactly where his body was going to be. And they're going to slow up, and they're going to back off, and they're going to fall back. And, I mean, this is definitely the right play here. This is looking really good for him.
Yeah, I mean, and that's an important pick in Marble, man. That's a lot of information and a top fragger gone. So suddenly,
look at this Omen flank.
Yeah. Oh, this flank.
Oh, we're going to see him catch him in the back of the head. Yes. I mean, we saw it on the mini map. That was important.
It does balance out the fight a little bit, though. Every pick matters.
It does push all the way into A, and we're down to a 3v1 as Sova, last one alive, on site, but bomb is down. Are they going to be able to get to it or not? And KJ is going to just set up here. I mean, if you were an Omen or something like that, might be a better opportunity there. But when you're a lonely Sova, and there's not much opportunities. They did get the bomb. They are going for the plant. Might be a fake plant. Big shot. ZK finishing off with the 3K, holding down that B site like a KJ opt to do. Looking good.
It's hard to call it much else here. Maryville has looked very dominant going up 8-2 here, and you know, your timeout was spent. It was a good spend, but I don't know that it was much, you know. It's hard to come back from this mental. 2 ults up now for Nightwatch, Hunter's Fury, and the Knives. You have an aggressive round here. Maybe you play into that into your advantage because Maryville is just so stacked. They have so much money in the bank. They have a full stack of rifles and armor. You're playing from behind, so maybe trying to catch them off guard is the angle to try to get this something going here.
Yep, and it does look like it's going to be more of an aggressive A push this time, but Sway is sitting there with... Every time I say it, they're like, no, we're running away. I think they were just trying to make noise, honestly, because they did leave bomb pretty far back. They were trying to just make as much noise as they possibly can, and they're going to smoke deep here, and this is the reason why you can't smoke this way, because you can sit so far deep up into that smoke that it just gives the defensive ability. You got to smoke back on that one and force them to try to come out, because if you do it back on that hallway, as you go into the smoke, you can actually spray into it and clear it out a lot easier. But you give the defense so much ability to be able to go through there. And ZK almost got caught lacking there with their shoulder out.
I mean, the slow push, though, it's so slow. They're under 40.
Yep. Now, these are paper thin walls here, so could possibly get a kill through a wall. And it's really going to come down to, you know, what are they going to do? Are they going to push in? It does look like that's what they're stacking up to be. They're trying to get all their utility ready to push at once. And Jerk has a feeling that this is going to happen. So here comes the dart out, knows exactly where they are. Could start spamming through this wall here, but they're just going to back right up and hopefully get the trade as they start pushing into this spot. And not really what's going to play outright. And this is the best looking play so far for Nightwatch. Nightwatch, 4 people left on the board.
Yeah.
And it does look like Maryville University is going to just maybe play for exits and sit back or just try to get away.
Looks like it's just going to be a full escape, maybe play with the exits. I think the Jet had the ops, so you could play that far back and just try to catch someone on the way out. But it was, like you said, this is the best they've looked. They took all the time, and sometimes that's not a bad thing. Sometimes it's just figuring out, what do we need to do? They're not even going to chase that way. They know they went that way, so they'll get out for free. Yeah, it's the right call.
And they're just they're afraid. Are they all going to go sit in that same corner? No.
I think the 2 of them are going to feed to another. Yeah, they're going to hide in the corner. Yeah, that makes sense.
There's not enough room for all of them in that corner, so
nah. Otherwise, they
all find a different one.
It's last in the half. I mean, Maryville again, 8-3. It's a dominant showing from them. Like that loss doesn't even really hurt them. They're going into this with everything they want, plus from the beyond. So, like not a lot of utility out of that. You'll have the ability to make a flank if you need it, but like that's not even the concern. The concerning part is just how they've been able to ride this out. There will be a Hunter's Fury for Nightwatch. It could give them the post plant, but they have to make it the post plant first, and that in itself has been difficult a journey.
Marlboro Man, if they are able to get at least a kill here, they'll have ult, which will be really, really nice. But it's really going to come down to, are they going to be able to get this orb? Are they going to be able to get this kill? And Tayo might get kind of greedy here. Let's see what they do. Jump peek it. Oh,
Ooh.
knew the op was there. Smart jump peek, ended up working out well for them. They did get clipped in the toenail. A lot of damage done to them, and they're just going to kind of fall back. No one on their team can heal them up, so they're going to have to just, unfortunately, take that L on the damage and hope that it doesn't affect them later on in the second part. So
No, it was a good call. It does tell you that the op is not on A, and that's where they're going to set up, which is the right call. They'll get spiked down into 5v5, means the pressure's on Maryville now.
Yep, they start pushing in, and the spike is planted with nobody making any initial movement yet. Everyone's going to group up here, put the knife out, try to get them to make the wrong mistake, and just like that, Godric's good for 2. Jerk and Stanny, though, trading it up, and that's looking pretty even here as it's going down to a 3v2. Here comes the flash looking toward bottom, but the bomb is ticking. They do not have enough time to be able to clear all of this out and be able to get the defuse. There's the Hunter's Fury coming in. Big shots. And shot 1, shot 2.
Wow.
As they sat underneath heaven. We're able to clear it up. And we're finishing out this half 8-4.
The curse is live now. Anybody in chat, cheer it out. The curse is live here. It was a strong half.
9-3.
I thought it was 8-4. That's on me. I thought it was 8-4. Maybe it's just all the games I've lost at 8-4. I don't know. It could be
Your
anything.
own personal curse.
It's my own personal curse, just sending it out there. But it's just gonna be like it's probably just gonna be quite a reel of just 2 and 3Ks here, because Maryville looked so dominant. ZK again with like multiple 3Ks, just multiple moments. It's when this Nightwatch team showed up and like when they executed well, these last couple rounds in particular, they looked so strong. They look like a good team. It's just getting past the mental of Maryville's dominant performances here. And if that was their defense, I'm so interested to see how this attack looks from Maryville, because they have just been controlling these sight lines so well.
Oh, they're doing a really good job, and it's definitely one of those games where you can play defense perfectly and then just absolutely be garbage at attack, right? And just like that, they are going to... Ooh, Godrex finishing out, knows that they're coming through main, going to flash out, stopping it a little bit. Here comes the take and the big shots with the frenzy, but Jerk's going to end up getting that kill. ZK also getting a kill. Tayo and Asuri ends up grabbing the couple there, and Stanny's trying to get himself out. Gonna try to shut that door. Gets shot in every single ankle that he's got by his Omen companion there. Asuri getting the final kill, making it 8-5.
It was a good effort made, but yeah, Nightwish now, like you said, this looks like it's gonna favor him. Asuri is gonna opt all the way up for that Vandal, so really, like, usually you take the advantage, but this is a very all-in kind of setup for Nightwatch, and I think when you're this far behind, you kind of maybe need to take a couple gambles like that. Maryville will have pretty much a full save, a couple sheriffs in there, but I should just go the way of Nightwatch, just simply from the gunpowder. I'd hate to see this go their way. I'd hate to see Maryville take this simply because they got a couple opening picks.
No, absolutely. Especially when you have the Phantom, Spectres, and stuff like that. If you're just going to give away guns, why'd even buy,
Yeah.
And it makes it really difficult to, when you're on such a good buy against a save round, and then you just give away 1 or 2 guns like that, and then it just turns in your favor, and now you're down for 2 rounds. It's really hard. It does look like it's going to be a B push here. Everybody starts rotating over. Now KJ still has all of that utility there, and they just got smoked off, so they're gonna back up a little bit and see if maybe they can do another rotate. And I don't hate this idea. I mean, when you got pistols and stuff like that, you're gonna rotate all through mid, and Tayo's gonna be able to hear this here, so he might actually peek out at the right moment to be able to get a kill or 2. There's 1 shot, 2 shots, but the sheriffs, we talked about it before.
Yep.
It only takes one shot from the sheriff to really take somebody
30
down.
seconds left.
And now they have 2 free guns if they really want to go get it. And it does look like they're going to be pushing into mid. A watcher with the stinger. Oh my goodness. That's going to be 2.
Oh, for 3.
Just like that. And knows the last one is mid. But our Jet for their team really wanted that kill. Isn't going to get him the 4K. But absolutely gorgeous round for him with that 3K there. And now we're into a different position as it's 8-6.
Yeah, this is what you're kind of hoping for if you're Nightwatch. You were hoping that you could pull this out. Maryville will have guns in their hands. You'll spend a little bit more just to buy up and balance it out. But yeah, still very, very close. Maryville, just a little bit more of a struggle on this attack. Maybe not quite able to get the picks they're looking for, and that's really been the key. They've opened up a lot of these fights on those first bloods, but a little bit slower too. Nightwatch needs to keep denying them that if they're going to keep these rounds in their hands.
Yeah, I like this Judge pick here. I'm a huge fan of the Judge myself. Normally it's in the hand of an Omen or a Jet, but KJ can still be devastating with it as well. And they did go and they picked up that orb into A main, and now they're gonna back all the way up for the most part. Omen's still sitting there in A main, seeing if anybody maybe will peek out. They're both like creeping on each other, just like closer and closer. And it's really going to come down to who really gets the headshot. And he says, never mind, I'm gonna wait a couple seconds. And Tayo is not afraid about what's going to be coming up behind him. He wants to just care about what's in front of him. And if he peeks this, oh my goodness. Oh,
it's so close.
Absolute edging here, right? They're getting closer and closer to that corner.
Yeah, but the execute is here.
Oh,
gave it away.
there he goes. He comes around the corner, and that's going to be good for a free gun. And now he's going to be able to help out the rest of his team. Big shot all the way through. Everybody's going to get kills here as we finish out this defensive round for Nightwatch. Looking good.
Wow.
8-7. Let's go back to that replay.
Yeah, show me
and
that.
See what it's all about. My goodness, that was such a perfect timing for our defensive team. Nightwatch makes it in zone replay from Sony. Big shot right there, and just like that, every single person's spraying down, and that's when you get stuck in that chokehold like that, and you're getting sprayed down by 3 phantoms. There's really nowhere you can go.
Yeah,
everyone's got an angle on you.
Yeah, there are just bullets in your face. You're going to deal with them. There is one ultimate on board for Maryville, so they'll have to keep it on their. They'll have to keep it. I'm sorry, for Nightwish. It's knives. They may need it if they need to, but again, having tied it up and denied Maryville all this space in mid is so crucial. They're going to try to push that mid, but I have a feeling Nightwish sees it coming.
Yeah. And they are going to try to slow them down with the shock darts and everything like that. Arsui could flash through. Does look like that's exactly what they're going to do, and back off, play more toward that B side and try to help them out. And everything's going to slow down just a little bit. It seems like we've seen this a lot. It gets really aggressive, baits out a bunch of utility. They slow down and back up because they know if they're getting hit by 2 or 3 abilities, they know that there's 2 or 3 people there. So they're going to slow push, and now it looks like they are going to try to push tree again, which this is where they got stuck last time. A lot of damage being done to Sways, and now again, they got aggressive, baited out utility, and then they're going to slow it down again.
It's the right play. They'll push in through mid, but they didn't realize they're surrounded Maryville. They're going to have it collapse in on them. They managed to get into market, but Jerk will find one to open it up.
And they are just going to be shooting through that smoke, trying to get some capitalization there. Faux Witcher is going to be able to get the kill on Jerk, trying to watch to see if anybody's on mid. Now, we do see somebody sitting into main there. So they are holding an off angle, which is good. The plant still hasn't gotten down yet. 7 seconds left on the clock. Bomb finally planted. They're going to smoke out main. Hopefully try to bait somebody to come out there, and just going to be shot after shot. As the retake commences for Maryville, they're going to hold it down and see if they can stop Nightwatch from being able to get in. And we did see that from main is going to be 2, 3. Are they going to be able to get the 4? No. Arsui is going to be good for that one. And now we're down to a 2v1, but with op in hand from a KJ, nonetheless, is going to be able to get that final kill. 9-7. Looking good for both of these teams as we start getting a little bit closer, evening it up.
Yeah, this was not the Maryview we saw in that first half. So really just showing that they are still beatable here, that A push is coming in, and it's still fairly even. Economies are holding up. You'll see ops in both Jets' hands here. It's a little bit of a push on both. Suppression is up in addition to both Omen ults. I mean, that's the difference maker to me. Marble Man, who had it started off phenomenally, will have the suppression. This should make this a quick take.
Yeah, and they are going to pop that KO alt and start just making their way all the way on the site, trying to take as much ground as they can, hoping they don't die from that KJ utility here. Stanny is going to be good for the first kill, and more shots coming in as we're trying to make way onto the A site and get that bomb planted down. Does sound like the bomb is planted, and we're just waiting to see what ends up happening here. Be able to see a retake from Nightwatch, or is Maryville going to be able to get this plant off?
No, a great closeout there. Bit strong 3K from the Sova. So, I mean, really, Maryville, just a little bit of a struggle, a little bit of a speed bump. Really, now it seems like they're getting the hang of how Nightwatch is playing. No ultimates needed there, aside from the suppression. So they'll build 2 more off it. And again, now it's just, you have this post-plant material. You have an in and you have an out in that lockdown and the Hunter's Fury. So Maryville just sitting on so much utility, a wealth of riches versus a Nightwatch squad who is just suffering and saving. It should just be an easy read.
Sova ultimate coming in, and they're going to be good for 1. What a jerk, able to grab at least 1 kill, and all those bolts coming out. The Sova is returning it. Chrome tries to get out of there, but just like that, our attackers, Maryville, makes a whole different play there and ends up grabbing a lot of abilities and really being able to capitalize on that. It was a really quick round.
I mean, they sensed the blood. They knew they were advantaged. Someone over there is tracking incredibly well because they just straight knew, all right, they're saving. We have ultimates up. Let's just play aggressive and go. And, I mean, it was a great advantage putting them towards match point. But now they're behind 4 ultimates on the side for Nightwatch. Guns still in hands. It's going to be a full force from them. They should have the tools to do this. It's just going to come down to really just letting Maryville capitalize on any errors.
Yeah, I mean, if Nightwatch ends up losing this one, though, they're going to be in a very bad position going into the match point. So we're going to see how this ends up working out. It looks like it's going to be a big mid push, and Godrex is going to be good for 1 kill. Tries to flash out. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, trying to get the kills on main, but just pushes them back. Doesn't really get too much down other than the lockdown destroyed. ZK sitting right there. Tayo gonna trade out his duplicate. I feel like we've seen that a lot lately. Is just gonna be like KJ versus KJ, Omen versus Omen. You know, everyone's kind of playing against their mirror image. So, with only a couple minutes left on the clock, we're gonna see what ends up happening here. And Arsui is gonna go all the way on the flank, which is a good position there. Godrex is luckily able to get 1. Spike is down. They're gonna pick it up with 40 seconds left on the clock. They know that they can make the retake because they know where the last 2 are. They heard somebody in main. Here's the... Oh! Big shots. There's the molly. They're going to be able to get through it.
Going to try and catch him on the
angle. They have
here?
to try to catch him on the CT here. If he doesn't. There's the shot. Godrex, good for it. And they're still alive, 11-8.
That's, it's those decisions you make. Do you have to take the duel? Could you just rush Spike down maybe? It's a decision you make in the moment, but it's those decisions that really keep you going, and really help you close out matches like this. I mean, it was a lot happening here, and it was a tense moment, but they committed everything into this. If you're Nightwatch, you still have a couple ultimates left. You're still pretty fine with that. It's just going to be a little bit more. This is your chance to capitalize on this. You have ultimates up, you have guns, so you should be able to kind of slow Maryville down a little bit here, and you have to. Every round is so crucial right now that you can't afford to let a round slip. So those guns and these ultimates are going to have to be impactful.
We'll see that as they come in. There's the molly. Godrex actually trapped right here in this corner. They're going to get out. Luckily, they had an Omen smoke, but unfortunately for him, Jerk ends up getting the shock dart in. Godrex falls, and now we're down to a 4v5 in favor of Maryville. So we'll see if this ends up changing the tides and seeing what Maryville decides to end up doing with that pick.
I mean, they are a little bit trapped in mid here, though. So that is the only thing working kind of against them is they'll have to commit smokes and some time and energy to rotate and find a new plan of attack. The good thing for them is that they'll be able to do this basically under the cover of night and take this 5v4 in their advantageous position. They should be able to get this site down for free, no problem.
Yep, and it does look like that's what is going to happen. I mean, if we get the darts out, we get the mollies out and everything like that, they're going to be able to get into there and put themselves into a really good position. But they need to get on site and they need to get that bomb planted with only 26 seconds left on the clock. And this is where we're going to be playing for that retake and seeing if Nightwatch has the ability to be able to do that. Now, Tayo does have their KJ ult here. They could go in, they could put that down, and then just wait for people to start making their way off site as long as they clear out main, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. Marble Man going to be able to kill down Tayo. And now we're down to a 4v3, which we've seen it happen before. It is possible, especially with the Sova dart out. Big shots. Azuri able to grab one, and then Chrome's able to grab a kill as well. ZK falls, and now we're down to a 1v3, 1v2, 1v1, but who's going to get the kill? Big shot come through. Jerk with the 4K clutches it up, putting it into match point.
What a great snap and a good recovery from Maryville. And it was a long road to get here, and that was everything. That was everything that Nightwatch had really going into this, which means this last round is really going to be suboptimal. It's going to be whatever you can force to buy. You'll have a killjoy and a suppression, a lot of space control. But the problem to it all is that you don't have the gunpowder to really take advantage of it. There's knives oppose you. Jerk has their Hunter's Fury. This post plant looks very clean, so it's going to be everything and anything on the side of Nightwatch to make this hold.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if they're able to really hold this down and really get some, I mean, you got 3 huge kills with the judge and pops right back out and still actually has 33 HP left. They're in a good position holding down main with the judge. I talked about it earlier. I said how much I love the judge, and they showed up. That was fantastic.
Judgment has been rendered. I mean, that is as good as a free round at this point. Maryville can't do anything. The Sova's low health. They might even just take the save. They might just fall back and take a save because there's nothing you can do here.
Honestly, I agree. I mean, you don't want to really give them any free economy here. So, yeah, being able to sit back is definitely the better position. I know you want that win, but especially when your Sova, aka Jerk, is so low HP, you know, it's hard to make that decision to want to get in there and get in that fight. So ZK is going to have their turret come back on live. They're going to be able to watch their flank and just hold this main play and maybe hope that KJ doesn't peek back into the mid there. So we'll end up seeing
30 seconds
what
left.
Jerk decides to do. He's going to go clear that out and gonna get knifed. Is there any anything from that? Doesn't look like it. Now Tayo's sitting in a really bad position because Jerk was sitting on that opposite side there, and they know where they are. So he's able to get a good kill, and he's gonna just fire in. 10 seconds left on the clock. And the save looks good so far. Are they going to be able to stop Godrix from getting this kill? Let's see. Godrix starts pushing in and got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. And Godrix actually could push this one too. Doesn't look like he's going to. He got his 1 kill. He's happy with it.
Yeah.
He put that on the board. He's staying positive, and he's just going to get out of there. So Nightwatch taking another point.
I mean, it was a greedy play. You got the one and then got punished for it. I don't think you're unhappy about it, but you did feed some ultimate charge over, and that's the concerning part for me. They won that off the back of Tayo there, and you know, I think they'll learn from that. We're not pushing anymore. I think that's the lesson learned is now we'll have this, so expect those ultimates on the retake for Nightwatch. I mean, on the other side, Maryville, they still have all their ultimates that are 5-stack A and 5-stack B, I'm sorry, and this looks like it'll be probably a push here, just making sure it's clear to go in.
Yeah, I mean, they stacked A because they really thought that they were going to push into there, and it does look like it's going to be a B push. So you're left your KJ basically by themselves to really hold this off. Luckily, Asui ends up throwing that flash down and trying to, you know, get some space. TP's back onto site, which is actually a pretty good play. He was able to see where some people are, but also be able to put themselves onto site to be able to help the KJ out, which really worked out. Knives come out. That doesn't actually end up connecting with anything. And again, the judgment comes in, and here we go. Here's the defensive KJ play. Bomb's still not down yet, though.
And no one's getting out of that. There's not really a way to get out of it. They have to.
No,
they have
really
to stop
don't.
it.
Big shots, one, but not two. And our defenders win again as Nightwatch takes it. Another point on the board, 12-10. The utilization of their
ultimates.
Their ultimates end up working out really well. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, I'm just kind of I'm in the same shock space as you are because Maryville looked very dominant, and now they're kind of just letting these moments slip. Making kind of mistakes that are getting punished. And
yeah.
I mean, surely now with 3 ultimates and a full rack of mostly guns and ammo, they should be okay, right? Like you have an Omen ult to get spacing. I would assume so, but I don't write off this Nightwatch team. They have looked very strong, and they've been very clutch in these moments.
And again, it's going to be another A push, this time a lot more aggressive than before. Big shot comes in. Marlboro Man, again, good for 1. Everybody on site, and the bomb is actually going to be planted this time.
Really pressing the issue.
Yeah. Nightwatch trying to stay alive here. Oh, they're going to get spotted out just a little bit there. Shots through the wall. That's going to be good for a couple. There's the Hunter's Fury coming in, trying to connect with somebody. They're just using as much utility as they possibly can to stop this plant from, or this retake from happening. Sway, good for 1. Stanley, good for 1. ZK, good for 1. Ari and Sway's gonna finish it off, making it 13-10. We are gonna give it to Maryville University.
Yeah, it was quite a dominant looking run for the most part. Like they dropped the ball a little bit in the middle, but Maryville, top contender going into this. If you had to show me the list and tell me who might come out on top, I'd say at least they're going on, and they have made the statement to show that exactly why they should. And a lot of it started off with Marlboro Man, who the first couple clips should be him. I mean, they just absolutely put in so much work. ZK absolutely coming off the top on that Killjoy. That's who you want to really, when you look at players who need to clutch up and who need to put in so much work, it's usually your Sentinels or your controllers. They're not entering. They're usually the last ones in and the last ones left alive, and you're seeing it time after time. ZK and Aruri and all these players from those roles are constantly finding value across the board, and that's what you are looking for if you're on those roles and you're these teams. You're not disappointed if you're either of these teams. I don't think you're a little disappointed for the loss, but I think you're feeling pretty good in this group stage considering that first match.
Honestly, I would hope that they are, because both teams played absolutely well. Nightwatch was coming back and doing a lot of damage there. So both of them played absolutely amazing, and they should be proud of themselves. Even though you got the loss, you did phenomenal, and you're going to be seen later on. I know it for a fact. I can't wait to see how these teams stack up later on, especially tomorrow's games.
Yeah, I mean, and if this is your hardest match in your bracket, like if this is the hardest thing in your pool, I think you're still fine with that. That means you're likely to go on. We won't really know until we see the rest of the games. We're going to jump on over to Pool D after the quick break, so hang tight. There'll be plenty more Valorant in the Windy City 10K coming soon.
Welcome back, gamers, to our 10K tournament here. It belongs Chicago, the Windy City Open. We're happy to have everybody here, and I'm happy to have my co-host being able to help me out today. Soav, how you doing?
The pleasure's truly mine, Zombie. It's been quite a series of games so far. We just finished up that Maryville match where they took the W in that round 1 for the C pool. But we're jumping over to D pool now, and we've got a little bit of a toss-up here. We've got shoot, I just had it and I lost it. That's on me. We've got Ambrosia taking on No Publicity. Ambrosia coming off a win and No Publicity coming off a loss. So a tale of two stories here. Who know with? We'll have to check in how they do. But let's check in on those rosters first, shall we?
Yeah, let's take a look at Ambrosia. Ambrosia's got some interesting names here as well. We were talking about this earlier. Smiley, and I'm not sure how to pronounce this one, so if I mess it up, I apologize. Acrian is what I'm going to assume that it is.
Seems good.
Then we have, of course, McNutty, Roompa, and Satellite for Ambrosia. It's going to be interesting to see what they end up pulling out for agent-wise.
Yeah, not a lot we know about them. So jumping over to No Publicity, similarly, No Publicity for them. So that's a dope logo, though, I will say.
That's a really cool
but
logo.
Especially
Limit,
with
Wolfenite, kind of like a stone. I like that. Wave, Stout, and Nico gonna be playing for No Publicity.
Yeah, I mean, again, not much known about them either. I'm going to take the guess that there are probably some locals. So, but let's check out where they are so far, as I kind of alluded to. We got maps. We're going back to Pearl, which you and I are excited for. I know it's we're excited for that. And considering what we saw in Pearl, and we were talking about it, how this map still got a lot you can do.
Mm-hmm.
There's still a wide choice of agents you could pick here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sad that we haven't seen like a split or a fractured or something like that, or with like the new rework with bind. I was hoping that maybe we'd see a bind come in, but I feel like it just hasn't been that big of a pick lately.
Yeah, it's really tough to say, because when you look at these teams and where they want to play and how they want to play, you got to look at the brackets, because that's going to tell the story of what they're playing and how they got here. And Ambrosia coming into this in that first place with that map differential, we believe it was 13-5 in their last round. So put up quite a showing. No Publicity has quite the hill in front of them to get themselves secured for this Group D. Again, it's the top 2 in the groups that will go on to a top 16 cut. So not out of the woods yet, but you got to make every shot count.
Yep, absolutely. And I'm excited to see what these agents end up picking off. I mean, what did we have for the last time that we had Pearl? I mean, I feel like we had an Astra, right? We had the Harbor Viper kind of pick and everything like that. And it's possible that we will see those again in this one. Maybe we'll see what you were talking about, Cypher before, maybe Cypher, or, even a Chamber I could see here. It could be a good pick.
When you talk about Pearl, it's hard not to talk about all the different small angles you have to cover, all the different side streets you have to go through. And I don't hate a double Sentinel pickup for that. I actually was kind of gonna say I doubt we'll see the Harbor again, but shame on me. It looks like No Publicity is taking a book out of Bunny Hop here, because that's pretty similar to what they ran, and they found some pretty good success with that comp. I don't actually hate this the more I stare at it now.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, I like the Harbor pick. I think it's gonna be really good. The Initiator Sky, not the worst. I like it. I mean, the Flash, you got the dog and stuff like that. You're clearing the corners and stuff like that. Especially when you have like you trying to use Sova on this map. There's so many of those corners that you were talking about. It's hard to use that one. I want to see a Gecko. I want to see a Gecko come out of here. I think a Viper Harbor Gecko would just be so dominant in, but these top tier teams, they've been playing with these agents a lot longer. So I think it's going to be a couple more months before we see a Gecko get pulled out in a tournament.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing to me is that I don't know about you, but I haven't seen a ton of Harbor in a lot of these Pro-Am level events. So even just seeing Harbor find a home and find some use, I think is really an exciting thing for those who enjoy Valorant, and they'll lock it in. It's going to be the mirror there. I don't hate it. This worked well for our previous teams, and it seems like it's going to be the understood meta for Pearl. And you know what? If that's what it means, I'm all here for Pearl supremacy.
I agree. I mean, I love Pearl, and seeing the double controller is a lot of fun. But both of these controllers have those long, high walls that just give you so much ability to be able to take so much space on the map that I'm not surprised by it, honestly, at all.
Yeah, I agree completely. It makes so much sense because, you know, B long is quite literally long. So it makes sense.
It is a very long.
It's a very long B, so it makes sense. And you can see the initial pings on the side of Ambrosia that they are looking at that B push. But yeah, no, it makes sense. Like, you know, you have so many wide things to cover. The Viper wall can even cover so many different openings depending on where you place it across the A. But yeah, like this comp feels like a great balance of everything you would like out of your team. So it's going to be just the classic pistol round. Let's see who gets control of this mid, because that is going to be one of the most important things to control in a huge map like this.
We're quite literally seeing a mirror right now as the KJ's lurking off site, and then everybody else is basically on the B site. You know, Viper's hanging out in mid too, but it does look like we're going to get, no, I was going to say a dog going in, but that's not the way it's going to be. The big flash comes out. Everyone harbor wall. There's so many walls on these sites. They know that somebody's back site. This is a pistol round here. Good headshot with the first kill. Steven is going to be able to get that one there. And everyone's starting to fall for no publicity as everyone else on Ambrosia is going to be alive. A nice 4 players alive here on the first point. Ambrosia takes it.
I mean, it's going to be they're feeling themselves pretty well here, and on that end, they'll buy up. Steven opting way up into the Phantom already tells me that they are feeling themselves. I mean, yeah, and Ambrosia coming off a win here with the 1-0. I think I see no reason not to. It's going to be, again, the question mark is going to be, you know, are they just going to try to rush down B again? Because I don't think that was as successful as you might even give it the credit for. I think you want to spend a little more time if you are Ambrosia. Like, you can run it down and you'll get the value on it. But I think you want to get those flank angles under control too, and it's going to start with Akrian here. Just watching and making sure no one's going to get any sneaky flanks on this attack.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be a lot of action here. They know that No Limits is going to be stuck behind there. Big shots come through as their counterpart ends up getting the kill. Ends up grabbing another one as well. Shot in the back, tries the 180, but ends up getting taken down themselves. That's going to be a loss of 1 gun, but no bomb planted quite yet as everyone's starting to play right in the back of the site. Now, here comes the plant for long. Big shots. Nobody ends up grabbing the trade off of that, and just like that makes quick work. Ambrosia picks up the second point of this match.
As dangerous as their name suggests, they have been looking pretty good. This should be the round where things start to balance out now that No Publicity has guns in their hands. But, you know, two kills on board for No Publicity is a little concerning. It just means that you haven't even been able to find trades. You haven't even been able to find any value on these attacks. And you can see them playing up now. They really are going to just shut down this aggression. And I think that's a good play if you're No Publicity. You have to make a stand, and 3 rushing B long, it seems like a good place to start it.
Interesting kind of play for this going to be when they buy up, because if they get caught off guard here, it's not going to be good for them, and that's exactly what's happening right now. They gave away too much space. If they were on a save round, I could kind of understand it a little bit more, but they just gave away so much ability. Caught him on the flank as well. KJ lurked right there, and now we're down to the very last person, a KJ, trying to make their way on the site. Now it is a 2v1. We've seen worse than this, but Nico, are they going to be able to get the kills, or are they going to be left and falter here?
Oh, the timing. Caught him on that flip. Does find 1, and that's all it takes. That's 1 start.
Oh, and just like that, they're able to pick it up, and they're going to be able to get the defuse down, putting their first point on the board.
Okay. You know, the hero KJ comes in there. That's what you're looking for. I was going to suggest maybe we put maybe we put the KJ more onto site and play that utility kind of how we do on Ascent. But hey, you know, if your KJ is going to clutch up like that, that's exactly what you want from him.
Yeah, it was not looking good for them. So, like, in the beginning, especially when they lose 3, like, right off the bat. But luckily, their KJ, you know, they've been lurking this whole time. They've been sitting back, and they're getting feisty. They want some kills too. So they're gonna push in. They're gonna get the 3K. Gonna pick up the first point for No Publicity, and hopefully they can keep that momentum going and tie it up.
They have to. I mean, they are playing from behind here with all those sheriffs, but I mean, at least you have some mental gain, right? Like you gained a one run of that. You know they're beatable. So this is a good start to things to come.
Yeah, you're definitely hyping up your KJ right now too. You're letting them know, hey, thank you for keeping us in the game because we almost threw that for you. So here we go, the dash in. There's the Molly's big back sight. Nico, good for one, tries to get pushed out there, and that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to back all the way up and wait for their team to start making their way onto site. Their headshot perfectly.
No.
Oh, are they going to do this? Oh, they did put it down, but the Molly comes out, and they're going to be able to destroy that lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 3v4. Spike will finally get down. Steven will find one on the other side, and I mean, the damage is done now. That's playing from behind for no publicity.
Yep, and no publicity again, down to just one player, and they end up getting taken down by McNutty with the Phantom. Ends up grabbing their 3rd point on the board, and now no publicity is going to have to do something here that's going to be big to be able to keep them in this game.
It's quite a lot to ask from that, because it's going to be a force from them. They're going to have to buy all the way up, and they don't even have full armor. It's a rough place to be. And the thing I have to call it here is that they looked the best when they took the fight to Ambrosia, right? Like it was a bit of a bloodbath at the start, but it really did give them the chance to make trades and kind of force Ambrosia into an uncomfortable position. I want to see that aggression a little bit more. Don't play back. Don't let them have sight. It hasn't worked for you yet. Bring the fight to them and see how that pans out for you.
No, absolutely. And I've noticed this more and more where everyone's buying up with light shields, and that's because Gen G in the pro tournaments has been doing it and been very successful on it every single time. So, you know, they've been watching these pros do it, and they're pro now. So they are going to dive in and get onto a point there. Hopefully try to get the plant down. Now, we see that all the way back into main, there is somebody sitting there, and they're going to get absolutely double teamed there. Steven's going to get the kill on Nico, and I thought Nico might have been able to get that kill. Eric is sitting down, crouching in the corner, able to get weave down, and now it's going to be down to a 5v3. Now, do they push in? Do they try to get it? Doesn't look like they are. They're going to save it up because that Viper pit's down, and they don't want to give them any more alt orbs or anything like that.
Yeah, you also don't have the money to go into the next round with anything. Like, you'd rather at least go in and maybe get a pick or two, play yourself the best situation you can. It makes the most sense, even if it's maybe a little bit of a loss. You're cutting your losses, and I don't hate it.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And the bomb's going to be ticking away, going to go off, and we're going to get the 4th point for Ambrosia. Looking good for them so far. Everything has been executed very well for them. And it's been really just working in their favor for all their utility abilities.
Oh, yeah. This is absolutely what a 1-0 team looks like going into this. And going into these future ends, it should be the same. Wev will now have their own Viper's pit up, so they may have to wait until post-plant to commit it. Satellite has knives and a judge, so I expect those to come out here. It's going to be a little bit more aggressive power. And Ambrosia just winning these duels, constantly getting those first bloods. You know, it's hard not to look at this and think Ambrosia's going to keep this train rolling.
Now, if Ambrosia's able to get this orb here on B long, they're going to be able to use that harbor ability to kind of push them out of the B site, and that's exactly what's happening. All the way on the B sites where everything's happening. There we go. Now we'll be able to see it, and all the mollies and everything's coming out as Acreon starts making a little bit more space there, making sure no one comes out of the hallways, and Nico starts making the retake on the site. Satellite sitting on the backside with a judge. You know how much I love that. Don't peek it.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking. They'll find the KJ.
Yes, they will. That's 1. That's 2. Are they going to be able to get 3? Pulls the knives out. Tries to get both of them there. If it was just a little bit more open, I think they would have gotten it. And there we go. The Viper's pit is down, or the wall's up. And the rest of it's going to be taken down. No publicity. Loosen that one again. Ambrosia putting another point on the board. 5-1. Ambrosia looking unstoppable here.
Yeah, quite a showing. That was a costly round for no publicity too. The Viper's pit was committed right to try to get that back, but just got a little aggressive for Web. Tried to punish it out and tried to clear the space to make sure you could get that clear, but just unfortunately never caught it. It'll be a half buy and a save. They have knives. I don't think Wolfenite really should commit the knives here. It's available, but I don't think you really need it. It's going to be a quick A from Ambrosia. They'll get this without a problem.
Yeah, it does look like it's going to be a really quick push in, and just like you said, it's not worth using the knives, not worth using the utility. Just try to do as much damage as you can, just like that. You're able to get 55 damage down onto Harbor. That's good. It means you might be able to at least get one of them down, and try to just, you know, make them pay for it. If they're gonna try to take this site for free, well, make them pay for it. They're not going to take it for completely free. It doesn't look like knives are going to come out. Oh, big shots. Dash is up in the air, tries to get good for one. McNutty and Steven are both going to be able to get kills, and they know that somebody is in secret going to be taking the shot. Yeah. Steven's good for a 3K there, and Ambrosia's just going to take another easy point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Ambrosia, you're pretty much cruising. You're feeling yourselves right now, and it'll be a timeout from No Pub. And yeah, I mean, you kind of have to take it at this point, figure out what's going on, what's kind of going wrong. Is it just, you know, are you out of your economy rotation? Are you just not comfortable on this? It's very possible that No Publicity just didn't, you know, you don't scrim this a lot. Maybe this is one of those maps that people were kind of hoping we'd just ignore, but it's clearly shown to be a map that is in players' preferred rotations now. So this can't be something you have to, you know, you're going to have to get comfortable with this double controller comp. You're going to have to be able to run it, and Ambrosia just clearly looks practiced on it.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that's the hard part. Like, with all these maps coming out, and, you know, they're brand new maps almost every couple months, it's hard to learn new maps and create new plays, and you get comfortable with the ones that you really enjoy. And then you come down to it, and you don't really have time to be able to scrim every single map. You know, you have to try to make time, and with everyone's schedule and everything like that, you got to do the ones that you're most comfortable with, and then try to scrim on the ones you're not, because I feel like those are the ones that are the hardest. But you know, how can you scrim every single map all the time with how many maps there are? You know?
Oh, I mean, just quit your day job and become a Valorant pro.
That's what I'm talking about. You should do that, honestly.
Yeah. Honestly, everybody just quit your game, quit your lives, and
quit school,
go play Valorant. Quit school, quit job. Just go play Valorant full time. Please don't do that.
You'll be the next tens.
Yeah, please don't do that. Please don't do that. Please instead be like Ambrosia and go up 6-1 in your games, though, on this B push, though, because they are sitting pretty.
They are looking really good right now, and it does look like it's going to be a pretty fast B push there all the way onto site. Big flash, and Molly's come out, dashed all the way up top. And Eric's just running this absolute down. I don't know what he's doing. Akron on the flank there is going to be able to hold off on one, holding that flank, making sure they don't get popped out. And we're down to the very last person sitting there right in mid. No publicity. Again, going to lose the point here. It's going to be 7-1 unless something really crazy happens, which they're on A, so I don't think that's going to happen.
I know the harbor's chasing. It's not impossible yet. There's still plenty of time for that spike to go before before that. They could there's a chance this could be a forced ace, you know?
Yeah, possibly. It does look like they're not going to be able to. Oh, maybe they're actually going to find them. They're checking every corner. I like that cryo vandal too. It looks so good. Here comes the flash push out, shot fired.
Oh.
They're going to get the kill. KJ, 3K. Love to see it. 1-2-7.
You know, we were talking a little bit earlier about Ambrosia's previous 1-0 win, 13-5, and they are really trying to speed run this round robin section. They really are trying to make sure that they make a statement going into this. And unfortunately, it just falls on the No Publicity, who has to kind of, you know, eat the bullets for this one, who has to kind of take the 7-1. And they should have rifles in hand. They should be in a pretty better spot here. This is just a tough defense for them when you're coming up against a team who looks and feels so dominant as Ambrosia has so far.
Yeah, so far, I mean, you can see how confident they are on Pearl, and they're doing such a fantastic job on it. Nico getting the first kill, starts making their way onto the B site again. Now, do they put it into the same spot that they normally do? Does look like it might be that way. Akron trying to fight people in mid by themselves, trying to get the molly out. Dude, you know what?
Triple swing.
He did a lot of damage there.
Yeah.
For him dying there, he did a lot of damage, and this is the first time that we've seen No Publicity in the best position that they possibly can be in. And with shots going in through smoke, trying to jump out, has their ability to be able to block it. Big shot. That's going to be 2. McNutty getting absolutely crazy with it. Gonna peek around the corner. Doesn't have any utility left. They just need to rely
Oh.
on their shots. They're good for 3. Are they gonna be good for 4 though? With a little bit more damage and time ticking down, they got to do something here. Are they gonna be able to get it?
Wow.
McNutty with the 4K. Ambrosia takes another point.
All right, you got to give it to him. The name holds up. The name checks.
Yeah.
That was nutty.
That
That's
was
a 4K.
McNutty.
Yeah, you know, we were joking about it in the booth behind about the name, but man, he passes the check. So
Well, look at him. He's 11 and
11
1
and
right
1.
now with 8 assists. And then you have Steven with 10 and 2 with 4 assists. And that's still saying plenty for the other team, the rest of the team.
Yeah.
Eric Satellite and Erican still getting tons of kills. But my goodness, they're looking good.
they are looking like a dominant team. It'll be
Yeah,
another.
they got their
beat push
tuxedos
then.
on.
Yeah, they're making a statement here. They want to make a statement here.
8 and 1 going into this 10th round here, getting close to the completion of the first half. And again, another B push, and they're just giving this site away for free. They're just giving it away for free every time. They're able to get the B plant down. There's no way to stop them. And then you have Ambrosia with just tons of utility because they're taking it for free. They're not getting baited out very much at all. They know where they are. And then we're going to see the KJ ultimate go down. 5 HP for Satellite. Takes an absolute mouthful. Shoots through the smoke. They're going to be good for the 1. Molly's in. And they're going to reposition. Look at this.
I mean,
They're going to reposition. They're on site. They're getting absolutely aggressive here. They have no fear. They know that there's 2 people that are detained. They end up pushing into hallways, big shots. They're going to get taken down, but McNutty's going to be able to pick that up. Right click.
Wev, okay.
Aim down sight. Bulldog, Wev able to get 2 kills, but unfortunately, that's not enough for them to get a point, and they're down 9-1.
Whew, man. I mean, it was a good recovery. You love to see that out of Webb. That's a great sign of life from them. So this no publicity team is hitting shots, but unfortunately, like you said, there is no fear for this Ambrosia team. They are out for blood, and they are here to poison whoever that gets in their way. 9-1 going into this half. A full stack of rifles plus economy knives if they need it. I mean, Nico has that lockdown also. I don't think you'll it's gonna have to play on the retake if you can even get to a retake.
Right. No, absolutely. Here they come, and they didn't see him. You didn't see their shoulder? Oh, my goodness. Big shots on B main, and now the rotate comes in. It's still going to be a 2v3. Ambrosia still has the ability to be able to win this one and put a 10th point on the board, but it's looking a little bit better for no publicity here, especially as their KJ starts making their way onto the A site and taking plenty of space. If they put that utility down, they're going to be able to hold A site very easily, especially because McNutty has their ultimate. They have that Viper pit.
Turns out if you're just getting picks and building your ultimate, it does pay out in your advantage. So,
right.
I mean, it's the 1v3. It's still quite a bit of an ask, but no, never mind. It's over. Okay, never mind. Okay, I was gonna say something about there's still a chance they have some advantage, but
right.
Never mind.
Well, still the ability to get the curse, right? The 9-3 curse. No publicity, only has to put 1 more point on the board to get the 9-3 curse and be able to win this. And if they do, you can quote me on it. If they don't, well, then they didn't deserve it. But we'll see. We'll see what happens here going into this final round in the first half.
I mean, you joke, but let's be real. There are some teams that are just not strong. Like, defense isn't their strongest suit. There are some teams that want to play aggressively and prefer to play aggressively. So 100%. It's very possible. It's very possible that No Publicity just isn't a defensively minded team, and they are just going to be able to do it. They'll have Viper's Pit. They'll have Lockdown, a couple defensive tools there that they can use. But look at this aggressive B push out on long.
Oh, it does look like it's going to be pushing all the way up. We're not going to really get to see much here. NP limit. McNutty able to grab a kill each. And we're chilling. There we go. And now it's going to be the rotate back. I mean, they got a little bit of damage. They end up both getting a kill each. And it's looking good so far. And as, again, they're going to be pushing onto the A site. And they can, really take this over because they have the harbor wall and be able to get a lot of abilities down here. And here we go. Here comes the plant in a couple seconds. Eric goes for the plant. They're checking dugout, looking for secret, seeing if anybody's there. And they've actually created a lot of space here. Now they're going to hear limits jump over this. Here comes the flash push. and they turn away. Limit's going to be
Oh.
good for one
enemy
and
remaining.
2 and 3K, and Stout's going to be able to get the 1 there, and McNutty is all the way back into main. Very late lurk, but
Ooh.
they were able to get that molly down and the shots, getting the kill. But just like I talked about, 9-3, we have the 9-3 curse. This could be it right here. This could be over for Ambrosia. No publicity, could be getting every single point here.
I mean, all it takes is every single win clean from here on out, and it could start right now. So, quite a half though for both teams in a lot of ways. You know, it's hard not to talk about Ambrosia's incredible shooting, and especially off the back of that Viper. But you know, to No Publicity's credit, they have had moments of brilliance. The rounds where they have gotten those wins have looked very good. They just need to get control of this second round, play the game at their pace, and you know, try to build those advantages and build them up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking so good right now, and it's definitely still a very entertaining match. You know, we've been having some really good kills and a little bit back and forth. So, so far so good, and we're going to the second half very confident for Ambrosia, and we'll see if their defensive skill is as good as their offensive skills.
I mean, that's going to be a full rundown on 5 for No Publicity. The rotation will come through, but can they get in and set up before everybody arrives?
It's definitely going to be a difficult one. Big shots with the Ghost. No Publicity is going to be good for 2. Satellite trading 1 out, and they're going to put it into an interesting default position. So they're going to have to play on site here. They're not going to be able to play long. I mean, they got pistols, so it's not a bad idea to do. 20 HP and a Dream, trying to back up into that smoke and then peeking back out. McNutty's trying to get a kill. Shot through the smoke.
Wow.
What was that? It gets flashed, but ends up pushing right through it. Eric's good for 1. Now we're down to a 1v2. Tries to get the shot, but there we go. No Publicity. Like I said before, 9-3 curse is going to be able to start putting some points up here on the board, and we're at 9-4.
Yeah, the snowball starts. Now they'll be able to buy up, and this should be able to go their way. It looks like Ambrosia will consider the buy up themselves. They feel pretty confident that they can put their foot down, and with how their first half went, I don't blame them at all. They had a strong half, and you know, McNutty finally, you know, 16-5. If that's your leader, someone who's leading the way, you're feeling pretty confident. Everybody on Ambrosia above 1-1. So if nothing else, you're looking at Ambrosia and thinking, you know, they're down here, but that doesn't really mean they're quite out.
Yeah, no, and it does look like it's going to get a little bit aggressive by Eric here, is pushing all the way up, but that Tasmanian Tiger is going to come out and clear it, and they're like, maybe we shouldn't push this way. It might not be the smartest, and you know how much I love the Judge, so I would love to see a Judge 4K right here. Wev does take a little bit of damage, actually, so, and look at all this Harbor utility here. Wev's going to get healed up. They probably could have saved that, but you know what? They want to get their teammate up. They want to get him in a good position here.
You have it, you might as well use it. I mean, the door's finally open, so you can finally start to push through. The Judge is gone.
And I don't even know if they know they have a Judge or just the pistol. Pushes in. There's the shot. Stout, good for the kill. Eric ends up losing that Judge, starts making their way on the site. Nico, good for a kill as well. And they don't know, but Viper's sitting right on the other side of that wall. Here comes the plant, saved by that wall here. McNutty with that new fist knife looks so good. Honestly, it's so entertaining.
That's silly. That's a pretty good shot. We'll grab the Judge there. And I mean,
yeah.
McNutty finds 1. Sheriff trade out, though. The rest of the shots come through, and it will go the way of No Publicity. Turning it around. I mean, it was expected, but they definitely made it look a little easier than their previous rounds had been.
Definitely. I mean, they're looking like a whole new team right here. They're actually winning their gunfights. They're actually putting themselves up on the board, and really, you know, we were talking about how McNutty and Steven only had like 2 deaths each. Well, now they're sitting at 6 and 7. You know,
Yeah.
So right now, this is where No Publicity takes full advantage of this attacker-sided map and just starts putting points more and more up on the board as they go on.
Yeah, Ambrosia will have the guns to match, though, so now it's a bit of a question mark. They have been winning in the longer rounds once they have rifles in hand, so they'll buy that. And I mean, I say that, and a Bulldog is hey, it's a rifle. It's technically a rifle. I'll buy that. I stand by that sentence. It's a rifle.
Yep. And there's the Harbor wall. It's going to go up and kind of put them in a more defensive position there, so that's good. I love those new skins. They're looking so clean.
You love to see them. Looks like the Wolf will find anything. Does find one, and I think that's their go button now.
And waiting for that pop flash through. There it is. A return flash from Steven. Shots fired. Shot into back sight. No publicity, trying to find some points here, but Steven comes around the corner, followed by his teammate. Ends up grabbing the kills. Webb sitting there, but gets mollied off. That's going to do a lot of damage to him. And big shots. I don't know what McNutty was doing. I don't know where he was heading. He was just trying to be a, like a Yoru clone or something, trying to fake it out. Because they know where he was, but McNutty, I think he was just going for a walk and going to to go hang out somewhere.
That was the funny bait. It's a haha funny Yoru bait. Like,
Right,
that's the only I can see on it. I say, do we have a replay of that? Because that'd be incredible. But we do have all those walls up in everybody's faces, and this is again, it's hard. Yeah, there it was. Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. Yeah,
Viper clone.
Viper clone.
You'll see it. You'll see it next patch, guys.
Yeah, we've merged Yoru and Viper, but we have all guns in hand, so Ultimate should be coming online, and Ambrosia getting those rifles in their hands is kind of what I was afraid of. Now they should be able to kind of win a lot more of these duels, considering they have been getting a lot more first bloods in the later rounds.
Yep, and honestly, sitting over here on this back side of the wall where Steven is could be dangerous, because I know a lot of people, see, they're already spamming through that wall. They're not taking any risk. Steven taking a lot of damage already. Here comes Limit, is going to throw that wall up. They've mollied off backside, so Eric can't help anything here. So if Steven's able to get maybe a pick or two, we'll see if they do or not. There's one, there's two. Just like that. There's three, there's four. We got to see the ace. Steven pops flash through. But where could they be? Flashes in the hallway, starts peeking it in, knows where they are, but they want the ace. But Nico ends up grabbing the kill, gets traded out. Ambrosia is going to put up their 11th point on the board. They're only 2 points away from winning this round. And I think they, like you said, Ambrosia won their first game 13-5.
13-5.
So we'll see what ends up happening.
I mean, and it's hard not to look at that last round, and the lesson we all should learn here: clear your angles, because you kind of should have known that was there. You saw the bullets coming through. I'm not going to say it was deserved, but I will say that Steven earned every single one of those seekers in this previous round. So seekers will be able to give them an idea of where this push is, and you can see them aggressively pushing A. They should be fine to clear out and retake that with those seekers.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anything's going to go out too quick, too fast. Does look like a harbor push, mollies, everything like that. Dashes in so the Jet can make a little bit of space there, but gets flashed out. And just like that, everyone's starting to get hit by a lot of different utility. They know exactly where the rest of No Publicity is. And just like that, a shorty double play there. Two shorties in a row, picking up the 3K, able to clear that out, and it's going to be match point for Ambrosia. And now we're looking at
half buy.
Yeah, no publicity. Not in a very good position here.
Yeah, no money to be had for it. I mean, Wolfenite will have knives. That's going to be their saving grace. So it's send everything. It's last round. Acreon is going to grab an Odin in the back, and I guess that's just to prevent any rushes at A like they had kind of just done in the previous round. This is looking like a tough attack for No Publicity.
Oh, there we go. There's good for one. They can push in. They can grab that gun, throw it back to one of their teammates, and start pushing into the mid area. They peek around. They're good for two. And then Acreon with the Odin just absolutely obliterates and sprays it down. They know that somebody's on the flank. That's going to be good for three. Taking down Nico.
One enemy
Acreon is going to have his teammate Steven help him out. He's got 17 HP. What he's going to do is going to throw down that lockdown and try to push them out from pushing into the A site here, and that's exactly where they want to go. They want to go to the A site, and they're going to wait it out. There's 54 seconds left on the clock. Odin in hand, 17 HP. We'll see what Stout ends up doing if they end up pushing in. And now this is the hard part. You have all that KJ utility on the site, and just like that, 4K comes in hot from the KJ. A lot of 4Ks this round, but Ambrosia is going to take it home. 13. What was it? 13-5, 13-6?
13-5 again.
13-5, so they did it again.
Yeah, Ambrosia's on fire, 13-5, and I mean that brings them up to 2-0 in the bracket in the pools here. Sens, unfortunately, no publicity, down to 0-2, so their hopes of making it out of pools looking a little bit dimmer by the moment. They have to clutch out here, but hey, for no Ambrosia, you're thrilled with that. That basically gives you a free ride into. You're basically in a good spot. You're almost guaranteed now to go on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you get put up 2-0 and like, especially with how well they just played this game and how well we know they played their last game, I see no problem for them, you know, being somewhere in the late finals. You know, they're playing so well, so it'll be interesting to see them play against some of the other teams out there that we know have been playing a little bit better today. And it's so fun to watch these dominating teams and the way that they execute their plays every single time.
Yeah, I mean, the knowledge and the skills that they are bringing, you know, it speaks to the quality of it all. That again, like Steven coming off of that 4K, just being able to just know, like, look, they fired on me. They're not gonna check that corner. It's a bold play, but that's the kind of play that you can make if you feel comfortable enough to clean out and get some kills in that position. So well played from them. They'll go on, and we won't see them probably to the next point, unfortunately.
But yeah, I mean, they both teams did absolutely amazing. I'm really happy to see them, and I'm excited to see what we see coming up here in the next couple matches. We are going to go to a quick break, so stay tuned, and we'll get some more Valorant for you soon.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. wage. Name straight new wave. Name straight new wave.
Do you want to go for a coffee?
Yeah, sure.
And we are already back. Welcome, gamers, to the Belong Chicago Windy City 10K Valorant Tournament. We've seen a lot of amazing games so far, but I'm really excited to bring
my final game for you guys today.
Yeah.
Not the final game of the day. I'm joined by our co-host, Suave.
Oh, man, this is going to be a great one. You know, we were talking and joking about wanting to see this team, and they made it work, and everything, the stars is lined up. We've got Chicago-style hot dog taking on our previous winners from the match, Ambrosia. So both these teams at the top of the board means this is good, and we've already seen a little bit of Ambrosia, but I need to run it back and make sure that there's no sneaky changes coming in. You know, let's check the rosters, make sure we have an understanding of these players, because Ambrosia looked really clean in that last match. So I'm very curious to see what Chicago-style hot dog is going to bring to them. It's still Smiley, Akron, McNutty, Roompa, and Satellite. You know, most of these guys, solid game across the board, understanding exactly what they needed to do. It's hard not to speak highly of these guys from that last match.
Yep, and now we get to see, I think, my favorite team name so far that I've ever come across, Chicago-style hot dog, which is one of the best style hot dogs out there. We're going to get followed up by Shiny Hero, Zarko, Hysteria, Cobalt, and M2U5. Don't know what that stands for.
I don't know. M2, man. I mean, it's worth noting that they are undefeated here too. So two undefeated Titans coming up against each other at this point. You know, both of these teams are playing for the better seeding going into this at this point. Yeah. And for both these teams, you just want to make that statement, right? You just want to go in and say, look, I'm the number 1 seed. I'm going to go into this higher, because you're not too worried about the rest of the teams in this pool, but you do want to make sure you come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the number 1 seed, you're going to be taking on the wild card. You're going to be taking on the lowest seed, which just, you want those easier games in the beginning, because you want to be able to warm up, but you don't want to have to sweat too much. You know, you don't want to have to like really feel the pressure too much in the first style matches and stuff like that. So, and having that number 1 seed, you get the better picks and everything like that. So, you know, you're coming in hot, you're coming in the best. So we'll see who ends up coming out on top here. Is it going to be Ambrosia? Is it going to be a Chicago style hot dog? And I'm excited to get into it.
I mean, who would win, a poison or a hot dog is a real question for the ages. But we've got, you know, a great map coming up too, one that we haven't seen yet today also.
I'm excited for this one.
That we were talking about, you know, we wanted to see something different. We've seen plenty of Ascent and plenty of Pearl, but eventually you'll see the graphic part, but we are going to Lotus, and that is such a wild card to me. Going to Lotus to me, like, I don't know exactly if teams are really prepared for this. You know, this is still a relatively new map. So like, do you think both of these teams really have put in the work on Lotus at this point?
Oh, you know, you know what? It's a hard thing to try to make the assumption about, right? Because it is a map that's been in the competitive scene a lot lately. Every time I play comp, I tend to get this map. So, you know, maybe they are comfortable on it, but also you're more on even ground at this point too, because how often have each of these teams been able to really practice it and be able to play this map and really get the nitty gritty down? So maybe we're on more of an even playing field where it's going to be a more solid map for both teams.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. And similarly, I don't know that there's any particular agents that have been well defined and kind of like sold on this. I think there's still a lot of flexibility that you can play, you know, just a comfort pick. Like, everybody loves their Jets, but there's a chance that if your comfort pick is a Raze, this is still a great spot to kind of get nades off of walls or blast pack yourself into, you know, or around tight corners and kind of get that off. So realistically, there's still a lot of question marks. And like you said, this could be there's a lot of, you know, even ground to be had, and it may really prove to be the equalizer for these two top tier teams.
Yeah, and it's coming down to where we're going to start seeing more maps like this, and we're going to see more interesting comps out of it. Like, honestly, going into this map, I know what I've seen in comp and what I've seen in certain games and higher level players play in comp. But honestly, when it comes down to it, I don't know what their comp is going to be. I know Gecko is actually really strong here. I know Harbor's really strong here. I know KJ is really strong here, you know, and then what are the setups going to be? If you're on the defensive side and you're playing KJ, you can actually set up your abilities to be able to make noise at both B and on C. So there's a lot of opportunities here to be able to see some really big plays and some flank opportunities as well. So I'm excited to see what the agent selection is.
Yeah, this is definitely the more interesting of the last of these games. Not to say the previous games weren't. We had some nail biters very early
absolutely.
on. But I think if you are coming in and looking to see, I don't want to call it interesting Valorant, but I'm going to say if you want to see different Valorant, if you just don't want to see the same 5 agents in a mirror, this is definitely going to be the match that you should keep an eye out for. And then also just watch back if you're any of these other teams. Not everybody's playing and choosing Pearl. Not everybody's going to run the same comps. So to really understand how these teams are ticking, this will be a great, piece of footage to watch and check out on.
Yeah, I'm really excited about it. I mean, when we come out here, you expect to see the Ascents, you expect to see the Pearl and stuff like that. I mean, I've seen a lot of Icebox in my time, but to get away from that and do something completely different and then try something new, especially in these lower brackets where they're already up, so they're not really afraid to lose a point here. And, so they can take a little bit more of a risk and try something new and see what actually works for them. So, I got my unique map. Hopefully I get my unique agent here and we'll see a gecko come up,
Well, fingers crossed, man. I mean, look, like you said, I think, and I want to double back to Ambrosia before we end up going to Agent Select, because we just followed them off of their successful win. And they do strike me as a team that they understand the meta and what they should be doing and what you want to be playing for particular maps and modes. But I think they also kind of struck me as a team that maybe has that more flexibility, because this is also a team that, we watch them be very dominant and very comfortable on what are pretty comfortable picks. But if they can also then flex into something that maybe they don't see a lot of the time, give me your raises, give me your geckos, give me, we still haven't seen a fade, which is wild considering how strong fade was in the past, year and a half. Flex some of those picks. This is now the chance to do that and to really keep people guessing.
Yeah, I mean, see, the thing is, especially with this map, especially on defensive side, if you run like a Neon with a raise or like a Sage with a raise, there's a lot of potential to be able to get some pre-grenades off and be able to do a lot of damage right in the beginning and catch people off guard. So it is possible that they can do something really big here.
Yeah, and for those
we might be able to see some big plays.
Yeah, and for those just joining us, welcome to Round Robins. It's game 4 of the day. There's still plenty more to go in the Valorant 10K in the Windy City. So, I mean, you're coming in at a good time. There's still day 2 ahead, but there's still plenty of more matches ahead. And if you're jumping into these two pools, as it were, the C and D pool, you've got quite a show between Chicago Style Hot Dog here and some of the previous teams that we've seen, including Maryville, who have looked dominant. So, a lot of incredible talent throughout the rest of this day upcoming.
I'm excited to see. I mean, we have the first half almost complete after this game, and then we get some new casters in to be able to keep it fresh and going for you. And again, this is just the first half. I can only imagine what the second half, people that are a little bit more awake and maybe had some time to like really warm up and to be able to get a couple games in and maybe warm up a little bit more than these teams that are using it as a warm up to be able to get into. So I'm excited to see what happens.
Oh,
there's the Chicago style hot dog.
Look at that beautiful hot dog.
Look at that beautiful so good.
Oh, you know what? There's 2 things I immediately see here that, hey, we'll lock the gecko. You got yours. But the breach is the other one that I've always considered. Yeah. I love breach for this map with so many angles and so many different walls that you can just put that flash through. I love that take where the only difference here being the sky and the sky and the raises finally come out to play. So really, really interesting choices on this.
So I forgot all about breach. I forgot about him. I'm not gonna lie, because he was normally used on Fractured, right? Like he was a really powerful one on Fractured, but we don't see Fractured very often anymore. So seeing Lotus come back, I remember playing in comp, and I teamed up with. I play Raze a lot of the times or Omen, and to see like if you do like Omen, Flash, and Breach stun on the ace side, you can get a grenade in there just right. And then you can even get like really aggressive with it and make a lot of ground on the A side. So yeah, no, absolutely. I'm excited to see this matchup. Ambrosia versus Chicago style hot dog. I'll never forget these teams' names again. Because this is a really exciting match for us to be able to come in here and see unique agents, unique map, unique names, and everybody going in head first with 20 seconds on the clock. We're going to get into the first point here, and we'll see just how this all plays out.
Yeah, you can see the Killjoy setting up over on C, just basically kind of taking it and setting themselves up. So, you know, a wide map as to be expected.
Yes, it is. And I'm just excited. I'm excited. And there's just like that. We're going to get right into it. Does look like it's going to be a really quick A push up onto, you know, up into the spawn again, like what I talked about, where you can breach in, you can gecko, you can get in there, and they're just getting all pistol-y. Eric, Hysteria, M2, U5 is gonna, I'm just gonna call him M2. That's too many letters and numbers for me. They're gonna be able to get like easy kills, and then M2 is gonna pop in with and see where the gecko is and be able to push back out, and then they were gonna get a couple shots to see if Eric can actually get the kill here. No, Hysteria is gonna be able to trade it out. Gonna be a 2v4 as they start making their way onto the A site. It's gonna be interesting to see how they decide to hold this and where they're gonna check. So we know that the KJ is already on site. We know Omen's coming here, flashing around McNutty. We've seen him get nutty before. We'll see if he can get nutty again. Comes around. Oh, but he ends up getting flanked from behind. And now we got Cobalt here that is in a position where he's just stuck. Acreon's going to be able to get 3. They were up, but now it's down to a 1v1. Taking back around the corner, and unfortunately for Acreon, Shiny Hero just absolutely health diffed him there and was able to get the kill. And just like that, Chicago-style Hot Dogs able to take the first point over Ambrosia.
Yeah, it was a little bit back and forth, but given that both of these teams are coming into this 2-0, you wouldn't expect it any different way. They'll buy up here, and it looks like it will be the force from the side of Ambrosia. Opting in for Marshals on this map is a little bit of an interesting take. I wouldn't expect the range here. I would think you might play a little bit more of those closer stingers, but they know something I don't.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. The stingers are very powerful, especially on this map, and especially, or like even having the shotguns, you know. But just like that, we're gonna get really in there, and we have a lot of these agents that just have so much utility to make so much space. Where you normally would see a Jet do it, we're just gonna have the Breach make the space, the Raze make the space, and just do as much as they possibly can to just push those enemy teams behind. And it does look like it's going to be more of a fake and now a rotate back in toward A. What they don't know is that they are already pushed all the way up, and they could be pushing into A, but they decided, hey, they're not going to do that either, and they're going to just come back. Zarko holding this angle, making sure that the Gecko is unable to go get his flash. That's the one hard thing. When you throw your flash out that deep, you're unable to pick that back up and be able to utilize it again. So, and again, they're in a position where they're gonna just rotate through and go through the side and just be able to get the heals up. But because there was a lot of people sitting waterfall, they're gonna be able to get the trade in, and then Cobalt, Zarko, and Zarko gets 2 actually. And they're gonna get healed up again by M2, and they are getting into a very good position where they're gonna be able to get another point here as Zarko finishes it off.
Yeah, that was, again, you know, the Marshals were a good look, try to get that one-tap potential, but, I mean, when you're bought up against, it's just so hard to do that, so should be the buyback in from Ambrosia. A little bit of a rough start, but, I mean, they have been trading very, very well, all things considered. As, you know, they go into this, it'll be a full stack of rifles. Akron will pick up the Odin, and that will be pretty much the end of it. The question to me is the Chicago style, you know, are they just going to hold this and wait? Are they just going to try to play this slow and pick? Because they, like you said, you can't really push into these breaches even with your own. There's just so many flashes and so much utility there to really make any rushes kind of just nullified quick.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly what's happening. I mean, we're getting a quick push in. They're going to save up, but they're going to make a lot of, again, utility again. Akron holding this with an Odin, but he gets double flash. So is he going to be able to hold it out? He's going to have the mollies to help and be able to do some damage there. Akron is going to be good for 1. Eric's good for 2. And they're just going to be trading it up back and forth. And Ambrosia is going to get their first point on the board. And those light shields with all the utilities and the Odin's just going to be able to dominate Chicago style Hot Dog. But luckily for Hot Dog, they did bonus there, so they should be able to buy up and be able to have rifles here, and we're going to see our first rifle on rifle battle. So it's going to be interesting to see.
it's time for real Valorant now, because now we're at the point where everybody's on the even ground. We're going to commit full money in. The only difference here is that M2 does have Seekers. It's not the most useful utility, but it will help kind of guide where do we want to make this approach. And considering it's a 3-2 stack here, you may not even need them. You kind of just know immediately where everybody's kind of set up.
Look how aggressive this A push is. The Omen and Raze sitting all the way up as close as possible. They're going to dog out, shoot out. Now, they can flash this, but Satellite does have the grenade, and that's going to stop them from being able to push out with their flash completely out. Grenade coming in, and that's going to be able to do a lot of damage. And then Omen's going to be able to re-smoke that, and they're not going to be able to push up. There's nothing they can do.
And not to mention your main entry's gone now. That was so much of your entry power already gone. You have to rotate this through, but you don't want to. You know what's lying in C. You know what's sitting there. It's the Killjoy with the Odin and all the utility. You're not pushing into that area.
Yeah, I honestly think they needed to pick up that alt orb. I know they're not trying to make any noise right now, but at this point, it's kind of expected. You kind of know what's going on here. There's the Odin, there's the Mollies. You're going down. Akron good for 2 so far. Spike is down. They know where it is, and now you're sitting with the Odin again in a position where it's going to be hard for you to be able to push on the site. And here comes the spray through the smoke, trying to do a little bit of damage there. Glitch pop Odin. Just absolutely going over there, you know.
Odin do go burr. I mean, the question is, does it find anybody?
So far so good for him. And Satellite's going to come around the corner. 13 seconds left on the clock as Steven's going to be able to finish it off with the headshot with the Phantom. And they're going to tie it up 2-2.
I mean, yeah, back and forth, as expected. Chicago Style Hot Dog is going to have to play now from the save, just given that, given everything there. They'll have this showstopper. It's going to be tough to get the entry power with how strong of a defense that Ambrosia has been set up. They'll have their lockdown also to kind of solidify or set up a retake if they need it. So pretty strong defenses coming in from Ambrosia. It means this should just go their way with hopefully minimal losses.
Yep, and it does look like Akron's going to put themselves in a different position here. And this is where I kind of wish you would see the Cypher or Sova, because you can actually shoot through those walls with the Odin, and it's just so devastating. But does look like it's going to be a really big B push here, and then we're going to see more of that flank come in through door. And here we go. There's the ultimate coming out. Breach going to try to do a little bit of stopping, slowing it down. There we go. Steven, Satellite both able to get 2 big kills. And we're going to just watch Chicago Style Hot Dog get absolutely eaten up here. And I'm sorry. I laugh at my own jokes more than anybody else does. Big shots. Hysteria is going to be good for 1, but are they going to be able to get another one here? No, it's not. Eric shoots through the wall and be able to get the kill. And it's looking good for the Geckos. I mean, we're seeing the Gecko plays being very useful here. And I'm excited because now we have the Thrasher, right? We have that Gecko ultimate, which is going to be able to basically be used as a KJ ultimate, where it goes out and it's like Jaws. And if it catches anybody, you're going to be stunned just like you would be a KJ ult. And I'm excited to see if this ends up working out, especially if it's the last person alive, a 1v1, where you see the Thrasher come out and they're able to find him and they can just run up and just knife him. It's so BM. But it's so entertaining to watch, and you can see Eric. He's ready for it. He's got his little shark buddy out, and I love it. I love everything about it. He's one of the best Pokemon masters out there. Honestly, I do say so myself.
I mean, the other thing you didn't mention is that it's reusable. If it even
is
throw
reusable.
it out and don't get it, you can still get it back and try again. So I mean, it's just going to be now figuring out where can we go. And I think that's just clear that B is pretty much open. It's still very collapsible, but they're pretty deep into A. So it looks like it will be an A push here.
Yep, and that's exactly what it's going to be. Big shots come through. Is M2 going to get some damage? Taking a little bit of damage, not too much. And he's waiting there on the orb too. Just Akron shooting in with the Odin. Oh my goodness, he's so funny. The only problem is that if he does throw up that ultimate, they're going to be able to do it too, and they are going to completely stun him, open the door. Molly's going to keep him from being able to get in. Here comes the flash. They're going to have to open that door again. Showstopper coming out. Let's see if that connects with anybody at all. Cobalt's going to be able to get the kill on Satellite, and McNutty
And then we have Akron there is going to be able to get one. Steven trading it out. Cobalt Hysteria also able to trade it out down to a 1v2. They're going to be good for a 1 on that Thrasher, throwing out the wingman, hopefully trying to get somebody here.
10 seconds left.
Cobalt's planning, 9 seconds left on the clock, goes to try to peek it, knows that they're there. Big shot. Zarko is going to be able to get the kill. And we're still going to have a tie game as we are at 3-3.
I mean, it's no team has had a definitive edge here, and you know, the 3 in a row for Ambrosia was powerful and it helped him out, but everybody's still basically back at neutral, and it's still back now to no ults. There's only the Killjoy ult again on the on defense is probably going to be good to either slow up or lock it down. And I mean, From the Beyond's cool. It's a good teleport if you need a last minute trick or if you somehow lose the spike, but not a lot of tools for Chicago style hot dog going into this to really give them a big advantage on this attack. There's no place you can even really teleport to that gets you safety given the layout of this map too. So a lot of tools, but difficult to find the value with.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it does really make it hard to be able to do that. And you just got to be able to take as much space as possible. And that's looks like what we are going to try to find as Ambrosia starts making the play toward the A site. And we're sitting there waiting for something to happen. Mosh Pit comes out. They're going to back up off of it. Again, making as much noise, but this time they're baiting a lot more of that utility out.
Yeah.
They're getting that KJ to use that ultimate, which is really good for them.
Yeah, that's huge. You got that out. You don't even care. That forget C site. We're done here. We're done. We got the value we wanted, so it'll be to rotate onto A. Now it's just the question is where they heard coming. Is it still 5v5?
And this is where, McNutty, did they get kicked out from there? They know it's there. Showstopper comes out, going to land on Hysteria. That's going to be good for 1. Here comes the Roomba, trying to sweep up some type of utility there. Zarko is going to be able to get the kill on that. And there's a rotate back over towards C. But again, they're in a position where there's still a lot of people here. And you're shooting into the one guy who's got the Odin is just going to get kill after kill. Eric, 1, 2, and 3 headshots on that C site. I don't know why they keep pushing C. Every single time they try to fake A and then go C, and it does not work out for them.
They must know something. You know, it's maybe you're so used to thinking C site on a Haven where it's just a lot of the time it's, one person kind of left there and it feels kind of penetrable at times, but this is just shown not to be from Archean. Sitting at the top 9 and 4, most of that is because they've just dared enter his realm and just tried to enter into C. And it's, time after time again, you're going to get punished for it. A lot of this play has been, can we just win, or a lot of the action has been over on A simply because it's just so impenetrable. And this is exactly that moment. This is exactly what we're talking about. Like, there's just so much firepower on C that you can't approach that. And to do that just basically spells death.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest problem here in a map like this is like they really haven't had the opportunity to really play a default, try to play for a pick, because a lot of the defense is sitting so far back that they're not really able to get that pick, or they get really aggressive, utilize the utility, get up there and just get the trades, right off the bat. So they really got to start playing more of a default here and just trying to play for picks, slow it down just a little bit here. So we'll see what ends up happening as we start getting into these next couple rounds here in the first half, and hopefully we'll see some really big plays and see how things may be turning around for both of these teams. Yeah. apologize for that technical pause there. We are going to be getting back into it shortly. But both of these teams, you know, when they go so hot, they go so, you know, so hard that it ends up breaking some things sometimes. So we are getting right back into it. Satellite going to be able to get 2 really easy kills there. McNutty also able to get 1, and it's not looking good for Chicago style hot dog right here as M2 watches the Roomba just peek around, and Omen's going to get that right there, and then here comes the flashes. Double flash maybe. Oh, there's one behind him. He ends up getting that kill, turns around. Does he get the 180 kill? No, he doesn't. McNutty's going to be able to finish him off. 5-3. Ambrosia takes the lead so far. Chicago style hot dog still looking good though. And so the biggest problem I feel is that Chicago style hot dog is in a position where they need to start winning these rounds. If they don't win this next round, they're going to be down on economy a lot of times. And they really need to do something big here.
I mean, they have guns now. That last one was a save, so it's to be expected. But again, you know, you're losing grip on this lead. You know, it's 5-3, like you said. So you can't afford to pussyfoot around as this one-way smoke is there. So you got to find some picks. You can't afford to just get bullied into chokes.
No, and that's the big thing about this map is it's 90% choke, right? You know, they're trying to use whatever utility they can to get rid of this KJ utility that's sitting on the floor there, but what they don't know is that, you know, they're very dominant on this C side. You got to stop pushing the C side, or you got to try to make, you know, bait it out and then have somebody lurk up A and try to maybe get a pick up there, you know, do whatever they possibly can. But if you keep sitting on the C side, I guarantee you're going to get killed here. They're going to start pushing in. Here comes the grenade. Is that going to be able to be enough damage? Yes, it is. Oh, what a position that they put it in. And you know you're a good raise when you know those bounces off of it. And here comes the shot. They know that they can put down that swarm grenade, and they're starting to back it up. 1 Hysteria on site. Hysteria is actually going to be good for 2. Shiny Hero is going to be good for 2 as well, with only 1 player remaining. This has been the best push so far from Chicago style hot dog.
Yeah, they proved us wrong here. They got into C-Site with minimal losses. So 1v5, the lone Omen probably not getting much out here. But, you know, they don't need to commit anything else into this. This should be clean up the last one. Don't let anybody die. Don't force any trades. And this should be an easy round for Chicago style hot dogs to bring themselves back and their morale up.
Yeah, we say that, but then watch, Omen's going to flash, get 2, and then you end up making their way onto site and be able to get a kill or 2 here. It'll be kind of funny. And they're shooting through the wall. McNutty's good for 1. We see McNutty get crazier than that. Shiny Hero is going to be the shiniest of hero at all with their 3K, putting an extra point on the board. And just like that, they went from being down by 2, being down only by 1. And it's looking good for them.
This feels right though, considering these both 2-0 teams. I'm sorry, Chicago Hot Dog is now 1-1. I apologize, but considering how well both of these teams have been playing, and these are 1-2, you expect it to be this way. Chicago didn't spend anything extra to have that, so they have their guns. So everything is looking pretty good for them. They have the ultimates, and that's kind of the thing about most of these games right now. These round-to-round moments is that. Yeah, it's still very toss-up-y. Like, they're even in their guns. They're mostly even in ultimates, and most of their ultimates have been kind of, used here and there pretty sparingly. But, no team really finding a disadvantage, no team having an economy, really keeping it close to the cuff for both of them.
Yeah, both of them, I mean, they're utilizing their abilities well. They're being able to force in those positions and really just be able to take those angles that are getting them the kills that they really need when they do end up winning their rounds. And it really comes down to millimeter shots and just winning those gunfights there. Both teams are utilizing their abilities to be able to hold those angles and be able to take as much as they can. And I mean, we saw the lockdown go down, the Rays being able to bounce their grenade off of that. Then they started pushing on the site, which the swarm grenades came out, but they were able to get 1 person on site to be able to take that fight, which ended up getting led into a trade, which ended up getting into more kills and stuff like that. So it really comes down to just microseconds things, but we're going to go into a quick break as we have a technical pause, but we'll be back shortly. Welcome back to our faces. Our technical pause is almost over, and we're going to get right back into game. So let's jump right into it and see how these players are going to face off here in this next point.
Look, I mean, realistically, we're all just here to keep seeing the Chicago-style hot dog flashing in front of our faces. So, I mean, that's truly the winner is our stomachs who gets to delight in this delicious hot dog. But 5-4, I mean, it's still, again, it's still back and forth, still close. No team really having the advantage here. And again, it's just going to be an early denied on C.
You wide Pico one way, and you're just going to get punished for it, and that's exactly what happened. Oh, what a flick. A KJ with an op. You don't see it very often, but we did see a really great play right there. In the Chicago-style hot dog, not looking good so far on this point. They need it, though, if they want to keep it tied up and want to take it into overtime or take it into a tied-up first half. So we'll see what ends up happening. A lot of grenades. Here's the op. And then the shot, it hits him in the toe. Pulls out the shorty, but that's not going to really connect with anything. And what they don't know is that they can actually see the head right over that box. Yeah. They're going to be able to get that kill. And there's a lot of still opportunity here to be able to tie it up just a little bit. McNutty's going to put themselves in a different position. Look like they are pushing all the way back onto the more flank side, which could be good. The only problem here I see is that they don't really have a flash or anything to really get them on the site unless maybe their breach does.
Breach might have held one, and they have the numbers advantage, so even if you just take the trade, you do have the health advantage here.
Yeah. So door got faked open, and then we're going to do a real opening sitting behind the tree. The tree can be shot through. Here comes the grenade. Big shots. Everyone's getting traded, but traded 2-1, and Ambrosia's going to clean it up, finishing it off, and they're going to give this second half to their Omen. If the Omen gets back in time.
Yeah, let's hope so. There shouldn't be a problem there, but you know, just gotta be sure. But speaking of that second half, we are rounding the corner towards the second half at 6-4 here, and you know, it looks like Ambrosia is running away with a little bit of a lead, but yet another timeout will come through for the side. This was the coach. This was the coach, though.
Yeah. Active timeout, and they really need to take the time to really the thing is, during a technical pause, you're not allowed to talk at all. Yeah. You're not allowed to talk to your team. You're not allowed to talk to your coach. And so you're not allowed to like go through those plays that, you know, you wish you had that extra time, and you think you would be able to, right? You think you'd be able to sit down and do it, but unfortunately not. So you actually have to use and burn out one of those timeouts and, you know, come up with a strategy that's going to, you know, benefit them and hopefully get them the points that they need going here into the final 2 rounds.
Yeah, but much like everything else in this game, it's just another resource you have. You know, do you need that timeout? Sometimes you don't, but what you do need sometimes is just the chance to kind of get a reset, get control of things. And if you're coming off of something jarring like a technical pause, there's nothing that says I need a reset like taking your own pause to get your team, all right, talked through. And that's, especially in a game this close, that kind of a mental change will go quite a bit of distance here. Again, both teams, it's been neck and neck. We've been trading for the most part back and forth. The economy's not really built up. So no clear advantage. It's just coming down to these individual moments and who's getting caught out. You can't afford to caught out on a C push through a one-way. Those kinds of errors will get punished immediately at this level.
And it does look like it is going to be more of a default push this time. And they're really just taking their time with this and hopefully going to be able to, make their way onto the B site. And it does look like they started making their way to B and then decided to back up. The Gecko's sitting there. Gecko's holding it. So we'll see what ends up happening as they start making their way maybe to the C push here. We don't know. They've been all over the place.
Yeah, but I really hope not. There's 3 there, and if you were paying any amount of attention, you heard multiple guns fire. That should be a cue to rotate at this point.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's really hard to pick. I feel like a B push to A would be the best part, even though, for what we know, it probably wouldn't be the best. But, Ambrosia's got such a good defense setup that it's really working out in their favor. And they have the breach here. They've been jump peeking it. They have the grenade. So what they can do here is they can ult it when it gets nice and close. And there's the ult. There's the showstopper. They're going to hit the wall in front of them. I've been there. That hurts everybody. It makes you feel bad, but only 20 seconds or 25 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be hard for them to get onto site. Flashes come through. They're fully blind. Hysteria is getting hysterical. And there we go.
Thrasher.
Both
Caught
of them
two.
inside of tree, absolutely stunned, and they got to come out. Oh, Steven gets two as they flashed in, but he didn't see the one to his right. There's 7 seconds left on the clock. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2,
No spike.
1. No spike. Big shots, and it's going to be 7-4. Finishing this off. Was there one more round?
One more.
Last round in the half. Here we go.
Last round.
Man, that felt like a last round themselves, but I don't know how to count, so.
Look, I mean, both these teams leaving it all on the field metaphorically and quite literally their bodies in some ways. But I mean, that's the way that this is. Like, these two teams are fighting. You're looking at number 1 and 2, arguably, in this pool, and both of these teams need this. You know, Ambrosia going up 3-0 cements them as going in, and then they're just playing for first spot. Chicago Style Hot Dog, a victory over Ambrosia here does give them a 2-1, and it ties them up and it keeps them in likely to contest to go on.
Yep, and they're trying to do whatever they can here in this last round, and again, they're starting to push toward the C site again. I don't know what it is about C. They are obsessed with it. They think it's the cutest, but C doesn't like them. They're trying to say, hey, don't come C, but they are determined to win this C thing, and we've seen them do it before, so hopefully we see them do it again. This time they put the KJ ultimate in a little bit different of position here, so can't bounce the grenade off of that one, but what they can do is they have the ability to sit all the way back site, throw that grenade down. That's going to get good for them. Blind goes out. Cobalt and Hysteria also good for kills. They start pushing in, tries to snap in. M2 with the Sheriff, good for 1, and now we're down to a 1v4. Eric, last one alive. We've seen how good he is with this Vandal. He's got the Gaia Vandal. They know exactly where he is. M2 could maybe flash out here. I don't know if he's used all of his flashes yet or not.
He's got no utility.
Could get it back here, and there's the big shot through the wall, and there we go. We're going to a 7-5 second half in favor of Ambrosia.
Close half though. All things considered, so the reset will do everybody a little bit of good here. You know, you said it. You know, they want to push C. I think the best case scenario is when you have that lockdown. That lockdown and putting it in a spot where it wasn't going to get deleted was the best chance they had, especially with how small that site is and how many angles you can kind of buy yourself. By putting it there, it made sense. I think that's the one case you really want to push that. Otherwise, I agree with you. That C had been nothing but a death trap. But we'll see what Chicago Style Hot Dog has on their defense now, because they have to put up that well of a performance now too. And they see the same idea. They're gonna leave the Killjoy over at C, just set it up the death trap. And I think we've got an understanding of at least what this is look like. I still do question down the line though, the Gecko versus the Sky. You know, we've seen a lot of different uses out of both of those, and I'm still watching those two in particular because those are the differences between the teams.
There's the double satchel all the way in, taking a couple shots at Shiny Hero. That is going to do a little bit of damage there, and everybody's getting on site. Wingman going for the plant, the little cutie that he is. Big shots come out. Everyone starts clearing the corners. They're starting to push all the way in, fully flashed. They're just dodging their head, flicking it around. They're still going to be good for 1, getting flashed again. Oh my goodness, Hysteria coming in, grabbing 1, 2, not 3 kills. Attackers end up taking that one, putting another point on the board for Ambrosia.
Whew, that got dangerous for a while there. Everybody just kind of fighting for their lives, quite literally. Let's check that back from that Sony replay, shall we? Because that was quite a nuisance. A Satellite should not have lived through that, let alone gotten the pick out of that. And realistically, I think that does speak to the support that was given to them, because even backed up, was still able to find value. Looks like they'll push this little mid B a little bit harder, and I like this. I do think B is, you can see it now. B is left wide open, and yeah, it's easy to collapse onto, but getting control of this middle ground has always been so important, and to not have that as an option, I think, is a little bit disingenuous to the map.
Yeah, no, absolutely, I agree. But big shots coming out. Hysteria is good for 1 as they have the Sheriff in hand. McNutty with the Phantom ends up making a lot more space, and it does look like they're gonna fall off here. I mean, they have the better guns. This is the better site to take when you have the better guns. So I'm surprised we're not seeing that full push, but what they are doing is they're gonna back off and slowly start making their way maybe to the B site. We don't have anybody watching B, like you said before. and we're down to, you know, where it's a 4v3. And are they going to be able to get the kill? Akron could be able to get the kill on Shiny Hero, trading that out, and now we're down to a 4v2. They think it's going to be a C push, and they would be accurate to think that. And that's exactly where they're going to start pushing into, and the rotates already come in. So it is possible that they're maybe going to be good for 1 or 2 here. So we'll see what ends up happening. I mean, it's going to come right down to the utility ability, and here comes the stun. Goes to push in, TP'd up top on that box. No one's looking at him quite yet, and that's going to get McNutty a kill on the board. Headshot 9-5 now. Ambrosia still in the lead, and Chicago Style Hot Dog has the ability to buy up here. So we'll see how they do on this round.
Yeah, it's the natural swing of this. I mean, Chicago Style Hot Dog should have it from that alone. There is a Thrasher up, though, and, you know, even... It got value last time. It wasn't necessarily capitalized on, but it was value. So I'd say it wasn't fully capitalized, I should say. It got some value. But, I mean, that Thrasher is enough to make a statement here, especially if you want to push C aggressively like this.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're starting to get really aggressive. Here comes the Thrasher. They know where it is. They got to shoot if they want to get it out of there, and that's exactly what they do. Thrasher ends up falling, but they make so much room with that. Satellite was able to get a kill on a Cobalt. Alarm bot is triggered, but Wingman's going to be able to get that bomb planted. He's doing such a good job. MVP, honestly, that's what I'm going to vote for, is Wingman MVP. And now that the bomb is planted, they're going to have to do something big here if they're going to want to be able to get on the site. Grenade comes in, making it hard to be able to push in through. And there's the jumped over the head. It didn't connect with anything, so unfortunately, not the best play for the Thrasher there. Would have been kind of cool to see, but still able to get a lot of damage there. Big shots coming in. McNutty grabbing the kill, gonna upgrade his gun and get out of there alive. 10-5 again. Kind of where Ambrosia is comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, third time's the charm, right? Ambrosia close this out 13-5. I mean,
yeah, maybe
anything's possible. Anything's possible at this point.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think that Chicago Style Hot Dogs are going to get at least 2 more points minimum. But it would be interesting to see them come in and get that another 13-5 win. That'd be kind of funny. It would be.
Unfortunately, it's probably not this round, as they have to save, and that means that they are probably down. And that satellite intro will basically mean I'm on my way to being right on it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Door is open, but no one's popped in quite yet, and they're going to go into a full rotate because their KJ is sitting all the way on C site.
Wow, they are
pushed
open
all the way back, and they are going to start making their way all the way onto C. Now, they could push even farther up here if they really wanted to. They could push all the way into CT if they really wanted to. I mean, they I don't know why they haven't pulled their alarm bot or their turret back yet. But still big shots just like that, one right after another, and it's going to be down to the final one. On the flank, Zarko actually gets the kill there. Could push up and grab that gun, but McNutty with the Vandal is going to get the headshot, making it 11-5. So we are one step closer to that 13-5 victory that we were talking about.
Yeah, history does have a tendency to repeat, but Chicago Style Hot Dog looking to change that up. A couple ultimates on the board for them. I mean, they have Showstopper, they'll have the Rolling Thunder, so those ultimates to stun and get themselves on a retake should be there. Meanwhile, I mean, it's a teleport and it's a Showstopper of their own for Ambrosia, so a bit more tricky tools for Ambrosia to make usage of, but they have just been coming up with more kills in general, so that alone means they're winning duels and means that they are just staying alive longer.
Yep, they're going to take that stun, and they're going to back right off, picking up that flash, shooting through the box, trying to see if anybody's pushed up there. And this is where we're going to start seeing the big play getting on the site. Flash, the Showstopper coming out, pushing all the way up. Sees one, shoots himself all the way up in the air. Shiny Hero gets absolutely obliterated by that Showstopper. And here comes the Roomba out into the backside of sight. And this is where things could get interesting as Zarko's lining up the ultimate, pushes in, pushes out. And let's see if they're able to get this take in. Showstopper comes in, but it doesn't do any damage. There's the Gecko flash. Dizzy tries to go up in the air and flash one, but doesn't look like it's going to connect with anything. The flash comes through. They push out. Are they going to be able to get a kill here? Doesn't look like they are. Defuse is coming in. Big shots. They're not even able to get it to half. No one's pushing out yet. And it looks so good for Ambrosia as everyone's starting to get really aggressive here. Cobalt's going to be able to get 2 kills, but the attackers, Ambrosia, taking match point.
Match point.
Wow. What a defense. That was very handily taken by Ambrosia, and a great run back shut down by them as well. So it cost them everything to do it. It'll be a quick timeout to come in, and I mean, it was the right call. We'll get a quick look at that. That's a coach, I believe, making that call for Chicago Style Hot Dogs. So I mean, we're gonna get a look back at that last round, because that was just just a lot happened in that round. But getting that C site really came a lot through, and the quick run back of everything here, you can see it as if you're watching even the scores as they go back and forth. It was close. It was close for the most part up until the second half, and I mean, Ambrosia just kind of got in the driver's seat and ran away with it, being able to just get up multiple picks in a game, leaving every single fight, 4 plus 5, 3, 4 people up at the end of a round makes those difference. Means less economy you're saving, or less economy you're spending, less economy you're using, and less guns you have to buy. They have just been in the driver's seat across every aspect of this game so far.
They've absolutely been dominating every single aspect of this game here. It's like, for some reason, when the enemy team gets to 5 points, they say, hey, no more. This is it. This is all they get. We're coming back. We're winning it from here. And as you can see in the second half, I mean, they were able to put 5 points on the board with no problem at all. And now we're in such a weird bye for Chicago Style Hot Dogs.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see what they end up doing here. We thought it was
never mind.
a match, but it looks like it's going to be an absolute rundown. Satellite able to get 2, McNutty able to get 1, and they're getting absolutely crazy. Shiny Hero was able to get 1 on the lurk and maybe possibly pushed back into the lurk, but Spike is planted on A, and they're pushing into B. They're getting so aggressive here. They're not even worried about it. They're just going to run it down. McNutty, 3K, 13-5. Ambrosia picks up another win with a 13-5. Not once, not twice, but 3 times a charm. They are dominating the competition.
They are really making a case, and that cements them now as the #1 seed into this pool. Even if they lose, I don't believe there's anybody that can catch up to them. So they have secured their spot, and unfortunately for our friends over at the Chicago Style Hot Dog, well, they are the supreme hot dog, but they will fall 1-2, meaning that their playoff life is on the line for this last match that we unfortunately won't be here for.
No, we won't. There's going to be plenty of more Valorant games ahead of us. This is going to be up for us. My name is Zombie Hugs, and then this is my co-host, and he'll tell you the rest about himself and the rest that's going on.
And it's been so Dan. Shout out to our incredible production staff. Shout out for our incredible production staff and the incredible replays that they've been bringing us, sponsored by InZone, because we have caught every single angle of these incredible matches, and there are only more to go. Stay tuned. You'll see the rest of the pools, E, F, G, and H, as the day goes on. We'll see you again, and probably in chat, I assume. Thank you.
Woo!
Do you want to go for a coffee?
Yeah, sure.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.